Welcome to the Future of Beauty eSummit. My name's Jen, and I'll be the MC for the day. The cosmetic space is constantly changing, from global movement on animal testing bans to the ongoing efforts to get new sunscreen filters in the USA market. New environmental regulations that will impact packaging, and the constant innovation in the skin and hair care arena. This eSummit will grapple with the topic of what does the future hold for the cosmetic sector? The Future of Beauty eSummit is part of my greater free eConference initiative to help democratize accurate information in the cosmetic sector. From my experience, industry conferences often miss the mark when it comes to accessibility. With high registration prices plus travel costs to get to them, this entrenches, I think, industry knowledge disparities and makes it really challenging for people who are independent, with small companies, or students to access the information shared. With the latter as an example, I'm aware of recent funding cuts for students to go to conferences that are going to make it now more challenging than ever to access conferences. And even if there's a student rate to attend, they still have to get there. My goal with this series is to compete with the best quality conferences, except make it all free and virtual, always with a replay. That way, whoever you are watching this, whether from a conglomerate or a tiny brand, maybe you're even a consumer watching this, there will be nothing in your way in accessing. I would like to demonstrate the value accessibility brings to our industry information and innovation landscape. So far, I've hosted 10 eSummits on a variety of topics, from sunscreen to skincare, sustainability to formulation. All of the replays can be found on my blog. If you're looking for some free professional development, this probably would be a good place to start. My summit sponsors are a big reason why these eSummits have been able to continue and ramp up. I now host 4 per year. Big thank you to the summit sponsors for this eSummit. Thank you so much to our silver sponsor, NYSCC, bronze sponsors, PCPC and BASF, and general sponsors, RAN Group and Resource Label Group. If you're a company wanting to partner with us on a future eSummit, please reach out to us at info@theecoworld.com. Another big reason why I've been able to keep these eSummits free are all the subject matter experts who've agreed to donate their time and expertise to help me realize this goal of information accessibility. We've got a phenomenal lineup of presentations today featuring people who I greatly admire as industry leaders. A massive thank you to our speakers for agreeing to share their knowledge at this event. Some quick housekeeping. There will be live Q&A for each of the presentations towards the end, so ask your questions in the YouTube live chat and don't wait. I'll be keeping track of the questions as they come in. While you're looking at the chat, please let us know where you're tuning in from. As mentioned, yes, there will be a replay of this eSummit. Expect to get it in your inbox shortly after the event. And before I kick this event off, I have a few favors to ask from you. First, I'll be sending out a short feedback survey after with the replay. It'll take about a minute of your time and will be really helpful for me to continue making these events better for future. I've come a long way since I first started hosting these e-conferences, and a big part of my learning here is from you. In the second request, please share this event with your network. Share the link to the live stream that you're watching, maybe some things you're learning throughout the day, and be sure to tag us at the EcoL or on LinkedIn at Jen Novakovic. And that's all I've got. Thank you for joining us for the Future of Beauty e-Summit. I hope you learn a lot and enjoy the day. To start off the conference, the first presentation will be by Dr. Paul Lawrence on the future of skincare. Without further ado, let's get this summit started. Our first presentation will be by Dr. Paul Lawrence, who is the Executive Director of Research and Discovery at Kowcz. Dr. Lawrence received his doctorate in molecular microbiology from Stony Brook University, and before that, obtained his Bachelor's of Science degree in molecular biology from the University of New Mexico. During his career, he has conducted biological research in academia, industry, and for the United States government. He has executed antiviral therapeutic and vaccine research at Brookhaven National Laboratory and the Plum Island Animal Disease Center. In industry, he has participated in contract biopharmaceutical projects for the former collaborative BioAlliance and Dow Chemical. Dr. Lawrence was also director of DNA production for the anti-counterfeiting biotechnology company Applied DNA Sciences. Currently, he is the Executive Director of Research and Discovery for Kowcz. In his scarce spare time, he is also an adjunct professor, teaching microbiology to future nurses and doctors. Over the course of his career, Dr. Lawrence has published more than 30 research manuscripts and review articles, more than 25 online science digests, and has authored a textbook chapter on the molecular pathogenesis of one of the world's most infectious viruses. Without further ado, here's Dr. Paul Lawrence.
Thank you so much, Jen. It's exciting to be back once again as a guest speaker for one of these e-summits, and today's topic about the future of beauty is certainly an interesting one, and I'm honored to have been invited to contribute my thoughts on some potential future avenues for skincare. It can be argued that the approaches that the cosmetic care industry has taken for skincare have been relatively slow to evolve if you consider the mechanisms that are deployed. Essentially, we add some ingredient to improve or repair the skin. And the types of activities that are being used to leverage those efforts have not really changed that significantly. We want to moisturize the skin. We want to exfoliate the skin. We want to prevent the formation of wrinkles. And you see this embodied in botanical extracts and ferments and hyaluronic acid treatments and various antioxidants and humectants. But it can be argued that if you trace back in time with the advent of cosmetic care in the modern age, say early 20th century, the approaches that we've taken have not changed very much. Certainly there's new innovation that has taken place. There's certainly new monikers we're adding towards what these ingredients are, but the core functional attributes have not changed too much. But that's not to say that the cosmetic care industry hasn't been investing in novel approaches. There are a lot of new ingredients as far as functionality and constitution that are very different from what has come before. Exosomes, microbiomodulatory agents like probiotics, prebiotics, postbiotics, phage therapy, growth factors, RNA-based actives, stem cells. There are a lot of new avenues of research coming to bear, and I am going to propose two that I think are particularly interesting. Now, some of you may chuckle and say that my bias as a microbiologist might be showing with this one, but I firmly believe that the skin microbiome is going to be one of these important future avenues. It already is being embraced with this growing appreciation of the impact that these microbial inhabitants are having on our skin. And I once heard someone say, quite erroneously, that the era of the skin microbiome is already over, that this was a fad and it has passed. I don't know how that is possible, since we still haven't learned everything that there is to learn about the skin microbiome. Literally, every day I am finding new papers being published about some area of the human microbiome that has been deciphered. Just earlier this year, a few papers came out describing a completely new microbial player called obelisks that we had never heard about before. So the era of the skin microbiome is far from over. It's just beginning. Already, this is marketing gold. There's such a concerted effort by many in the industry to get the stamp of microbiome friendly certified and put onto their skincare product, because in the public there is a growing appreciation of how impactful these microbes that take up residence on our skin, how impactful they are to our skin health. Now, the caveat is that as our knowledge grows, we have to acknowledge certain limitations to it. The bulk of our knowledge is about the bacterial players on the skin, which is fine because they are some of the dominant ones that are there. But the skin is so complex. There are fungi that are present. There are some protists. Depending upon the age of the individual, there are archaea, and viruses are everywhere. So it's important to have some perspective that you might not be getting the whole picture. And even with some of the players that we think we know a lot about, there is still material to be deciphered. I've shown here a few of the species that we have heavily invested in as far as research goes, from Cutibacterium acne to Malassezia and the Staphylococcus species. Take, for example, Cutibacterium acne. It gets its name because we know it is a microbial player in the pathogenesis of the skin condition we call acne vulgaris. That doesn't matter where you are in the globe, acne vulgaris is around. Now, despite all the research and all of our knowledge about Cutibacterium acne, we are still not 100% locked in for the role it plays in the development of that condition. So again, this is where we need to take things with a grain of sand. Microbiome profiling is an example of how personalization is coming into these efforts. I think a lot of people would agree that, broadly speaking, in the most general sense, personalization is a trend in our industry. And here, groups are profiling the microbes that are on your skin, usually the bacteria, but the ones that are present at certain levels that are possibly influencing the health of your skin. We know we're all born with a starter microbiome that we get from our mothers, and we know that as we reach adulthood, we have an entrenched microbiome that some groups are arguing can be used for postmortem identification. But now, because of that, certain groups have leveraged technology, a few of the groups are shown here, where you can get your own personalized microbiome profile established, and they can come to you with certain recommendations for skincare regimens based upon the levels of certain bacteria that are present. Like I said, the majority of these profiling efforts are limited to just the bacterial players. Now, what the skincare industry is embracing, and what I believe will continue to be embraced down the line, is the ability to modulate certain microbial populations on the skin so as to improve skin health. You get a microbiome profile that says bacterial species X, Y, and Z are growing at higher levels than they should, and this could be potentially affecting some kind of skin condition. Let's intervene and diminish their levels to something that is more towards a homeostatic state. Or we're detecting that a pathogenic microbe has colonized your skin and it's affecting this condition. How can we diminish its growth? And there are a lot of strategies that have been employed by the industry that tend to fall under one of these 5 banners presented here: prebiotics, probiotics, postbiotics, and more recently, synbiotics and parabiotics. For the purposes of this talk, we're going to focus on the first three. But again, I also want to keep it in context that the majority of these efforts that have been leveraged to date target the bacterial members of the skin microbiome because they're the ones that we understand the best. So if you were to participate in one of these microbiome profiling programs, you are going to get back a report that is likely going to focus on several of the bacterial players on the skin. And usually they are reported by abundance, and in general, there are four major phyla that will be seen, from the most abundant being the actinobacteria, progressing down to Firmicutes, proteobacteria, and finally, with the least abundant being the Bacteroidetes. So the prebiotics. Probably this is the largest group. This would be the largest group of microbiome modulatory products that are actually out there on the market as we speak. And these include a variety of different materials, botanical extracts, lipid formulations, oligosaccharides, herbal extracts, minerals, peptides, ferments that are attempting to improve the growth of beneficial bacteria while diminishing the growth of those that can have a negative impact on the skin. So, for example, everybody loves lactobacillus. They tend to have a very positive benefit for skin health as well as gut health. Staphylococcus epidermidis is probably one of the top two most abundant species of bacteria on the skin. Again, depends upon the biogeography of the skin, what region we're talking about, but it tends to be dominant. And we know that it contributes to strengthening the skin barrier. Staph aureus is one of those bacteria that makes it real easy to classify it as one of the villains on the skin. So diminished S. aureus would be beneficial, and C. albicans can be a troublesome fungal species often found in the feet. So here I'm sharing some data with you to show how a probiotic can work. In this particular case, we're looking at blemished skin as an application for a botanical extract that has a really long history in traditional Chinese medicine. And here is how it's working. This particular material was described as an antimicrobial, and we wondered if it would work against Cutibacterium acne, which we've already described as a culprit in the development of blemished skin. And one of the things that we know that Cutibacterium acne does when it's affecting skin in such a way is that it forms these layered structures known as biofilms. And this makes the bacteria relatively resilient against antimicrobial measures. So we wanted to see how this particular ingredient would work against C. acne biofilms in an assay specifically designed for that evaluation. And here you can see as little as 1.25% of this botanical extract was sufficient to reduce C. acne biofilms by 1,200 times. That's quite remarkable. And when taken into a clinical, we were able to look at the actual presence of the bacteria on the skin and how it was being impacted. Here, one of the things about C. acne as far as its life cycle is it produces a molecule known as coproporphyrin 3 that under certain wavelengths of light emits a reddish-orange fluorescence. And it's a way we can directly measure how much of that bacteria is present. And as you can see from baseline to 4 weeks of use with the formulation containing this active, that there is, even to the naked eye, a significantly reduced level of that fluorescence and by extension, that bacteria. So there's a prebiotic in action. Now, one of the things that I want to say before going further is that it's important about the language we use and the strategies that we choose. As a microbiologist, I can tell you, you never want to eliminate a whole bacterial population on the skin or any other microbe for that matter. Diminishment should be the goal because these microbes are very complicated in their behavior. Take, for example, Cutibacterium acne that we keep coming back to. it is actually doing beneficial things for the skin. There's a reason why it's one of the most abundant organisms on the skin. It's contributing to the acid mantle. It's helping compete out pathogenic microbes from getting a foothold on the skin. So it's important that we would never want to fully eliminate it. That would wreak havoc with the environment on your skin if it was to completely disappear. So a lot of these efforts should be targeting diminishment. Get it down to levels that are more homeostatic. Now, probiotics are an interesting one because people use this term improperly a lot. What a probiotic truly is using live microorganisms being applied to the skin that will hopefully get a temporary foothold and improve skin health. And this can be seen in a lot of the gut microbiome efforts where you go to your local supermarket and you want to get that yogurt that's loaded up with as many microbes as possible that can help improve digestion. Similar features for the skin. And you can see the impacts of these probiotics in a variety of studies that are out there. Again, everybody loves lactobacillus. They love lactococcus and bifidobacterium. They're used often in gut microbiome endeavors, and it's also relevant to the skin. Where a lot of these attempts to put live organisms on the skin will result in skin brightening, improved collagen production, anti-inflammatory impacts, improved moisturization, and potentially diminishing the biofilms associated with some of the more problematic players on the skin like Staph aureus. Postbiotics are a newer effort where instead of trying to coax the growth of a particular organism one way or the other, we're looking at what are the beneficial molecules that some of these microbes produce that improve skin health, and just harvest those from the organism and put them into our topical formulation. And probably the biggest trend here that's already in effect in the industry are fermentations. What is a fermentation? But basically using an organism to liberate and make more bioavailable certain ingredients that are ideal for topical application on the skin. And some of these are listed here. Ferments of lactobacillus. You don't necessarily need to have live lactobacillus on the skin to affect skin benefits. Marine ferments, particularly of brown algae, red algae, liberate those molecules that actually benefit skin health in one way or another. Traditional ferments using Saccharomyces cerevisiae, which is everybody's favorite, baker's yeast, brewer's yeast, makes bread, makes alcohol, can't go wrong there. Lactic acid purified from lactic acid bacteria, cyanobacterial extracts. That is the other end of it too. Not just fermentations, but sometimes extraction processes are sufficient to liberate enough of a particular biological material to be used as an effective skincare agent. Here, we're showing a more non-traditional approach to modulating the microbiome with phage therapy, which is a technique that dates back before the advent of antibiotics, more than a century ago. And here, bacteriophages, or bacterial viruses found in nature that exclusively target bacterial cells in a species, sometimes strain-specific manner, are utilized to diminish certain bacterial populations. And these cannot infect human cells. And they're demonstrated in that picture on the right. They tend to look like this lunar lander module that will attach to the bacterial species of interest and affect a lytic cycle where they replicate inside the bacteria till it bursts, releasing more bacteriophage to repeat the cycle again. It's actually growing in levels upon application on your skin. So less is more. And as you can see from the so-called loose leaf paper test here on the left, we have cloudy sea acne growth and with a piece of loose leaf paper behind it where you can't see the lines. But you introduce the bacteriophage, just a small amount is all that's necessary, and less than 24 hours later, it's a little more translucent because the bacterial population has been reduced and you can see the lines from the loose leaf paper. And of course, this can be quantified, as you can see on the graph in the center, where we're almost getting a 75% reduction, diminishment, in the bacterial levels seen here. And here is some examples of this further, where you see on the left, these phages are biofilm busters. They're diminishing in a dose-dependent fashion the biofilms, which are usually a hallmark of the C. acne population that is promoting acne vulgaris. And again, coproporphyrin 3 fluorescence, we're seeing diminishment after just 7 days of a topical formulation of its use. Now, I would argue for another category of a future avenue for skincare would be the implementation of epigenetic strategies. Now, what is epigenetics? Epigenetics is essentially the mechanisms by which gene expression can be naturally upregulated or downregulated, basically switching on or off of genes or modulating the levels by which certain genes are expressed to produce downstream proteins. For example, an ideal situation in a lot of skin contexts would be improved expression of collagen, which we know contributes to the extracellular matrix. On the flip side, maybe the diminished expression of certain matrix metalloprotease enzymes that we know erode the extracellular matrix might have a beneficial effect. And the beautiful thing about these epigenetic strategies is that they are reversible. Now, in order to understand how these processes take place, it's important to remember some high school biology or perhaps Bio 101 from college about the flow of molecular information in the cell. So in the nuclei of the eukaryotic cells that make up our skin, there is our genomic DNA, and that is compacted inside the nucleus. And from the DNA, there are segments called genes that will lead to the production of certain specific proteins. So those genes get converted into what is known as a messenger RNA molecule that will then exit the nucleus into the cytoplasm, where it will meet up with ribosomes that are the protein factories of the cell to produce a particular protein. So there are a couple of places in this process whereby these epigenetic mechanisms can modulate the overall expression, either up or down, of these proteins. Here we have the 3 most well-characterized mechanisms by which epigenetic effects can be leveraged naturally. DNA methylation, toggling between acetylated and deacetylated histone proteins, and RNA interference, where small non-coding RNAs are affecting some change in gene expression. Now, I would love to go into all these in detail, but for time constraints and the purposes of this talk, I will be focusing on the latter one of RNA interference. So small non-coding RNAs, little RNA molecules that don't encode any protein but have potent regulatory effects, are at the basis of RNA interference. What happens is these small RNAs, some of them referred to as microRNAs, will attach to the messenger RNA and sequester it away or degrade it before it has the opportunity to interact with the ribosome and synthesize a protein. Here we have 2 applications of RNAi. To date, thousands of microRNAs have been found in the human genome, and their expression levels can vary between healthy states and disease states, what are known as microRNA signatures. And these hallmark microRNAs that are associated with certain conditions, including skin conditions, have been used as a molecular diagnostic tool. It's also been a way to determine if certain therapeutic interventions are working at the molecular level. If you deploy said therapeutic, do you see a reversal of the microRNA signature to what would normally be seen in healthy skin? Along those lines, some groups are currently developing microRNA-based active ingredients that could be topically applied to enter skin cells and to affect a change in the expression state of certain genes. So here's an example of the microRNA profiling application. Patients with a certain type of vitiligo here are shown pre-treatment with these microRNAs disrupted from what the normal levels would be. 3945P is decreased, while 224, 2682 and 4712 are increased. And then an experimental treatment is applied to the skin of this patient, and you see that pattern completely flipped. So one, we have a profile associated with skin condition, and we also have an effective treatment that is shown to be effective right down to the molecular genetic level. So it's a great way of evaluating what's causing the skin condition on the molecular level, and is an intervention actually reversing that trend. So what form would microRNA-based ingredients take? So if we were to topically deploy these on the skin, they would likely either be what we call a mimic, which is a replica of a naturally occurring microRNA, where we would be adding that so as to bolster the levels of one of these endogenous natural microRNAs and see a downstream diminishment in protein expression of a targeted gene, or an antagomer, which has the complete opposite effect. An antagomer is an RNA molecule that would bind to the microRNA before it can intercept the messenger RNA so as to counteract the RNAi and allow gene expression to proceed. Below are 4 microRNAs that have been studied in the context of skin health. MicroRNA 146A, when its levels are bolstered, you see a profound anti-inflammatory effect. It's received a lot of attention. It also can sometimes have a prevention of photoaging effect and a DNA repair impact. So it would be highly beneficial to the skin to deploy mimics that would bolster its levels. In contrast, we have microRNA 29A that has earned the moniker of the wrinkle microRNA because as we age, its expression levels go up, and it turns off the gene pathways for collagen, fibrillin, and elastin, essentially creating wrinkles. So in this case, an antagomer would be ideal to shut down microRNA 29A, so to allow collagen and fibrillin and elastin to continue being expressed. MicroRNA 218 has seen skin brightening benefits because it inhibits the enzyme tyrosinase, which is important in the melanogenesis pathway. Similar things are seen for microRNA 434, where it also appears to inhibit tyrosinase, but at the same time counteracts some genes that would be contrary to moisturization. So all very interesting targets. So once again, let's show some data to support these contentions. Here, we are looking at the impact of a microRNA mimic that targets the tyrosinase enzyme in the context of a cell line derived from melanocytes. As you can see, there is a definite impact in the level of brightness observed. With a negative control mimic, you have dark melanocyte populations extracted here, while when the mimic against tyrosinase is deployed, there's a brighter extract. And down to the protein levels shown on the right, you can see that detectable levels of tyrosinase are substantially diminished in the 2 columns where the tyrosinase-targeted microRNA mimic was deployed versus the negative control where you can see the protein expression. Here, the analysis was extended from the laboratory level to an ex vivo study with human skin explants, where the mimics targeting tyrosinase were topically deployed with the use of a delivery vehicle. In the immunohistochemistry done, we are probing for the presence of tyrosinase. And as you can see in the top 2 panels with water or the vehicle alone, there is positive staining observed, indicated by the red arrows. However, when the vehicle is deployed in complex with the tyrosinase-targeted mimics, the expression level of the enzyme is substantially reduced, and this was quantified based upon the immunostaining in the bar graph to the left. There are many areas of future research that are going to have an impact on skincare in the future, and today I have just briefly touched on 2 of them, the skin microbiome and the epigenetics of the skin. Now, in both cases, there is a diagnostic application that can be made from what we have learned about them. With regard to characterizing the microbes that are on the skin and how they are involved in certain skin conditions is one application of the skin microbiome knowledge that we have gained. Along those lines, though, we have also developed enough knowledge where we can develop these microbiome modulatory strategies that we're already seeing being marketed today, which is only going to grow, in my personal opinion. With epigenetics, we're talking about a slower burn where the research has been gradually developed to see molecular diagnostic applications, but more boldly, the idea that we can toggle gene expression on the skin through certain pragmatic interventions. And honestly, that's a paradigm shift where most of the efforts leveraged to date in skincare have been designed to deploy an active ingredient that will repair skin. And here, we're delivering instead instructions to the skin cells to tell them how to do it on their own. That is definitely a paradigm shift and very interesting in my humble opinion. So I really do appreciate your time. I appreciate your attention that you've given to this presentation. I hope it hasn't gone too long and that you found it interesting, and I'd be very happy to take any questions you have, either online or offline. And I hope you all had a great holiday.
And bear with me as I bring Paul into the screen. That was a really great start of the for the day. Thank you so much for that extremely informative presentation. So we had a question come in from Annika, which was, how well substantiated are these claims for cosmetics? Any tests on raw materials in sample formulations, or is it on the level of fundamental research at the moment? And also, just so everyone knows, ask your questions in the chat and then I will ask Paul them. Paul, would you mind holding up one moment? I did one thing wrong here, which was I'm like, why can't I hear you? It's because I don't have you connected to my headphones. Okay, there we go. Let's try again.
No worries, no worries. To go back to that question, a lot of these efforts, particularly the skin microbiome based ones, have progressed from the lab bench to the actual practical applications. As I described in the presentation, there are a lot of these microbiome profiling efforts that are delivering a degree of personalization. I feel like that is globally one of the biggest trends in the industry, not just with skincare, but in other senses. And there are a lot of clinical studies going on that back some of these things up. Now, with the microRNAs, with the epigenetic applications, those are a little more in the background, as not in the background, but they've been a slow burn for a while. A lot of academic research has been going on with this in the context of skincare, but I can tell you that clinically speaking, injectable versions for systemic conditions have already been approved by the FDA. So,
Now, a question of my own. There are a
yeah.
lot of other trends happening in the beauty space. So I'm
Sure.
curious from your vantage, what are some trends that are kind of like flash in the pan trends in skincare? And then
Mhm.
what, other than what you've talked about, have staying power and why?
Sure. Okay, that's a fantastic question. So the I feel like the flash in the pan type efforts that are being out there are generally speaking identifiable by how they're being described in a certain sense is where I can easily spot these. I've written about this before where I described on one of my slides like five different efforts towards microbiome modulation from prebiotics, probiotics, symbiotics, you name it. There are a lot of people that will use these terms or conflate the terms erroneously. So they're conveying, so the one that's the most obvious is so probiotics. That's a monumental effort to try to get a living organism to one survive in a formulation for a prolonged period of time, and then to deploy it to say the skin and hope that it will flourish. So whenever I see something advertised as a probiotic, I'm like, oh wow, okay, maybe somebody's made some progress here. And but then you read what they're talking about, and they're saying, well, it promotes good things. It promotes biotic things, and so it shows that they're using the term, but they're not using the term correctly. And I feel like this is a big issue with microbiome modulatory efforts because it's a new avenue, and like I also said, we're still learning so much. I don't think those are going to be if we confuse the consumer, they're not going to trust us as these efforts progress. So I think it's really important that we get those terms right. So for flash in the pan things, I see these as we know it's a big thing right now as far as a topic in the industry, but then you see people trying to capitalize on these efforts, and they're not quite describing it correctly. That it's promoting good growth, or it's, they'll use phrases like balancing the microbiome. Well, what does that mean? Because depending upon the individual, that can mean some very different things. But where I think it has staying power is where these groups back it up with research. I think in the gut microbiome space, they have done so well in this area. There are a lot of groups that have put out their papers as part of their marketing trends. Here's the scientific data. Read the paper. It's down to the detail. There's a particular gut microbiome product right now called Seed, where it's literally a capsule that you take daily, and the outer part of the capsule has prebiotics built into it, and they list what they are. And the inside is a freeze-dried bacterial formulation. So everything that you would want, like the kinds of things that are in your most micro-packed yogurt on the supermarket shelf. So those are the ones where they're very data forward, the science forward. I think those ones will have staying power because they're earning your trust by making the data freely available to you. The ones that I think are going to be a flash in the pan are the ones that are not using the terms correctly, and they describe something that's in there, but they don't give you much detail as to what it is. So that would be my answer to that. I think it's a great question, and it could go on and on. So.
That's a really interesting perspective, especially after I had Kirsten Newell, is that her last name, from My Microbiome? Did I get
Oh
her
yeah,
last name?
she's great. Yes.
I had her
Yeah.
on my podcast. So if anyone wants more on like a lot of the uncertainty with the research on skin microbiome, it was super
Mhm.
informative past what
Yes.
Paul is talking about right now. Now moving along to some of the other questions. This one's from Lucinda, who asks,
Sure.
are these topical suggestions reversing the anti-aging trend? Can they be considered for long-term reversal? And as this question comes up, and also some of the claim, or like some of the, yeah, associated claims with the research, I'm thinking like, how would a cosmetic brand communicate this in
Yeah.
light of the regulations?
Well, that's a fantastic question, and I think I'm not a regulatory expert. So a lot of these things are, yeah, they're in murky waters, so to speak. I think with the microbiome modulatory efforts, the phage applications are in particularly murky waters because depending upon the country, the regulatory system is completely different. There are some countries that have no issue with these, and you can get them given to you at a corner apothecary without a prescription, and then there are others where they're not even allowing them in the market, period. So, and as far as like the microRNAs go, I would say those are the ones that there are so many groups that are working on this right now that might not be publicly forward about it, but there are a lot of groups that are continuing to work on this research. They see the power of it. When it comes to and the regulatory is just going to be it's going to be something I think we discover along the way because I don't find regulatory agencies to be very proactive with some of these approaches. Um, but as far as reversing the aging, that I think is something that we haven't seen before. That actually could be argued to be another trend. Everything has been about preventing aging or slowing down aging. Now we actually have a technology platform that could theoretically reverse aging. And I'm not the only one using that term. I've been to several scientific conferences, the past couple of years, and I have heard a lot of these efforts saying we can actually reverse aging in this regard. Would it be permanent? No. MicroRNAs have very a short duration of activity, they're transient. So um, that's actually good, I guess, economically speaking. People have to buy more. But what they're doing is they're countering aging trends that, like, take microRNA 29. We have no idea why, but for every year that we're alive, the expression level of that continues to go up. And it's turning off all the genes that we would like to see turned on so our skin stays resilient. But we can, through certain interventions that have been demonstrated in the laboratory setting and in tissue, we can actually reverse those trends for a time.
I think we have time for maybe one more question. This one
Sure.
is from Shrutika, who asks, what do you think about formulations with nutrient delivery, such as magnesium body lotions? Would we see more of them? Slash, do you know about this? Is this something
So,
in, yeah, I'll stop talking.
no, no, no. I'm curious what they mean by that because so in many ways that's to me sounds like a prebiotic, just on that basic description there, because prebiotics are these topical deployments of certain types of nutrients designed to coax the growth of beneficial microbes and potentially down modulate the growth of ones that have disadvantageous traits. And I've said for a long time that could be so many things, as far as the applications go, because we know traditional cosmetics themselves affect the microbiome. There have been studies showing that some of these most basic products that we've had, powders, moisturizers, all have some kind of influence on the growth of the microbes on the skin. So when you're talking about nutrients, I believe that's what you're saying. There's actually a really, really great paper where this group had participants put on traditional cosmetic ingredients, no great variation, a deodorant, a powder, a moisturizer, and they looked to see with one application how long did it stay on the skin, and also what were the effects downstream of some of the bacterial players on the skin. And the shocking results was some of these ingredients stayed on the skin, just one application, for almost a month and with the residual traces of them, and they saw an almost immediate effect on several of the populations of the microbes on the skin. So again, when you describe something as putting a nutrient on the skin, to me that sounds like a prebiotic. They're already here, and the fact that traditional cosmetics have been unknowingly to us been having this effect for decades, maybe centuries, given how far cosmetic care history goes back. We've been doing this for a long time.
And
So.
now that's all the time we have for this live
Sorry.
Q&A. I see many questions that are still coming up. So Paul, if you feel like it, you can go over
Yes.
to the YouTube chat and keep answering questions there. And I
Mhm.
also just wanted to say, just because I feel like there's some confusion on social media of like the types of experts that are in the cosmetic space. And I feel like this presentation just goes to show how interdisciplinary everything is. On social media, oftentimes people are talking about cosmetic chemists, but here's the perspective of a microbiologist. And so you'll see multiple perspectives throughout the day. And I feel like this is a really great example all throughout the day of the interdisciplinary space that is the cosmetics industry. But, anyways, thank you so much, Paul, for agreeing to give this presentation today. That was super informative.
Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
Our next presentation will be by Dr. Crystal Porter, PhD, who is a hair scientist and owner of Maine Insights, where she conducts research studying the hair and scalp of people of African descent. Dr. Porter is passionate about debunking myths and empowering others to properly care for their hair. As a former cosmetic scientist with Unilever and L'Oreal, Dr. Porter was able to conduct research and study the biophysical characteristics of hair in pigmented populations. Not only has she studied, but also contributed to the scientific community by authoring scientific papers, book chapters, and delivering presentations regarding ethnic hair. Dr. Porter earned a bachelor's degree in biochemistry from Chicago State University and her doctorate degree from Missouri University of Science and Technology in physical polymer chemistry. Armed with extensive knowledge and experience, she has created a patented process that helps professionals understand their clients' hair so they can provide customized hair care solutions. In addition to her professional work, Dr. Porter's personal passion is educating and mentoring underrepresented youth about STEM opportunities. Part of her work with the Chicago State University Center for STEM Education and Research allows her to use her talents and training to expose students to culturally relevant research, helping them understand how STEM impacts their everyday lives. Without further ado, here's Dr. Crystal Porter.
Hello. It's a pleasure to be here today and to contribute towards Jen's efforts to provide information to serve the public, no matter your background or expertise. We are all here because we're interested in beauty, but I'm here today to talk specifically about the future of hair care. And before I get started, I'd like to give my disclosures. In my line of work, I provide consulting services and I conduct collaborative research with key stakeholders in the industry. The information from this presentation and my perspectives about the future of hair care is directly influenced by my interactions with consumers and professionals, ideas generated from my experiences, and my passion to help the industry evolve. However, I am conscientious about adhering to non-disclosure agreements that are actively in place. So in my attempt to be objective, I will not be sharing the names of companies or brands when I provide details about innovations or activities within the hair care sector. So my goal for this talk is to provide food for thought based on current trends and relevant information. So to provide an overview, I will give consumer trends and opportunities. I will then go into innovations and relevant knowledge building needs. We will talk a little bit about research considerations, evolutions in the industry that are needed, and then I will finish up with questions and answers. So according to McKinsey & Company, hair care is a $91 billion category, and it's expected to increase at an annual rate of 5%. That means that in 2028, it is projected to be at $117 billion. So the U.S. hair and scalp care market will grow at 6%, which is 1 point higher than the global rate. I want to draw attention to the purple and lilac colors on the bar graph, where spending is projected to increase to address scalp concerns in the areas of anti-dandruff and hair loss. A report by the American Academy of Dermatology said approximately 300 million women in the U.S. suffer from genetic hair loss and increasingly spend their money on hair and scalp care products. So there's an opportunity in services, innovation, education, and collaborations. The increase in projected sales is supported by an article by Harris Williams. It says that hair loss and enhancements are increasing because there's a growing interest in hair loss and enhancement solutions. There is a new generation of hair growth brands emerging, and the professionally installed hair extensions category is experiencing tremendous growth that's projected at 14% annually in the U.S. through 2025. This gives opportunities in services and innovation. There's a desire for data-backed claims, which is shown in the rising value in scientific proof. Consumers want to know what is exclusive and proprietary in a brand, and consumers have come to realize that science and technology drive efficacy. So it's becoming harder just to make claims for marketing. Consumers want proof and they want to know what they are using actually works. And this gives opportunities in research and education. Health benefits are a priority because there is accelerating commitment to hair health. Consumers are spending the time to research and find brands that will provide better solutions beyond traditional daily care. They are increasingly using products that make the scalp, hair follicles, and hair strands healthier. So it's not just about appearance anymore. Consumers are looking to improve or maintain their health. This desire to have products that consider overall health was first seen in the hair care category, so you may hear the buzz term skinification of hair to describe this consumer trend. And this gives an opportunity in education. Another interesting statistic is from a survey that reported that 96% of respondents stated that they use a variety of brands, with more than half saying they use 3 to 4 brands per week. Product performance, which is based on needs, is definitely key here. And there's an opportunity in innovation and having a paradigm shift in the industry. Also, there are some differences as to where information is obtained. Those born after the 2000s tend to get their knowledge from social media, but those who are born before then will refer to hairstylists, websites, and get personal experiences from hair product samples. This is an opportunity for outreach. Now, I want to conclude the section about consumer trends by talking a little bit about textured hair because it's a growing consumer segment. While it was evident in textured hair communities, in 2018, there was an increase in public awareness about spending habits and need gaps for those with curly and coily hair types. So 6 years ago, it was estimated that 65% of women had textured hair, and it's expected to increase with changes in demographics. The Texture Trends report referred to these consumers as big spenders and product junkies. Spending practices are definitely evolving because when times change, so does consumers' habits, and that is an opportunity for outreach. According to a Mintel report from this year, there's a shift in consumer tolerance. Consumers are prioritizing convenience over style, and therefore there's a demand for easy-to-use products. In addition, the era of the product junkie is over, as people are becoming more educated on caring for their own hair and economic and time pressures continue. They are looking for a no-fuss routine. And from me speaking with a variety of people over the years, I feel that it's not so much a matter of not having the right products. I really do feel it's the ability for them to use the products in such a way that it decreases the amount of time spent without breaking the bank. And that feeds into the increase of the use of hair enhancements. But if you've had your ear to the ground, you know that there are problems with that, and there is an opportunity in services. Over the last year, there have been a number of blogs that have talked about how many consumers complain about scalp irritation that's due to wearing hair extensions. They talk about the adjustment period that's needed to wear extensions, an allergic reaction, having scalp sensitivities, and just having unkept extensions. But in these blogs, no one made mention of possible problems due to not knowing the material from which the extensions made and possible incompatibilities or skin sensitivities. So the only article that I could find was a publication from last year. And this article discusses the potential health risks associated with synthetic hair products, particularly focusing on possible cancer-causing materials found in synthetic braids and their impact on Black women. So it's obvious that we need to reimagine the way hair is enhanced, which is why Mintel speaks about innovative opportunities in weave and wig care. I've gotten permission to talk about an innovation that's launching, which reimagines hair extensions as biomimetic beauty accessories. These plant-based hair extensions are formulated with skincare actives and are designed to promote hair and scalp wellness. The creators of this product merged cosmetic science with textile engineering to address consumers' needs for protective styling and length retention while supporting the scalp's natural flora. The game changer, in my opinion, is the company's desire to prove product superiority with data, which, to my knowledge, does not exist for this hair product category. But scalp concerns aren't limited to hair extensions. We've probably all seen the headlines about health concerns from using cosmetic products. Even though these papers don't show evidence of causation, the findings talk about potential increases in health risks from using products. This means we as scientists should do more to understand the impact of product usage. There should be more efforts to evolve to find innovative substitutes to help with hairstyling options. So this means that we should consider the way we come up with technologies to serve those who want to do more with their hair. I also have permission to discuss my involvement with helping to explore how to modify hair shape by using bioengineered actives to provide safer alternatives. And of course, it's going to be backed with data. But speaking of data, I would be remiss if I didn't discuss the impact of artificial intelligence. When assessing the state of the hair and scalp, it's becoming more popular for hair practitioners to quantify characteristics using convolutional neural networks for image recognition and processing of information. But AI has the power to go even further than this. This approach could help to identify risks that affect susceptible individuals, meaning maybe those who have allergies or sensitivities, and they lead to more inclusive product formulations that prioritize safety across various demographics. This would also help the public to be reassured about product safety. Building on this second article's call for a comprehensive approach to considering the impact of environmental conditions, we should incorporate evaluating the cumulative effects of environmental pollutants alongside cosmetic product use. This could lead to the development of products that not only are safe in isolation, but also resilient to combined effects of multiple environmental stressors. And this third article underscores the potential of deep learning in integrating complex data sets. In the future, cosmetic research could leverage studying biological processes at the molecular level to predict how long-term exposure to environmental factors affect skin health and aging, especially since we know that biological processes change with age. Using deep learning techniques, we could identify new biomarkers for environmental skin damage, which would lead to the development of products that specifically target these issues, improving cosmetic safety and effectiveness over time. Building on this reimagination, this slide was inspired by a conversation I recently had with someone experiencing hair loss. She understands the power of AI and wanted to see if she could use ChatGPT to help guide her hair growth strategies. She entered in her diagnoses that she received from doctors, existing allergies, symptoms, product ingredients, family history, and other factors she felt could be related to her ailment. ChatGPT provided information that she could consider and that led her to modify some aspects of her lifestyle. Now, I caution the reliance of public AI-generated information if someone does this exercise because, let's be frank, any public AI application uses all content on the internet, both the good and the bad, and most people would not understand how to distinguish between the two. However, it speaks to the need for us to move faster in creating an open source database that includes relevant variables for hair care. And the way we do that is by making advancements through collective collaborations. I envision medical professionals at clinics and hospitals joining forces with colleges and universities, small businesses and hair care, hair professionals, and industry scientists, especially bioinformaticians who have the expertise to handle all the data. It's definitely time to evolve. We want to evolve with the type of services that are provided. With product companies, there are a lot of effort to use personalization tools, but questionnaires on a website are just a little snippet of what's needed. The real power is the ability to obtain quantifiable baselines of the hair and scalp state of being. There is a need for simple but effective devices to measure hair and scalp characteristics, but it can be driven by people power. I think we forget the value of human beings because I think we get so wrapped up in the potential of automation that we forget about the need to leverage the proximity of hair professionals to the individuals who need to be studied, especially considering that it's a growing number of specialized hair practitioners called trichologists who already have or are developing expertise in diseases of the hair and scalp. For hair practitioners, they should become an expert in every aspect of their craft and teach and share healthy hair and scalp strategies. It may be obvious, but many professionals do not inform their clients about how to work with their own hair after they get home. Science-backed information should be shared to help clients know why certain products are used, and it's also a paradigm shift to hold in-person classes or one-on-one tutorials. So instead of doing hair, you intentionally teach how to do it. Now, I have heard researchers say that hair is hair, and I've also heard stylists say that curl doesn't matter. But in the mind of consumers, there is no one-size-fits-all product or technique. While it's important to get the word out about your product with influencers, almost half of the generations learn about their hair care products in a store, so you have to have connections at the point of sale. Everyone is using influencers, but there's a gentle balance when considering partnerships where you pay and support that comes organically. At the end of the day, reputation is key, and word of mouth from trusted friends and family is important. Be sure to share research to openly educate consumers, focusing on the latest findings in research and product benefits. There's also evolution in research, innovation, and collaboration. Product companies can innovate more efficiently by working with universities, startups, independent contractors, and retired professionals. They can also share data about product benefits and be transparent about it so consumers know that the data is relevant to them. And of course, you elevate by leveraging hair practitioners. Now, hairstylists can start collecting data by collaborating with organizations, universities, and progressive hair care companies. Stylists and trichologists can also form connections with physicians to provide holistic care. Also, there's evolution for paradigm shifts. For product companies, if we focus on those that are emerging with indie brands, there's no need to rush to have a full line of products because right now there's no brand loyalty. You can just focus on performance and benefits. You can also consider partnering with companies who have products that are different than yours to build a portfolio collaboratively. Hair practitioners could learn more outside of the foundational knowledge that comes with training. So this is more education and trichology and also continuing your education. You can also consider extending services beyond hair treatments and styling and specialize in medical aftercare. And for consumers, I want to take this opportunity to just say it's extremely important to become involved in research. So this leads me to the takeaways for this talk. Consumer trends create opportunities for products and services differentiation and evolution within the hair care sector. And this can be done through service, outreach, research collaborations, innovations, and paradigm shifts. Advancements in technology and analysis using AI allows us to understand how to personalize products and improve safety. And lastly, collaboration is needed to efficiently innovate and serve the needs of all consumers. And with that, I'd like to thank you for your attention and for attending. And you can always contact me using the QR code and the link. And with that, I'm here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
And bear with me as I bring Dr. Porter to the screen for Q&A. This time, hopefully, the audio should be fine now. So here we are. Thank you so much, Crystal, for that very informative presentation. I love the angle that you took for how we can think about the future of hair care. And for anyone who hasn't been paying attention to some of the work that Crystal is doing, you should. It's fascinating and so needed in the cosmetics industry, and she's doing a lot. Just Google her. Highly recommend, or look at the bio to see more about what she's doing. Okay, I'll stop fangirling here and get to the Q&A. The first question is from Shrutika, who asks, concerning skinification of the scalp, are scalp serums a required hair category? Will this be a new paradigm shift? Will we need now a scalp routine other than a skincare routine?
Interesting. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. A skin routine that is different. So a hair routine different than the skin routine. Absolutely, because Paul talked a lot and he did a great job. He talked a lot about the microbiome. And even though scalp is skin, it's definitely a different microbiome, and there are different needs just because of the existence of hair strands. And so you definitely do need a different routine. And oftentimes your routine is dictated by where you're from and then how you style your hair. There are different variables in that. I talked a little bit about hair extensions, for example, and that changes the microbiome of the scalp as well. So you have to really consider what you're doing. And unfortunately, there's not enough research about the impact of extensions or wearing braids without having a cleansing routine that is conducive to the health of the scalp. So as more information comes out, and there has been some research by Textile Research Institute, and they were saying that particularly for Black hair or those with curlier hair types who may take less, have a less frequent routine of cleansing their hair, it's very important that they cleanse their hair at least once a week to optimize the health of the scalp. So yes, there's definitely a difference there.
And I just wanted to say for people in the chat, firstly, ask your questions, but also I think Paul is now in the chat answering questions. So I think his username, Paul, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Paul Vader is Dr. Lawrence. I love your username, 10 out of 10. Okay, I have the same question I asked to Paul, I want to ask to you, which is around, there's a lot of trends in hair care right now. So are there any things that you see that are kind of more flash in the pan trends? And if so, why? And then out of the trends that are out there, if you haven't already covered them, what has staying power and why?
Hmm. So the thing that comes immediate to mind is the way that they test for like safety or irritation. It drives me nuts because as I just explained about there being differences in skin and also scalp, there are also differences in different areas of the body. So your microbiome is going to change. And the way that the body responds is going to differ when you have exposure to certain ingredients or products. So, for example, what comes to mind, and I had to take this out of the presentation, but it's something that was heavy in my mind, and that is the human repeat insult patch tests that are done. And for those of you who aren't familiar, it's basically a way to test for allergic reactions or irritation on skin. And so what is used right now is they will take product or different ingredients and they will put it underneath a patch and they will look at differences in uh, swelling and also redness over time. And depending upon whether there is a reaction of you having irritation, they will determine whether or not you have irritation or the product is like safe for those particular benefits or being non-irritation. And it's been proven that it's not the same reaction. So because you have the differences in the environment of the scalp, it's no way that you can properly test for irritation on the back as opposed to having some tests done specifically on the scalp. So that is something that I think needs to evolve. The other thing, kind of going from what Paul said, is the microbiome is definitely going to play a role in helping to discern whether or not a product is beneficial or not. And some of the things that I talked about in terms of looking at things that are a little bit more chemistry based or looking at the molecular uh, interactions and just the implications of products, that is going to take, I think, a front seat compared to just having pretty pictures on a bottle and then just having typical claims that are made. So those are things that are going to change, I feel.
And now this next question comes from Lucinda, who asked, Dr. Porter, can the products used in skincare products influence scalp health and vice versa?
Mhm.
I'm not
Um,
totally sure what you mean by that. Maybe you have a clear idea. Lucinda, feel free to expand, but also I'll stop talking if you want to chime in. If you
Um, so the answer is somewhat, if I am interpreting her question right. So when I think about it, or how I think about it is when you put something on your face, like a moisturizer, and then you have the boundary between the skin and then the scalp. What you put on your skin can definitely influence what's on your scalp in the area of the perimeter of the hairline, for example. So I can see that being a difference, but for the most part, that has not been a concern in the past. And because more research needs to be done, I really can't talk about how skincare will affect scalp care in that regard.
this next question comes from Ibra Rami. I've definitely butchered your name. I'm so sorry. But the question was, and feel free to correct me, so I'll say it right the next time. Do you observe a lot of differences in hair health and with respect to water sources and quality? So I guess the question is around what's the impact of water sources in quality for hair?
Ah, yes, there's a big difference. So if you live in communities that have hard water, you're definitely going to feel the impact on your hair with, you're going to have more um, products, not products, you're going to have more minerals on your hair, and that could lead to it feeling more rough, not as pliable or soft. Then, if you have softer water, you use less product, for example. So you're going to use more product, excuse me, with hard water. And your products are going to last a lot longer if you have softer water. So there is a difference in terms of how your hair feels. Now, is it really going to impact the health of your hair? Not really. But it's huge in terms of what you perceive. because you're going to perceive that if your hair isn't soft and supple, that it's not healthy and it's not going to move the way you want it to move. So, from the surface, really not a difference in hair health, but in terms of how it makes your hair feel, yes, you'll definitely see differences.
Now, along the lines of water quality, this next question just came in from Pumpilla, also Pumpilia. Did I say your name right? Please correct me. Can hair fall more than normal from hard water?
Hmm. Not, we haven't done our due diligence in making sure that we know everything, but there has not been any evidence in seeing that hair shedding or hair fall is something that's affected by the quality of water.
Now, we had two different questions, but I think they're related regarding scalp health. And so the first one was from Lucinda again. Does ethnicity matter in scalp and hair health? And then along the same lines, I think, what this is from Kajol. What are the other reasons that impact scalp irritation? So I guess you can. Are these related? They are related. Are there other factors that impact the health of your scalp as well?
Yes, I did mention this a little earlier. Um, yes, the culture and the routines that you have with your hair will definitely dictate the health of your scalp and what you need to do with it. So, for example, those with, I'll say, coilier hair types tend to wear their hair in braids. And when you wear your hair in braids, sometimes you have a tendency to pull on the hair strands too much. And unfortunately, that could lead to hair loss. Now, that's called traction alopecia. And when it first starts off, it's reversible. So you're like traumatizing the hair follicles and it's, showing you, hey, I'm not going to stay around. You're traumatizing my follicles by pulling. And so if you stop the pulling, it will actually come back. However, if you continue to pull, then you are going to get scarring of the follicles and it becomes more permanent. And so just having cultural differences and differences in the way you style your hair can definitely impact its health. I did talk about the fact of wearing hair extensions also changes the microbiome. This is internal studies that have been done that we need to figure a way how to publish it. But that definitely changes the microbiome of the scalp where you do have more what we call dysbiosis, meaning that you have microbes that are interacting, they're present and interacting in such a way that is not conducive to the health of the scalp. So there are some things you should consider based on how you do your hair and what you introduce your scalp to.
Now, many more questions along water quality. So, who knew this was such a popular topic? This
Right.
next one was from Shrutika, who asked, so if hard or soft water doesn't affect the hair quality, do we need to look for chelating agents in a clarifying shampoo? Are chelating
Mm,
agents going to impact the is it more from a formulation context? This might be kind of getting outside of your expertise. Is it more for that specific formulation compared to the water that it's exposed to after?
okay. So good question. And this is leading me to think, let me quantify what I consider quality, because quality, in my opinion, has to do with light damage. So is it going to actually damage your hair? And for the most part, if you have minerals on the surface of your hair, it's not going to feel so good. And so your quality, your definition of quality may be like, oh my God, my hair isn't feeling as healthy as I want it to feel. So the quality is decreased. So let me take a step back and say, looking at it from a consumer perspective, then you could say, oh, this isn't anything that I want, so I'm going to use something that has a chelating agent to get the minerals off of my hair strands. So Let me say that. But from a damage standpoint, there doesn't seem to be much to say about it being an impact.
And now more water questions. This one's from
I did not expect we'd be talking about
I
water.
didn't either. I feel like as soon as we started talking about it, then everyone was like, oh my gosh. Okay, this next question is from Bonnie, who asks, what about desalinated water? I always heard it was
Mm.
making the hair fall more.
You know, I've read that too, but I haven't seen any data on it. But I have heard it, but I have to say I can't answer that question because I don't know.
And this next question comes from DNA Travelers. What are your thoughts about children wearing hair attachments at a young age?
Oh, you're gonna go there. Um, Let me start off by saying that I understand, and we hit on it in the presentation, how time and, ease of doing your hair is really important. And when you have coily hair and hairstyles that are specific to that particular curl type, it's very easy to want to style the hair in such a way that it makes your life easier. So I get it. So there is no judgment there. However, there are implications, those that I've already shared. When you have hair extensions or you style the hair in braids and you don't have a tendency to cleanse it on a regular basis, unfortunately, that does tend to affect the scalp in such a way that is not ideal and not the healthiest. And over time, you'll start to see that with scalp problems. Um, but what's really interesting is that I'll say fewer than most actually don't have an issue with it. And we're still learning why that is. Why are some people more susceptible to having the effects of certain hairstyles or hair habits? We don't know the answer to that, but the majority of people will be impacted. So you have to like kind of think about that when you start doing hair and or choose what types of hairstyles that you're going to choose. And unfortunately, when it comes to younger kids, they will usually continue what they're introduced to. So just be very, very careful with that.
So many questions. I'll ask maybe one more. This final question is from Candace. Also, if you have the time, feel free to go over to the YouTube chat after to keep talking. Although I know it's a holiday weekend in the United States, I'm so sorry. When I was planning this, I totally forgot I'm not American. Okay, so this next question. Do you foresee a shift towards personalized hair vitamins tailored to an individual's microbiome?
Mm. Actually, I do. That's an easy question to answer because I do believe that there is more data showing that what you put in your body is going to impact not only your skin health on your body, but also your scalp health as well. But the tricky part about that is that we are not created equal. And there's going to be so many experiments and studies that are going to need to be done to understand which people are going to need a particular formulation to get the benefits that you're looking for. So it's going to be tricky, but I do see research and products headed in that direction for sure.
Awesome. That was such an informative presentation. Thank you so much, Dr. Porter, for agreeing to
Thank
contribute
you.
to the summit. Favorite speaker in the hair care world. She's been featured many times across my podcast. If you're not aware, I do have a podcast and previous summits. So if you want lots more from Crystal, there is more from me. And then also definitely check out what she's doing through her own platforms, which are tagged in her bio on the event landing page. But yeah, thank you so much, Crystal. And
Thank
with
you
that,
for the
we'll
opportunity.
move on to the next presentation.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I couldn't see myself. I think it's because of all the technical difficulties I had, and so I don't think I have my settings set up. I was like, I don't see me. That's okay. Okay, thank you. You too. No problem. Okay, bye-bye.
Oops, and I forgot to mute myself. Sorry about that, everyone. And we're going to move on to the next presentation from Hejab. Our next presentation will be by Dr. Crystal Porter, PhD, who is a hair scientist and owner of Maine Insights, where she conducts research studying the hair and scalp of people of African descent. Dr. Porter is passionate about debunking myths and empowering others to properly care for their hair. As a former cosmetic scientist with Unilever and L'Oreal, Dr. Porter was able to conduct research and study the biophysical characteristics of hair in pigmented populations. Not only has she studied, but also contributed to the scientific community by authoring scientific papers, book chapters, and delivering presentations regarding ethnic hair. Dr. Porter earned a bachelor's degree in biochemistry from Chicago State University and her doctorate degree from Missouri University of Science and Technology in physical polymer chemistry. Sorry again for that. We're actually starting with Hejab's presentation. I'm so sorry. Here we go. Our next presentation will be by Hejab Malik, who is the founder of Potion AI, a San Francisco-based technology startup streamlining beauty product development. Potion's team initially set out to create a sustainable skincare brand. However, when they began working with a chemist to actually make their formulas in a lab, they discovered that R&D in cosmetics was riddled with inefficiencies, from scattered ingredient documentation and complex regulations to numerous formula iterations and stability challenges. After struggling for over a year to finish the development of their brand's first product, they realized that the entire process could have been greatly streamlined had there been modern software tools to help. Now, Hejab and the team at Potion have been working in the beauty industry for over 6 years and have recently launched a free platform which democratizes access to cutting-edge AI tools and is used by thousands of beauty R&D professionals worldwide. Without further ado, here's Hejab's presentation.
Hi everyone, I'm excited to talk to you all about the future of AI in beauty. Let me know if you like this presentation or if there are additional topics you want Potion to cover in the future. Now, I thought we should start with a basic understanding of what AI is. We hear this term everywhere these days, in the news, on social media, and practically every business pitch. And honestly, with all the buzzwords flying around, it's starting to lose its real meaning. So let's strip away all the hype and technical jargon and talk about what AI is at its core. Simply a technology that can do 3 fundamental things: recognize patterns, learn from information, and complete tasks that typically need human intelligence. Before we dive into how AI impacts beauty, I want to take a moment to show how AI is already part of our daily lives, often in ways that we might not even notice. Looking at these examples, when you type a message, AI corrects your spelling. When you watch Netflix, AI suggests your next show. When you use Uber, AI calculates your arrival time. These examples all use AI systems to learn from data and make predictions and decisions. Some examples are way more obvious, like ChatGPT or self-driving cars, but note that many others are quietly working in the background. All this to say, AI isn't some scary future technology. It's already a trusted part of our daily routines, making our lives easier in countless small ways. And when we talk about AI's role in beauty, what we're really talking about is applying these same proven principles to solve the unique challenges of our specific industry. Now, what matters isn't really how sophisticated the AI is necessarily, but what really matters is whether it solves our challenge effectively. A core focus at Potion is making sure that we are using the right tools for each job and ensuring that we're not just using AI for AI's sake, but actually delivering practical value. And when people think of AI today, they often jump straight to ChatGPT or other flashy applications, but there's actually a whole spectrum of AI approaches, some that have been around for decades and others that are more cutting edge. But again, what really matters in a practical sense is using the method that gets the job done effectively. And the end user really shouldn't care about the methodology as long as it works. So the same way we don't actively think about the processors that are in our computers or what specific chip architecture is in our phones, we just care that these devices work fast and reliably. Now, I do want to take a moment to talk about the importance of integrating AI into user interfaces. And when I say interface, I just mean the layer through which we interact with this technology. To illustrate this, I'm going to give an example. So in 2017, Google released a technical paper that most people never heard about. It introduced transformer models, a powerful AI tech that was only known in research labs at that time. Now, fast forward to 2022, ChatGPT packages this same technology in a simple chat interface and reaches 1 million users in just 5 days. Now, what this means is that the critical breakthrough here wasn't just the technology, but also the interface. So they turned something that was otherwise complex into something anyone could use all around the world with no technical expertise required. Now, you might be wondering, why is there such explosive growth in the AI field right now? And there are a few factors that are making this possible. First is just sheer computing power. We finally have the hardware needed to run these models at scale. Second is data and data availability. So after years of digital information becoming available, we can now experiment with training these AI systems on larger and larger data sets. And three is just a breakthrough in architectures and new training methods that all are coming out of this, new access to computing power and data. Now, with that context, let's jump into beauty. AI is transforming beauty across the entire value chain. Here, I'll highlight 4 key areas where we're seeing significant innovation. This is not comprehensive, though. So first, materials discovery. This includes examples like BASF using AI to identify new peptides, or companies using AI to develop novel surfactants. Second, trends and analytics. AI is changing how quickly we can understand consumers and market dynamics. It's being used both externally for things like predicting market trends and internally to generate insights from company data. An example of this is Estee Lauder's recent collaboration with OpenAI. Personalization. We're definitely seeing companies creating custom formulas, providing personalized product recommendations, and the rise of technology that can perform skin and color analysis. Lastly, product development. There are many tools making various aspects of this faster and more efficient, ranging from regulatory, R&D, and even robotics in the lab. Speaking of product development, let's dive a bit into the R&D piece. When you're creating a new product, you're not just mixing ingredients in a lab and hoping for the best. You're actually dealing with a massive puzzle of safety, stability, sustainability, and tons of regulations. There are so many considerations like pH and viscosity, biodegradability, allergen content, whether the product's cruelty-free, and every single ingredient needs to check different boxes, and you end up with a lot of variables involved. On top of that, your formula has to be stable and sellable. So it gets pretty complex when you consider that there are over 100,000 possible ingredients, each with their own chemical properties, interactions, and regulatory considerations. And when you combine these ingredients with all the parameters you're trying to optimize for, you are looking at virtually infinite possible permutations. Now, the same thing that makes this very complex is what makes it exciting and a compelling use case for AI. So like I mentioned before, AI can process large data sets, making R&D a great use case for it. So we can process these countless variables simultaneously, identify patterns in successful formulations, and overall help navigate this complex landscape in ways that would be doable by humans, but just a lot more tedious and manual than if we leveraged AI. Now, I want to briefly share some insights about how we at Potion are approaching AI and where we kind of fall in this landscape. So our company is focused on democratizing access to advanced R&D tools in the beauty industry specifically. And when I say democratizing, I mean making these tools accessible to everyone who wants to create beauty products, whether you're a major corporation, an independent chemist, or an indie brand. And what sets us apart is that we're not a legacy software adding AI features on top of our existing platform, and we also are not a point solution. What we're doing is building comprehensive workflow software from the ground up with AI embedded throughout our platform, and we're doing this across 3 areas. First, let's talk about ingredient discovery and selection. As I mentioned earlier, processing large, complex datasets is where AI really shines. It lets us rapidly scan and interpret vast amounts of data like text from documents such as TDSs, safety data sheets, regulatory dossiers, marking materials, and more. And instead of manually sifting through these countless PDF documents, using AI you can get instant access to the information you need. And in the future, you can imagine being able to search on even more interesting data sets like scientific data, patents, academic literature, and more. Second is formulation. So right now our tools help you evaluate benchmarks by deconstructing INCI lists, predicting concentrations, and conduct market research by analyzing existing products on the market. But you can imagine a future in which you could just input all of your product specifications and receive a few starting point formulas that you can go try out in the lab. Our third focus area is regulatory and compliance. We think that navigating compliance standards should be something that's available to everybody. And as such a complex space, again, it's a great use for AI. You have retailer standards, different country regulations, the need to generate reports, and meet sustainability criteria throughout the life cycle of your product. Now, going back to using different AI techniques for different use cases, that's exactly what we're doing here. We use different AI methodologies for different use cases based on what works best, but we are specifically focused on beauty and chemistry. Now, even though we're in the early stages of AI adoption, we do predict that AI is going to touch every business function. And to start, this could be as simple as having a chatbot on your website, but eventually it will get as complex as streamlining production and manufacturing and more. But the key point to keep in mind is that AI adoption isn't really optional anymore or limited to tech companies anymore. It's becoming a fundamental part of how businesses all around the world operate. Now let's address a few common misconceptions. First, people worry that AI will replace jobs, particularly in formulation. But in reality, it's just a tool that enhances human expertise. So think of it like Excel for accountants. And if you think about it, Excel didn't replace accountants, it just meant they could run complex calculations instantly and spend more time on strategy and analysis. Similarly, AI should have the same impact on our industry, where we're able to spend our time on more creative and innovative work and leave the manual and tedious work to AI-powered tools. Another concern is that AI will make all formulas the same. Actually, we think quite the opposite. AI can help explore new combinations that humans either might not think to try, or it would just take too much time for us to go through all of those iterations to reach the right answer. Some people also think AI isn't ready for prime time, or maybe it's just a trend. But if you look around, and like we talked about earlier, AI is already being used successfully across many applications in beauty and beyond. So it's not just a trend, we really view this as a fundamental technology shift, like computers and smartphones, which when they were first released also had early adopters, skeptics, and so on and so forth. Now, there's also this idea that you need to be a big company with massive amounts of data to use AI. This actually isn't true anymore. You can do a lot of damage with a small, well-curated data set. Plus, there are more and more AI solutions every day that come pre-trained, which means that you can just use them out of the box and just fine-tune them based on your specific needs. Now let's talk about some key considerations as we adopt AI in the beauty industry. I think it's really important to be transparent about both the opportunities that we've talked about so far, but also the challenges and risks. So one of the biggest topics I want to address is misinformation. With all of these AI tools out there, it's really crucial to work with solutions that are built specifically for your industry. General purpose AI models, as we all probably know by now, can sometimes hallucinate or make up very confident and convincing sounding but incorrect information. And in beauty, where we're dealing with chemical interactions and regulatory and safety requirements, we really need to make sure that we're using tools that understand our specific context and are trained on reliable industry-specific data sets. And also context matters, so knowing where it's okay to be a bit more experimental and where to be super strict is really important. Now, when it comes to data security and privacy, this is something every tech company today takes very seriously. There are a lot of guidelines in place and a lot of certifications that you need to have in order to operate as a tech company. But let's put this in perspective. Data sharing has become fundamental to how we operate in the modern world. So anytime you conduct a Google search or you get a targeted ad, and also other business tools that you already use like your CRM or your email marketing platform, they are using your data to provide you with better service. But at the same time, we need to balance that with always asking questions about how our data will be used to improve platforms and also to make sure that our personal data is being kept private and secure. Finally, there's an important balance between speed and quality. So while AI can dramatically accelerate certain processes, it's really important to maintain human oversight. We always recommend establishing clear quality gates that can't be bypassed. That way, you can take advantage of the efficiencies that AI brings while maintaining high quality standards and meeting customer expectations. Now, what do we expect the future to look like? One, we think there will be a huge increase in productivity across the board, with AI helping individuals and teams accomplish more in less time. Second, faster speed to market. Beauty brands will be able to develop and launch products more quickly than ever before. And what's really exciting is that we think AI is going to help level the playing field. So smaller beauty brands and indie creators will have access to tools and capabilities that were once only available to industry giants. We think this will really raise the bar and lead to increased innovation across the industry. In addition to these new ways of working, we're also going to see new ways of using AI come out. Now, some of these are already out there, but will probably take some time to integrate into workflows in beauty. First, we have AI agents. These are basically computer programs that can do things on their own. So imagine one day you can tell your agent, think of it almost as an intern of sorts, and you could say, go conduct research on an ingredient for me, provide me the sources that you got the information from, summarize the research, and tell me what I should do next. Now, it could go off and do all of those things that you, of course, could have done on your own, but would have taken you a lot of time, and it'll do it automatically. Another example could be an agent monitoring country regulations and how they update over time and keeping you informed of how those updates affect your formulation portfolio. There's also multimodal AI, which is particularly interesting because these systems can process multiple types of information and inputs like text, images, audio, and video. ChatGPT, for example, already has a feature where you can talk to it on your phone, ask it questions, and ask it to do things for you. Now let's end with 3 takeaways about AI in beauty. First, stay curious. The rate of change in AI is unprecedented, and the people who explore and experiment now will have a significant advantage. Don't let fear of change hold you back from innovation. Second, remember that AI works best when it augments human expertise rather than trying to replace it. Humans who get really good at using AI will get ahead. And finally, think bigger. AI isn't just about doing what we already do faster and better. It's about unlocking possibilities that we can't even imagine yet. An example of this is when mobile phones first came out, we thought they were just going to be portable landlines. And although they were, they also evolved to be much, much more than that. And now there's a whole ecosystem built around smartphones where there's an app store where we download things to use every single day. So as I mentioned, there are use cases of AI that we haven't even thought of yet. Lastly, I encourage everyone to collaborate, communicate, and share ideas. This is a technological shift that we are all going through together right now. So the more we share ideas and learn from each other, the more we can all benefit. That's all. Thank you.
And bear with me as I bring Hejab to the screen. And I am so sorry about the muting issue from the last presentation. I'm also very sorry to Dr. Porter. I'm glad that I mean, you guys still liked the presentation, and yeah, I'll just say I'm sorry. Okay, the first question that we got, thank you so much, Hejab, was from Tanya, who asked, do you have any comments about apps that allow consumers to scan ingredient lists to guide their purchases? Do you have an opinion on some good ones? But I'll also say, is that an AI? That's maybe showing my ignorance if it is. Yeah, thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. Maybe I'm not the expert on it, but I do have some thoughts. I think you could definitely leverage AI to scan ingredient lists in the store faster and interpret them. And I do know that there are apps out there that let consumers do that. From what I've seen, it's kind of a mixed bag. And I guess my advice would just be to use your discretion and make sure you do your research on you know, I guess what the incentives are of the app that's kind of translating and telling you what ingredients are good and bad. Because I've seen a lot of examples where they'll be like super restrictive. So, there's ingredients that are fine to use in formulation, but you'll like scan a label and it just tells you 9 out of 10 are, red flagged and bad. And so, yeah, I guess just be careful with that kind of stuff.
I guess this brings up something that I've seen in the AI space in beauty, and I have had a lot of questions about. Well, it's a similar kind of thought process on some of the issues of the apps associated with like safety scanning for products, where they look at ingredients, but ingredients aren't the formulas. The formulation matters a lot more, and there's so much complexity from different inkies. One inky can represent hundreds, potentially thousands of different ingredients with a lot of variability depending based off of like efficacy or quality and so on and so forth. And so something that I've seen is, I think it was a AI company trying to decipher the sustainability of products based off of ingredients, and this was more
Mm,
a B2B type of project. And to me,
mm,
I'm like, well, how could you possibly do that? Because in the same way there's variability from quality, there's also huge variabilities for example, supply chains, or with sources like menthol. You use synthetic menthol, you're probably going to have like about 100 times, I forget the exacts, lower carbon emissions compared to the natural source. And how would you possibly know the difference? So what do you think about this? Also, Kajol, I see you say my voice is low. I will try to adjust and let me know if it improves.
yeah, so I think that sustainability is such a complex thing that we're all trying to solve. And I mean, the way I see sort of AI or technology playing a role in it is much more in, sort of enabling more data transparency to start, just, from the supplier side and the suppliers of the suppliers and the manufacturers. Because by the time an ingredient ends up in your formula, like you said, that just that one single ingredient has a whole history of how it was made, how it was processed, where it came from, um, so on and so forth. And by the time, we have the product, we don't know, we kind of don't know what happened. So I think from like a consumer app perspective, when you scan something and it tells you, oh, this ingredient is sustainable or not, I don't really know what that means beyond, is it like plant-based, or, it could have come from these two or three sources. So I think where I see technology really helping with that is, hopefully in the future, I wish there was just kind of like a digital identity almost of every ingredient where, to start, just formulators and then eventually consumers could even just have a um, kind of transparent view of where the ingredient came from and how it was made, and what kind of sustainability claims can even be made associated with the ingredient or the formula.
That would be very radical transparency, considering right now some of the, I think people aren't aware the humongous challenge of data that is there for sustainable development for products. Okay, this next question is from Kajol, who asks, um, how can individual chemists or formulators access this feature compared to big giants? And now this feature, are you referring to Potion AI? I think maybe you are. So maybe you can speak to this. How can people use Potion AI?
Yeah, so you can just go on our website. So it's just potion.ai. And when you click to join, it's all free. So you can just get into the platform. There are some onboarding tutorials and a help center, and you can just pretty much get started. So we have a suite of tools that are already available and free to use. So yeah, that's pretty much how.
And I will say I was really skeptical when Hejab initially reached out to me quite a while ago to show me Potion AI. And then she gave me a demo, and it is actually mind blowing. It's mind blowing how robust the tool is for not only reverse engineering a product, very robust, but then also developing a formula based off of specific aesthetics. So definitely a tool to at least look to. Okay, this next question is from SCS. What's your favorite AI platform, and any recommendations for AI platforms for a startup? And maybe for startups, maybe we can focus on like a brand startup.
Yeah. That's an interesting question. I think that, um, I mean, at least tools that I use, and Potion is a startup, are it's funny because we all kind of have like our own preferences now. Like you've started seeing these AI tools that are available, like ChatGPT, and Claude and Google Gemini, and they all kind of have their own like personalities almost. And so I think if you're looking to use some of those tools, like I personally kind of prefer Claude, just from a conversational perspective. And then the second thing to look at is like well, you kind of just have to try them out. So when you see an AI tool available, the best thing to do is just try it out for the use case that you're trying to use it for. So whether it's, like copywriting or something more complex, and you'll very quickly figure out what they're good and bad at. And then what happens is you kind of end up with a toolkit where you're like, okay, ChatGPT is much better at X and Claude is much better at, XYZ. And then, this tool is really good for image generation. And then once you know that, you can really kind of leverage them to your advantage. And, in the presentation, I talked about how, the best thing you can do is just learn how to use the tools. And like, that's how you get ahead. And this is a good example of that, where people who have just experimented enough with all the different available tools will get really understand them and understand how they work and be able to like leverage them in a really powerful way. So in terms of recommendations, I don't know. There's just too many options, and it really just depends on what you're trying to do.
I guess the big recommendation is to try things, experiment. This next question comes from Courtney, who asks, how accurate could an AI skin analysis be? There are some brands that have that kind of feature to use while browsing the website. It then recommends products from the results of the analysis.
Well, I would say it probably depends on what the application is. So is it trying to, match a foundation shade for you, or is it trying to like, look at your skin from almost like a dermatology perspective and like recommend some sort of skincare routine? And either way, its performance is going to be based on the data set that it's trained on, and like how big that data set is or how well curated. So I think for like foundation matching and stuff like that, I've seen those tools get pretty good. And there's also, usually with foundation shades, it's like, there's a max of maybe like 20 or 30. So it's kind of a little bit easier to scan someone's skin tone and be like, okay, you're probably one of these two shades. And then in terms of anything more complex than that, I do think that these models can get really, really good with like rigorous testing and stuff like that. So yeah, again, my answer is kind of like you just have to try it out, and you'll very quickly figure out if it's good or not.
Speaking of data, the next question is from Witchgism, who asks, how do you get the raw material data for your program? Are they open source for usage for you, or do you have to get permission from suppliers around the world?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the base of our raw material search engine runs on like publicly available data. So you can kind of think of it similar to a Google of sorts, where it's like aggregating like raw materials from everywhere. So like when I search for something like, okay, I need like a natural emulsifier, it will basically go see the same way Google like retrieves relevant links for you. Kind of does the same thing, but for ingredients. So it'll just pull up a list for you of, okay, these are the natural emulsifiers on the market that you should look at. And then if you click on those, it actually just links you out to whatever website you can find that material on. And then we also have, so there's that. And then we also have supplier partnerships, which we just launched like a week ago. So we now are actively partnering with suppliers to actually have them give Potion their raw material data, which is obviously a lot more robust, right? You get more than just the ingredient description. You have, 10, 20, 30 documents that are really backing up the ingredient profile. And with those raw material profiles, which right now we have, a handful of supplier partnerships, but as those grow, you can imagine the search engine becoming very powerful, where you could, do really specific searches. Like I need an emulsifier with an HLB value of 8, and the pH needs to be, XYZ, and it also needs to be biodegradable. And then the search engine will be able to give you the relevant results and with proof, right? So we'd be saying I have this documentation from suppliers to back up my search results. So that's kind of how it works right now and where it's going.
Uh, this next question is from Grace. Grace or Gracie? Let me know. Do you think AI could be helpful in bringing cosmetics from abroad up to US FDA standards?
Yeah, definitely. I think that the more we make, regulations and just regulatory and compliance, like checking and those workflows accessible, this should become easier because, if you're a formulator abroad, you could just, while you're doing your work, know that whether or not what you're making or what ingredients you're thinking about putting in your formula, are they compliant in the US or not? Uh, and that's one of the big struggles in regulatory today is, you kind of make your formula and then a lot of times you don't have good information up front. So you're kind of like hoping that your formula is going to be compliant, and you might need to go back and make some changes. So, yeah, totally. And I think that might not even necessarily need AI. It just needs like good, like rule-based software systems that have, the US regulatory rules codified so that you can use them. And second is just accessibility and transparency. So like where can you go to see what the regulations are and check your formula against them?
Another question from SES that I think is important because you didn't have that much opportunity during the presentation to share about Potion AI, but they ask, can you share a little bit more information on Potion?
Sure. It's very broad. But I mean, we're basically a platform that is specifically focused on beauty and personal care, and right now specifically focused on like product development and R&D workflows. And so really what we're trying to do is just build this platform from the ground up with, every set of tools having AI embedded throughout it so that ideally it should be like you come in and you use the tools and you're not really even thinking about the fact that there's AI involved. You should just be like, wow, this just made my life so much easier. Or, I got my work done so much faster, or I got the information that I needed. And so I think that one of the things that we're really passionate about is, yeah, if it's designed well and it's implemented well, you really shouldn't feel like, oh, I'm like using AI or something. And then I mentioned this a little bit in the presentation, but we have kind of three core focus areas right now, where we think that a lot of the data complexity lies that, today causes a lot of time delay and like pain points for formulators and R&D professionals. So on the ingredient discovery side, it's like just having to open all these PDFs and access information all the time. That really shouldn't be the case. We should just be able to search for or ask for answers much more easily using AI. And then the second piece is formulation. So, eventually you should be able to just input the parameters that you're trying to optimize for and get some suggested starting point formulas. We're not fully there yet, but you can kind of imagine that coming not too far in the future. And then the third is regulatory and compliance. So right now, you can use Potion for free just to run compliance checks against retailer clean standards. So you can input your ingredient or your full formula and just get an answer right then and there. And then we have a lot of requests to expand into country regulations, let people actually upload, brand no lists that they need to comply with. So I think that piece of the tool, we just launched about a month ago, the regulatory stuff, or maybe 2 months, but we have a long way to go and there's hundreds of regulations. So we're not, comprehensive yet, but it's going to remain free. And so, hopefully each time you visit the tool, you're just seeing, new things that you can try out and hopefully help you.
And then the final question, this one again from Kajol, who asked, Does
Yeah.
AI research how effective it is in the future? Can AI get all the details about ingredients and its efficacy all in one? Is that possible? Um, I'm not totally sure what you mean by that, but maybe Hejab, I don't know if you want to answer to something. I think it's around, will AI be able to tell about the efficacy of ingredients and formulations? Maybe. That was my take. Maybe you had a different interpretation. I'm sorry, Kajol.
It's okay. Will AI be able to, I think is it predict efficacy?
Yeah.
Okay. Um, I think that eventually, yeah, because if you have enough ingredient data and enough formulation data, and can tell these models like what was efficacious and what wasn't, so that it can learn, these ingredients have efficacy and these don't, or these ingredients and these types of formulas have efficacy or they don't, then I think it could learn the same way as if you taught a chemist. So it's kind of similar in that way where it like learns from experience. So the more information it has on ingredients and formulas, it can become, a better and better chemist, so to say.
And now that's all the time we have for this Q&A, but Hijab, if you want to go in the YouTube chat, there are more questions for you.
Okay.
But yeah, thank you so much for agreeing to contribute to the Future of Beauty eSummit. That was a fascinating presentation. I have been kind of ignorant I use AI tools for a few things, but like generally ignorant to the topic. So I certainly learned a lot in this presentation.
Well, thanks so much for having me, and I'll join the chat now.
Sounds great. Thank you
Bye.
so much. Our next speaker is Dr. Scott Belanger, PhD, who is a retired research fellow from Procter & Gamble, where he was the senior environmental scientist in the Global Product Stewardship Capability Organization. He was in charge of P&G's overall environmental toxicology function on the Environmental Stewardship and Sustainability Department, and co-led P&G's product safety innovation research programs for both human and environmental safety. His own research focused on responses of aquatic life to single chemicals to complex mixtures, including classical ecotoxicological endpoints and bioaccumulation. Dr. Belanger remains deeply involved in strategy and method development in 3R's implementation for fish alternatives at the international level. He is the founder and first chair of the HESI, Health and Environmental Sciences Institute, Project Committee on Animal Alternative Needs in Environmental Risk Assessment, and CTAC's Animal Alternative Interest Groups, a consortium of over 100 academic, industry, regulatory, and NGO scientists. Dr. Belanger has been a member of several past and ongoing OECD working groups involving environmental endpoints and represented U.S. industry on international panels for new test guidelines and method development, particularly with regards to non-animal test methods, including successful adoption of embryo and fish gill cytotoxicity test models at the international level. Dr. Belanger recently served as an expert on the National Academies of Science panel on UV filters in the environment, which recommended further action by US EPA. He is presently a member of ISSC's Science Advisory Panel and a Dow Chemical Sustainability Expert Advisory Committee. Scott was named a Fellow of the Society of Environmental Toxicology and Chemistry, CTAC, in 2017, and has authored nearly 200 technical articles and 4 books in the peer-reviewed literature, with nearly 1,000 citations and other works. Without further ado, here's Dr. Belanger's presentation.
Thanks for joining in to this talk. I'm going to be speaking about product stewardship. What it means today, how it works, and what is the potential future of product stewardship? So let's begin with, what is stewardship? This involves the conduct, supervision, or management of something. And in this case, that something is a product in the marketplace. And this is an especially powerful position because it requires responsible management of what goes on in the marketplace. Stewardship itself comes in three forms, and you can think of these as the doers who carry out the action, the donors who make the action financially possible, and practitioners who design and develop the scope of the action. And in this sense, stewardship can actually come from almost any level of an organization. In order to really understand product stewardship, it helps to know how products are developed so that we can see the role of the steward inside that process. And first you have jobs that the consumer is performing in and around the home. And perhaps there's some form of unmet need by that consumer doing a job that they'd like improved, to do it easier, to do it better, or maybe to do something completely new. And figuring this out is generally the realm of products research. And in products research, they work with consumers to try and divine what that unmet need is. And oftentimes, this is not even a spoken thing. It's sort of a feeling that takes a little research to get out of the consumer. And once that idea need is identified, we pass it along to a product development organization. And here, product development develops prototypes that reveal if the need, the idea, and the eventual product outcome actually will work as intended to meet that need. In order for this to really work, it has to consider finances. We all may want to go to the moon, but not everybody can get there. Did the product execution really move the bar? And here we're talking about something that's measurable and noticeable by the consumer, so they recognize it is actually doing what they would like it to. And then, does the innovation meet safety, regulatory, ethical, and consumer standards, among many other considerations? And this is the beginning stages of product stewardship. This is a very non-linear process. Sometimes things go back and forth along this diagram. Sometimes they loop. It is decidedly non-linear. A product steward is responsible for ensuring that a company's products comply with safety, environmental, and regulatory standards throughout their life cycle. And in doing so, they have many collaborators. They may be actually on a team of product stewards, each handling somewhat different facets of the stewardship job. And then you have product development, to which product stewards are interacting. It may involve the supply chain. If it's a consumer products company or a personal care products company, they exist as part of the supply chain, and they may be involved. Legal certainly is involved, and we'll talk about that a little bit, and regulatory as well. And all of these are working with the product steward to manage and communicate a whole bunch of things. Product risks, for example, managing compliance with laws, developing or overseeing gathering of data on chemical and material safety, labeling of the product so the consumer is informed. Environmental reporting is often involved. Sustainability initiatives certainly are part of this activity, and maintaining the company reputation. Product stewards are actually involved in almost every phase of a product's life cycle. Now let's take a look at that. Ideation and concept development. This might be actually the beginning of a particular consumer idea, where the environmental footprint of doing a certain job is reduced. Designing material selections or sustainable material choices. Engineering processes to reduce environmental footprints. Evaluating packaging to understand whether compaction could occur or a change in form might be useful so that the product steward can influence the overall footprint. Distribution of that product. Once it goes to the market, how do we get it there? And the product use, educating the consumer to maximize benefits of that new product. And then finally, designing for end of life, recycling or reusing, somehow addressing manufactured waste in that regard. So what are the roles then required of a product steward? In the big scheme of things, part of it is to foresee the unimaginable. There's a phrase used within consumer product development of foreseeing the misuse as well as the use of that product. Guide product developers to alternate solutions that have better safety and sustainability profiles. And developing a safety profile for the product or process innovation. And that's a really big one. So what does it mean to develop a safety profile? What does exactly that require? Ethical companies require proof that the products that they produce and market to the consumer are safe. And this is a non-negotiable, really. Consumers expect what they're picking up in the market is actually safe for them to use. It's likely completely hidden to the consumer. And in that sense, the safety of the product has to be implicit and defensible. Each ingredient in their combination in the product must be and be seen as safe. And this is a difficult one because there are lots of opinions on what it means to be seen as safe. That is often a point of controversy. Ensuring all the ingredients are legally registered for the use. Definition of a personal care or a cosmetic product varies depending upon what geographic region you're marketing in. What is considered a cosmetic in the US might be different than what it is considered in Europe or China, for example. If the product chemical process is new, this may involve testing. And in fact, this can be a barrier to innovation. If the idea is too expensive from a testing defensibility point of view, that would put pressure on whether that product can come to market. If it is done, that testing may be held close by the company because that could be a competitive advantage in the marketplace. And the regulatory environment and laws are constantly changing. This is not a static, once you do it, you put it on the shelf. Safety profiles are constantly being updated. So this leads me to a few myths about safety and regulation of cosmetics. The first myth I want to talk about is cosmetics are unregulated, and these are issues that the product steward has to be knowledgeable in. Many cosmetic ingredients are regulated outside of cosmetics. Many of the materials used might be covered by different laws beyond laws that govern the use of that ingredient by FDA. They may be, as a result, subject to a whole array of other safety regulations outside of FDA. Many ingredients regulated under FDA may also be regulated by EPA, and this is very frequently the case. Many of those compounds regulated outside of cosmetics fall under the purview of EPA, and in spite of being named the Environmental Protection Agency, they do have responsibility for both environmental, as well as human safety. Cosmetic ingredients or chemicals are not tested. This is, again, a fallacy. All chemicals and ingredients are assessed. Many of these assessments will be based on very well-tuned structure-activity relationships or other forms of non-testing. Many, though, are subjected to testing, and this is in part due to them being regulated under both EPA and FDA, for example, but may require a whole host of additional information, depending again upon the geography. Testing is done for the purposes of government approval, but it's also done for internal development and safety assessment purposes. And in this sense, this is something that is hidden to the consumer, might also be hidden to regulators unless the use of that ingredient requires a regulatory filing. A product steward will consider many, many things. Human toxicology, physical chemical attributes, regulatory conducts in which the product is being used, workplace safety, environmental toxicology, human and worker exposure, environmental sustainability, bioaccumulation, non-animal testing, manufacturing releases to the environment, endocrine disruption, social sustainability and environmental justice, regionally important issues, environmental exposure, and regulatory compliance. Each of these are always under consideration by a product steward working on a particular product going to market. And in that sense, they really are superheroes in the sense that they have all these roles and all these requirements for successful execution of their job. Let's take a non-fictional example, something that has been well documented and researched both in the literature and certainly in regulation, and that's the development of 2-in-1 shampoos around 1990. Historically, we had shampoo and conditioner, multiple bottles used at different rates, both occupying space in the home, relatively inconvenient sometimes. And there were people who thought this was inconvenient enough that they had the bright idea, but what if we put the shampoo and conditioner together? And this indeed is what the solution was. And this involved new chemistry, the use of dimethicone or polydimethyl siloxane. It involved new manufacturing processes and many, many new issues that the environmental steward or the product steward or the human safety steward were actually involved in rectifying. What did they have to do? They had to address the environmental safety of PDMS, which at that time was relatively unknown. So a lot of data development by industry in concert with regulatory authorities. There were chemical registrations that were involved. There was a complete assessment about the potential environmental footprint of the new product. And there was addressing of workplace safety because shampoos and conditioners are done in a bacteria-free environment, both for safety purposes as well as worker safety. Later on, we had knowledge about the presence of cyclic siloxanes found in PDMS emerge. And this is the so-called D4, D5, and D6 compounds. These volatile, bioaccumulative, and non-biodegradable compounds can be stripped out of PDMS, and indeed that's what has largely happened. PDMS is a non-biodegradable compound, and in this context, a lot of research went on to show what would be the fate of PDMS in the environment. And it turns out that it's actually attacked by abiotic forces, which end up resulting in the reduction of PDMS in the environment. There's pressure on plastic packaging, certainly that continues to be the case, and even more recently, more pressure on water content of shampoos, and this is resulting in a whole host of new environmental forms of shampoos that we're seeing on the market. And this is just the beginning of what the future holds for any kind of product that gets on the market. A few words about claims. Claims have a regulatory implication, and these are somewhat covered by the Federal Trade Commission, the FTC, in what's known as the Green Guides. And the job here is to determine whether or not a claim is truthful, factual, or is it huff and puff. And the Green Guides are a set of principles that apply to all environmental marketing claims. It delineates how consumers are likely to interpret particular claims and how marketers must substantiate these claims and how they can qualify their claims to avoid deceiving consumers. Some of my favorite examples. Eco-friendly. What does eco-friendly mean? It doesn't really address an attribute. It's sort of a puffy phrase that might have some meaning to some people, but we really don't know what that is. Very similarly is environmentally friendly. What does it mean to be environmentally friendly? Friendlier than what? Biodegradable. This is a specific claim that is covered under the Green Guides that require a quantification to a certain degree of an ingredient to be biodegraded in wastewater treatment or sediment and soil. Another one is organic, and this is a whole realm into itself where claims around 100% organic or certified organic have to meet a certain set of conditions outlined by the FTC. Some examples of claims gone wrong. In 2019, a case was brought against a company that distributed personal and home care products to consumers. Products were sold on their website and also through those of Ulta, Nordstrom, and Urban Outfitters. So this is a pretty big set of websites. The company was truly organic, and they claimed their products were wholly organic or certified organic as required by the USDA. The FTC found out that buried in their list of ingredients were non-organic ingredients and ingredients that were non-organic that the USDA does not allow in processing of organic ingredient handling, including sodium cocoa surfactants, as well as betadines. Some bath bombs and soaps were sold by the company as containing only organic ingredients, but they were sourced from suppliers as finished products who did not offer organic ingredients at all. Products were sold as organic were in fact not, and some were marketed as vegan and when they contained lactose and honey. Buyer beware, and this clearly goes beyond reading lists of ingredients. In another one brought to the FTC in 2017, involved a company marketing under the name of Moonlight Slumber. And Moonlight Slumber claimed one of its mattresses was organic, hypoallergenic, and there were no chemical additives. Well, the claim also included lack of fire retardants, foam, plastics, and polyester, and harsh chemicals were not used in making the mattresses. A claim was made that some of these mattresses were made with eco-friendly foam, which is a giveaway trigger word that does not convey any meaning and does not have any legal context. The FTC found that mattresses were comprised entirely of a core, a fire barrier, a cotton cover and a cotton ribbon. The substantial majority of the content was not organic, including the core and the fire barriers. The cotton was only 30% organic, and it was the only thing that was completely organic was the ribbon. Most of the mattress actually was made of polyurethane foam and synthetic latex. A green safety shield was displayed on its website and on its packaging, claiming certifications from independent third parties. The green safety shield, though, was self-awarded and isn't a recognized eco-label. So again, consumers need to be wary of company claims. Many, many more cases exist. And this is all the realm of greenwashing, and product stewards are charged with making sure greenwashing does not occur. There's also this thing about eco-labels I mentioned, and there are several types, and these bear mentioning. Type 1 is an independent evaluation of environmental quality conducted by a third party to the manufacturer using an accepted quantifiable life cycle analysis, for example. And the EU flower and the Nordic swan are examples of type 1 eco-labels. These are the most stringent of labels. Type 2 labels are self-declared, but should be verifiable. Not always. And these usually involve a specific statement about a product attribute. For example, the surfactants used are made from sustainable palm oil, or the surfactants are from sustainable biomaterials. These are examples of type 2 eco-labels. Type 3 eco-labels are product declarations, and these should be verifiable also, and they're often used to compare products. The cruelty-free label and US EPA's Safer Choice is an example of a type 3 eco-labels. But like I gave an example in the claims discussion, there are many examples of things that aren't eco-labels that are passing themselves off as eco-labels. One of these is reef safe, marine friendly. There are no established standards for making this claim. It's a self-imposed label. Carbon neutral is another one that has no established standard, and at this time is neither a type 1, 2, or 3 eco-label. There are many, many of these on the market. Product stewards of the future, certainly some aspects will be necessary forever. And these are those that revolve around regulatory and safety and legal compliance. This is a job of the product steward that should never be let go. However, we have new regulatory landscapes occurring all the time. Geographies developing their own rules and own ways of doing things and their own chemical registrations. That occurs all the time throughout the world. There's also the realm of extended producer responsibility, and this is becoming really, really big, especially in Europe. There's an increased focus on sustainability attributes, including biodiversity. And here in the cosmetic space, we're talking often about ingredients sourced from biodiverse sensitive areas like the Amazonian rainforest. Product stewards have been and will continue to need to be highly sensitive to animal testing concerns. These are real, legitimate, and consumer-driven. Unfortunately, the regulatory space has not caught up to neither the consumer nor the manufacturers, where legal requirements are often in place that require animal testing to occur. And this, of course, is the realm of advanced science. Science evolves constantly, creating new challenges for product stewards. microplastics, which emerged in the late 2000s, endocrine modulation, artificial intelligence, new scientific discoveries. These are all things that product stewards of the future certainly have much to do with. And lastly, science communication, which this beauty conference is part of. Science communication to a non-scientific public that may not understand all the ins and outs of what goes on in this space, and the proliferating claims that occur throughout the world on marketed products. Well, that's all for now. Thank you for tuning in, and I believe we'll have some time for questions.
And bear with me as I bring the Q&A over to the main page. That was such an informative presentation. Thank you so much, Dr. Belanger, for that presentation. And we are about ready for live. If you could turn on your microphone. So the first question that we got was from Shrutika, who asks, can you share some cosmetic ingredients which are regulated outside of cosmetics? I can't hear you, Scott. You may have to check your microphone settings. The tricky part of my setup, because I'm doing this all from one computer, it's sometimes hard to do the tech check. I'm so sorry. But if you look to the bottom on the little audio microphone, there's a little up button that you should be able to look to the settings and then adjust your settings. And while we're waiting for Dr. Belanger to set up the mic, I'm so sorry, Dr. Belanger. I'm sorry. I just wanted to thank everyone again for being so engaged in the chat thus far. I have gotten some messages earlier about PDF slides for the presentations. So I've sent out an email to all of the speakers, and so when I publish the replay, hopefully tomorrow, then you'll be able to look at the slides as well. And then as I get more people's slides, then I will also publish them as they come in. Bear with us for the technical difficulties. I'm just going to go over to the title screen so that I can help Scott get the microphone working. And bear with us. We're just taking a mini break here, but we are figuring it out so that Scott can contribute to the Q&A. And we might just go like maybe 10 minutes into the lunch break, but we have a good long lunch break, so it shouldn't be a problem. So if you need a coffee or a bathroom break, now would be a really good time to do that. And we will be back with Scott's Q&A. We figured it out. We're back. And that was actually a very well timed lunch break because I was not very generous with lunch breaks for my audience, but there is going to be a very long lunch break. It's going to be an hour, so maybe it's going to be more like 45 minutes, but I have heard previously that you guys prefer the shorter lunch break. So, okay, I'll ask the first question that came from Shrutika, which was, can you share some cosmetic ingredients which are regulated outside of cosmetics?
Virtually, it's almost everything. If there is an environmental component to a safety assessment, that will always be under the purview of EPA. A good example here that is currently being worked on are the UV filters, which you mentioned in my introductory bio. UV filters used in cosmetics are available to be regulated by US EPA as a component of wastewater, which EPA will regulate on, as well as for human safety purposes. And again, that's a pretty big one right now. Surfactants are another. That nearly every surfactant that's on the market has a use well beyond use in personal care and cosmetic ingredients. So alcohol sulfates used in shampoos, conditioners, and toothpaste, for example, those are all under the purview of EPA. And EPA and FDA talk frequently and interact when it comes to ingredients that cross over between their spaces. So it's literally just about all at some point can be regulated on either side.
I guess really your presentation highlights how much of a joke the claim that cosmetics are not regulated is. It just kind of showcases people's ignorance to this whole process. There's so much regulation going. Now, this next question comes from Tanya, who asks, is there a directory accessible to consumers that lists valid safety labels so that they can avoid those self-appointed labels, or as you said, those that make fluffy claims? I would also say the same thing about eco labels. You had talked about a few of them, but there's just so many eco labels out there past with different validity in terms of how they're qualified and the assurances, I would say, that the people who are doing the certifications are giving to the people who are viewing the certifications.
Yeah, it's an easy one to Google. Google eco labels, and you'll find a plethora of links. This is a space that continues to grow. When I first started in this business, there wasn't a thing as an eco label. Now today, I think there are somewhere in the neighborhood of a couple hundred recognized type 1, 2, or 3 eco labels. And I'm afraid to say there probably are at least that many that are try to pass themselves off as eco labels, but which have no regulatory standing or certification process behind them. They're self-awarded, and that's a real problem because they all look the same. The little logo with the right catchphrase in some ways doesn't mean anything unless the consumer does their own research. And of course, this type 1, 2, or 3 eco label all goes back to some ingredients may be deserving of an eco label, or some attributes may be deserving of an eco label. But when a product makes that claim, it's not very forgiving to ingredients in that product that don't meet the requirements of the claim. So having a product with an eco label is actually a pretty high bar.
This next question comes from Grace, who asks, how can something be 30% organic?
Now, that's a pretty straightforward one. USDA does this on the basis of weight. So if you have an ingredient that is 100% organic, and a second ingredient in that product and it's a 2-ingredient product, and it is not organic at all, the claim would be 50% organic. So this is a little bit about a game on weights and components, and some components are excluded from that evaluation. Things that are something simple like a salt. Of course, they're inorganic, so they don't get to contribute to the organic component of the claim. So, there are lots of things that go on underneath this that the marketer, the manufacturer, the cosmetic company needs to be aware of, because it's not a simple deal.
Now, I thought this was a good question for you to answer, but I mean, there's a lot to this question that might expand past where you're comfortable answering, because I'm going to add on a little extra bit. So this question is from Miss T wants to know, which is, can you speak to how harmful ingredients like formaldehyde can be allowed in hair care products? My addition is, can you speak to the conflation between straight up addition of formaldehyde and formaldehyde donor preservatives, because they are not the same? And I think that some of these things are miscommunicated to the public. And I think maybe I'll also say, regarding the hair straightener / uterine cancer risks that were massively reported on in the media, I'm not sure if this is within your expertise, Dr. Belanger, but I will say Michelle Wong and I did a briefing note on this, and there was tons of misrepresentation. The risks for uterine cancer are actually not actually there. And so maybe look to the briefing notes by beautyscicom.com. And I also recently had an epidemiologist on my podcast, Dr. Gideon MK, and we discussed this in quite a lot of detail, specifically the studies used to bolster some of these claims, which are now impacting regulations, which is kind of horrifying. But anyway, I'll stop talking. What do you think?
Yeah, this is the age-old reference to Paracelsus, where it's the dose makes the poison. And so presence doesn't necessarily translate to risk or safety. It may, but in that sense, it's all about exposure. So an ingredient's presence typically does not, in and of itself, imply that a particular ingredient is either safe or not safe. It's about how much the exposure is to the target organ, tissue, organism, relative to what the known toxicity or hazard profile of that chemical actually is. So in this sense, I'm not one to speak too much about the formaldehyde donor and all that part of it, but when we speak about safety, it isn't just about presence. It's about what the exposure is. Does that chemical get beyond the barriers that are being presented to it, to the skin, to the scalp, to the gut? Does that uptake translate to a level that causes harm? And this is a very difficult space to communicate in, as you well know, because it's just more than, is it there? You have to talk about the exposure relative to the hazard profile.
And when thinking about the exposure relevant to, for example, formaldehyde donor preservatives, something I like to think about is the exposure of formaldehyde donors is comparable to maybe even like the formaldehyde present in your breath when you breathe out, because there is formaldehyde there, or maybe in a pear. And so if you're okay with that level of exposure with the pears that you eat, then maybe you should also be not as concerned, at least, with the formaldehyde donor preservatives. There's a lot to it, and I'll stop talking about that. Maybe I'll just ask one more question. The final question is from Tanya, who asks, and there are lots of other questions in the chat, so if you want to go to the YouTube chat after, that would be amazing. But this next question
Will
is
do.
from Tanya, who asks, do you think that there are some currently used UV filters in North America that might be banned in the future? Which, I mean, problematic when considering the very slim list of UV filters actually allowed.
This is a real serious issue. Some states obviously have taken some action. And so some localities have patchwork regulations that are not seen across the entirety of the U.S. But as Jen mentions, our list of UV filters is so small, and the ability to get them through the registration safety process is so difficult and long that, you know, if we ban any of them, we probably, and this is again my personal opinion, we probably will be doing more to increase cancer risk than the other aspects of their safety profile. The fact is that multiple UV filters in most products need to be present because they're protecting us against different forms of UV rays, UVA, UVB, and not each UV filter protects us against all of those. And so the spectrum of UV filters that are in products, there are some that are absolutely critical because they're so difficult to replace in the bandwidth of UV rays for which they are protecting us. And so hopefully good science wins out here. And if that science says that a filter needs to be addressed, so be it. But based on the evidence we have at hand right now, from a human safety perspective, particularly, we need all of those filters on the market.
And there's so many more things that we can talk about just on this specific topic, but that's all the time we have for this Q&A. Thank you so much for agreeing to participate to the summit.
Sure, I'll get back to the chat, and thanks for having me on. This was pretty fun to do. This is an important suite of topics for sure.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And I'll definitely reach out again.
All right.
Our next presentation will be in a panel featuring 3 perspectives, the first being Dr. Sabrina Behnke, PhD, who holds a BSc in Water Sciences from the University of Duisburg-Essen in, I'm sorry if I've mispronounced this, Germany, and a PhD in microbiology from Montana State University. During her graduate studies, she investigated microbial biofilm in water distribution systems at the Center for Biofilm Engineering in Bozeman, MT, where she collaborated with multinational consumer good companies. Dr. Behnke then joined Reckitt as a R&D microbiologist, supporting EPA claim substantiation for disinfectant household products. Additionally, she held roles in personal care formulation, innovation, and technology scouting. In 2018, she switched from the manufacturers to the supplier side of the industry as global product manager for Symrise, where she managed a portfolio of multifunctional and preservatives. Today, Dr. Behnke is an associate business director for biopolymers and preservatives with TRIK Industries. Alongside is Neil Burns, who is the managing partner of Neil Burns LLC, an investor and operations partner in private equity fund Palladium Heritage. His activities focus on specialty chemicals and surfactants in particular. He publishes the monthly surfactants blog and co-produces with ICIS a series of surfactants conferences in North America, Asia, and Europe. He is based in New Jersey, USA. And finally, Nick Ouzounov, PhD, is the co-founder and chief technology officer at Geltor, a pioneering biodesign company leading the development and manufacturing of animal-free, sustainable, and bioactive protein ingredients. Holding a PhD in molecular biology from Princeton University, he possesses deep expertise in protein design, molecular biology, and biophysics. At Geltor, he has spearheaded the advancement of proprietary AI-driven protein design and fermentation-based technology platforms, enabling the creation of high-performance, ethically sourced proteins for the use in cosmetics, nutraceuticals, and other consumer industries. Under his technical leadership, Geltor has achieved major commercial milestones, driving its missions to revolutionize the global protein supply chain through sustainable innovation. Without further ado, here's the ingredients panel. So welcome to the Future of Ingredients panel for the Future of Beauty e-Summit. And I've decided to do this in a panel format because there's so many different ingredients out there, so many different expertises within ingredients. So I wanted to capture some of that. Obviously, it's not expansive, but here with us today is Nick. Would you mind pronouncing your last name?
Ouzounov.
Ouzounov, PhD from Geltor, from the biotech perspective. From the preservation perspective, we've got Sabrina Behnke. Did I get that right? PhD.
Yep, that's perfect.
Who is coming from TRIK. And then finally, from the surfactants kind of trends landscape, he has his own consulting company, but he seems to have his fingers in many parts of the industry, is Neil Burns. So I am just going to get straight to it with my first question. So from all of your respective perspectives and anything in between, if you want to speak to it, what are some of the current challenges ingredient suppliers are currently dealing with? And how are, from your perspectives, ingredient suppliers dealing with these challenges? Nick, do you want to maybe kick this one off?
In the biotech side, I think some of the challenges are like we're launching new ingredients that haven't been on the market necessarily in the same format as they've been before. So there's a number of challenges. One of them that comes to mind is basically the nomenclature. So PCPC INCI versus China INCI. That's one of the biggest things that my company has to deal with and explain, hey, there's two different name formats. This one you use in China, this one outside of China. When you look at biotech and the potential it has when it's completely new ingredients that haven't necessarily existed on the market, that becomes a large challenge for the China market because that still requires animal testing and these types of things for novel ingredients coming from outside of China. While in the US and the rest of the world, PCPC has basically a form of naming that names not just by identity, but by process. And so, for instance, our products, especially the collagen side, they actually fall under collagen in China, but polypeptide name outside of China. So there's this education, and every customer we talk to always would love to have a one uniformed naming structure for global. So this is something that the whole industry does face currently, because if it's a biotech derived ingredient and it's a protein, for instance, it's a polypeptide, no matter what kind of format you have it by PCPC. The other challenges are more cost entry to the market, education of new products. When you make something for biotech, people used to assume it's going to be cheaper than the existing ingredient. That was something that's changed over the last few years, but it's still an aspect that there is a cost structure difference. And so one of the benefits you can use with biotech is that you can make a more active ingredient more beneficial, so the cost in use becomes aligned with the customer expectation. But it's still a challenge when a customer sees a price tag that might be higher than what's just extracted out of an animal, extracted out of oil, all these types of things where there's an existing infrastructure in place.
And so from the biotech space, clearly to meet some of these challenges, education is really important. And now coming from the preservation side, Sabrina, what do you think?
Yeah, I would like to first comment on what Nick said about PCPC, because Tricare is also active in the peptides and protein space. And we have some of the ingredients that, have peptides and proteins, inky labels, and then others where we're not getting that inky name anymore because the rules have changed. And then, you have a very inconsistent portfolio of materials that have been grandfathered in with the old inky name and the new ones. It's a lot of confusion. It's a lot of back and forth with PCPC. I'm glad they're, willing to work with us and explain everything in detail. I think we're annoying them quite a bit. But yeah, from the preservative side, I think, everybody's aware that we have a bit of a PR issue with preservatives in general, the ingredient that people love to hate. That's always going to be the biggest challenge, is coming up with new ingredients that have antimicrobial functionality but are not labeled as preservatives in a regulatory sense. So coming up with new boosters or multifunctionals, whatever people want to call them, that's really a challenge. And then also educating our customers, that they can't expect the same efficacy from these multifunctional booster ingredients. They tend to be a little bit milder, not as broad spectrum, very limited in terms of what you can do with them in formulation, sometimes with regards to pH. Sometimes you see a color change, and you often have to combine different materials to get your antimicrobial efficacy. So it's just the task of finding new molecules that are interesting as preservative boosters, and at the same time also educating around preservatives in general and trying to maintain the preservatives that we still have available in the space.
And now from the surfactant side of things, Neil, what do you think?
Yeah, thanks, Jen. So in the world of surfactants, I like to talk to my clients about the 3 wars being fought around surfactant ingredients. And surfactants are pretty important because in a lot of products, especially cleaning products, after water, they are the major ingredient in terms of weight in the bottle. And the 3 wars are the war on carbon, the war on ethylene oxide, and the war on palm. So real briefly in each of those, obviously the war on carbon deals with product carbon footprint. And in many cases, the answer to improving product carbon footprint is to decrease or eliminate the use of fossil carbon, right? Oil or gas or coal derived carbon. However, in a number of notable cases, that is not, in fact, the answer to improving product carbon footprint. So you've got an interesting tussle around the presumption that something bio-based must be more sustainable from a PCF, product carbon footprint point of view. So that's one thing, the war on carbon. The war on ethylene oxide has begun to percolate up, especially into public consciousness a lot more recently. But EO is a very important building block in surfactants. It's a hydrophile on many ethoxylates and PEGs and ether sulfates, things like that. And the EPA has brought a lot of scrutiny onto ethylene oxide manufacturing, handling, and processing facilities in terms of the EO that's getting released into the air and the potential for this to have a very negative carcinogenic effect on local populations. And so they're requiring a certain amount of fence line monitoring around these facilities to measure the EO content of the air. The other thing that's kind of raising this more into the public consciousness is a large use of EO has nothing to do with surfactants or chemicals even, and that's in medical equipment sterilization. And there are many thousands of facilities using EO for sterilizing medical equipment, and those two are kind of coming under scrutiny. So that's another thing. And the final war, if you like, is the war on palm. And palm, along with petrochemicals, is really one of the 2 major pillars today of the surfactant industry. And it's important because palm kernel oil gives you the right carbon chain lengths to make detergent range alcohols, which go into alcohol ethoxylates and alcohol ether sulfates. And so there's concern around deforestation, destruction of natural habitats. So there's a lot of efforts underway to find alternatives to palm or alternative ways to get to that palm kernel type carbon distribution without using a palm tree, like fermentation and genetic engineering of plants and things like that. So, in the world of surfactant, there's never been as much pressure on the fundamental building blocks of the industry. And that, of course, has given rise to a lot of work, a lot of R&D, a lot of business development in finding alternative pathways, brand new ingredients. Biosurfactants is part of that, to really meet the palate of the, let's say, the 21st century and beyond.
Certainly on the surfactant side of things, innovation has been an important way to meet some of these challenges. And those three wars, super complex. If you want more detail, the week before this e-summit, Neil has been featured on my podcast. So we had an hour-long conversation about surfactants and some of these issues. So if you want lots more detail, tune into that episode, which is probably a little beyond, if you want those nitty-gritty details, beyond the scope of this presentation. But I'll move on to my next question along the lines of innovation. So what's the ingredient innovation landscape look like in your respective spaces? What do you find promising and why? And what are some of the major barriers that you're seeing for new ingredient innovation? Nick, do you want to start off again?
Sure. I think, the ingredient innovation landscape in the biotech space, especially the protein and peptide side that I'm seeing and I've seen over the last few years, it started off with kind of what I call Me Too products. So these are products that you're basically trying to use biotech purely to have a more sustainable footprint, but they're copies of what's otherwise currently on the market. For instance, collagens is one example that we work on. There's a lot of type 1, type 2, type 3 collagens, but really when you layer in biotech, you can do a lot more than just make a more sustainable version of what's already on the market. So more bioactive, things like that. So the innovation right now that I'm seeing is layering on biotech and protein design and AI innovations that are towards the design to find more active, more functional, more sustainable ingredients out there and design them from scratch. When Gelter first started back in 2015, all the way, I would say, till 2020, most customers wanted nature identical as one of the top targets. Now, I would say functionality is at the top. Nature identical is preferred. But that's the change that we're seeing. And so one of the things I find most promising is really the addition of more and more computational power to design ingredients and layer on not just functionality, but also manufacturability so that you can actually enter these proteins and ingredients onto the market, not just as an idea, but a real product that can meet the techno-economic requirements of the field. So that really is the top, I would say right now, is layering on all these tools of AI computation.
Now, I'm just going to say something that will fit really well in my next question. So, Nick, please remember this and feel free to comment on what I'm about to say. But I've been seeing quite a lot of blanket statements in the biotech arena that biotech equals greener. And you know what? It doesn't always. So something to be mindful. And perhaps that's something that Nick can speak to in the next question. Now, moving along to from the preservative perspective, Sabrina, what do you think?
Yeah, we get a lot of requests for natural ingredients, especially Europe, US, the Western world. I can't tell you how many times a customer said to me, can we have a natural derived version of phenoxyethanol? And I'm like, yeah, that would be great. I would love that. And it should just cost $2 per kilo, right? We're all chasing, these natural alternatives. Sometimes it's easier than other times. You see that a lot in the space of boosters, multifunctionals. A lot of the suppliers now are offering green versions of alkane diols, things like that, that are derived from either palm, obviously trying to get away from that again, right now, then moving towards, sugar-based. So there's some alternatives to explore. But yeah, we're definitely also chasing that. And you see that popping up as soon as the first company figures out how to make a material from, non-petrochemical sources. And a lot of people usually jump on it. And we immediately see a lot of competition, from China, from India. On the other side, innovation in preservatives is trying to find these new booster molecules, molecules that we haven't seen as potentially antimicrobial molecules. So something from adjacent industries, from the food industry or so, scoping those industries for molecules that could potentially be interesting. We're looking at antioxidants that could help with preservation. So it's really trying to find that whole palette of ingredient where you have to combine different ingredients to get a full broad spectrum preservative system or non-preservative preservative system made up of boosters. So those are the two things that we're looking at, naturality increase and finding new interesting molecules that we haven't thought of yet as something that could be an antimicrobial.
And last but not least, Neil?
Jen, I've been involved with surfactants for 40 years, and it is a very innovative industry, especially now, a lot of innovation going towards meeting the challenges, that I outlined in the last section. I don't see a shortage of innovation. I always warn my clients, chemicals, especially bulk chemicals, which surfactants are, right? It's a 20 million ton per year market. Chemicals take time and money. And the reason they take time and money is they've got to scale, right? And so the challenge today is taking promising innovations, scaling them, and getting them into the right cost ballpark. And that's where I see a lot of effort needed. And a lot of effort is going in. The biosurfactants, sophorolipids and rhamnolipids, they were being reported in the academic literature as far back as 1946. That's before I was in the industry. These things take time to gestate. Now we're seeing a lot of money being put into scaling and getting the cost right. And there's going to be a lot more innovation to go in terms of things like improving yields and cycle times, reaction times. I mean, some of the reaction times are awfully long today compared to the traditional surfactants. So I see a lot of need for real innovation in those areas, as well as bringing to market and bringing to the customer base brand new molecules.
And now moving on to my next question. What are the trends you're seeing in general? What has staying power? Is there anything that you've seen that's more of a flash in the pan trend? And also, I'll start with Nick again to remind you of the last comment that I had as you ended your question with the maybe issue of greenwashing right now that we're seeing in the biotech space as well.
I'll start with the greenwashing aspect. And you are correct. There's a lot of greenwashing, especially in biotech companies that are early stage. Often you make your techno-economic model based off of what you see as a large scale established facility with full recycling of water, everything in place. And you're like, this is how good this could be, but you sell it as if that's what it is. And that's not okay. So for instance, at Jolter, we work with outside CMOs. We don't have our own infrastructure for large scale manufacturing because that costs honestly hundreds of millions of dollars to establish in the biotech space, fermentation scale, DSP scale, everything. And so we work with those partners to make sure we have, okay, where's your electricity coming from? How much is coal? How much is renewable? All these aspects. Do you have water recycling? If not, we don't add that in because that's a major part. And then what are you comparing your product to? And that is a challenge, for instance, in Jolter's case with collagens, because collagen is otherwise a byproduct, but really there is no true vegan collagen option that's not an animal byproduct outside of biotech. And so that becomes a bit of a challenge, but we still do the best we can to compare it to marine collagens, bovine collagens, porcine collagens that are on the market coming from the things as byproducts and compare those. And for the most part, we are way better than in almost all categories. Some of them become difficult to measure because it's like marine collagen basically has a zero water footprint. Even though it's extracted, it becomes very, very nuanced. What I think is important is to look at cost and use and application footprint use in the final products as well. So even if you're at par with the animal version or petrochemical version, if you made a more active version, there is an aspect to calculate, okay, how much is actually being used, how much is being impacted in the industry. And that's something that I think is a potential, but very difficult with those kinds of Me Too products that I mentioned in the beginning, which are truly just copying the animal version in our case, but now you're just using fermentation and you ignore a lot of parameters that don't go in your favor in the techno-economics. But so you're completely correct. And that's really difficult for customers to also find out. You rely on the trust of your supplier. We've worked many years to establish that trust with players, but new players will try to do whatever they can to effectively do the best they can, but sometimes they also make mistakes, not knowing the corners they're accidentally cutting. So in terms of trends that are gonna stay but are possibly hype. I mean, I mentioned AI and computational design. I think that has a lot of potential, but there's also a ton of hype and miscommunication. Hey, I designed this to do this, so I'm going to label it as if it's doing this, but you're lacking the evidence to say it's really doing it. And there isn't too many checks and balances in the industry to screen through that. The big customers will definitely want to see your clinicals, but small indie brands, that they'll just rely on what you're telling them sometimes. And so that's a risk in the staying power.
Yeah, I guess you totally get especially when it's coming from a startup perspective, the greenwashing that you see from them when considering the cost that they are presented and how hungry investors are to invest in biotechnology right now in this general perception of the panacea that biotech may be providing. Coming to the preservatives perspective, Sabrina, what do you think?
I remember when we just started talking about microbiome, probiotics, things like that. I used to work for somebody who said, oh, this is just a trend. It's going to go away. Me as a microbiologist, I'm like, no. This is going to change how we do everything, how we think about, skincare, personal care, beauty care. Microbiome is something that I'm really passionate about and I'm really curious about. And it's such a new topic still, since we're, learning every day. We're learning so much. The methods are improving, the data that we're collecting is just growing. And we're just, scratching the surface of, what is a skin microbiome? What is a healthy microbiome? What is a balanced microbiome? You notice that there's a lot of people that are really passionate about these claims that are so unregulated right now. So it's fun to get into and have those discussions and conversations with people about microbiome claims. And, as you can imagine, they're really relevant for preservatives because people assume, okay, my skin cream has a preservative in it. It can't be microbiome friendly, right? Because the preservative is supposed to kill everything. So I find it an interesting topic to educate and then say, okay, really you're spreading out your cream over your skin. It's a large area. The preservative is really just supposed to kill things that fall into your formulation and not, sterilize your body in that sense. Microbiome is something that I'm keeping my eye on, following the claims and the regulations that are probably going to come eventually in that space. I think there's a lot to be done, not just in preservatives, also, how other active ingredients could be influencing the skin microbiome and how we could, harness some of these effects.
And last but not least, Neil?
In terms of trends, Jen, the product carbon footprint, which I mentioned, is fast becoming like the currency of the realm when talking about sustainability of ingredients, sustainability of surfactants. A lot of big companies have put a lot of time and money into calculating the PCF for every single one of their ingredients. As I mentioned, there's some surprising results, maybe surprising to the general public or folks that haven't been following this, in terms of natural ingredients not necessarily having a better product carbon footprint than petrochemicals. And notably, BASF out there, Capital Markets Day, it was actually 2 days, when they meet with their big investors just a couple of weeks ago. They had just a handful of presentations there. And one of those regarding the nutrition and care business, they put up a slide which very clearly showed, here's the natural product. It wasn't exactly a surfactant. It was one of their food ingredients, menthol, so one of their nutrition and care ingredients. Here's the natural menthol, a product carbon footprint. And here's the petrochemical menthol, half the PCF of the natural product. Now, BASF's the manufacturer and marketer of the petrochemical. It was a pretty substantial result. Menthol's used very, very widely across a lot of products. And there are other examples in the surfactant supply chain. We're starting to see data from other big petrochemical players showing similar relationships. So that's one thing that I think PCF is a trend, but it's gonna cause some eye-opening with respect to the sort of the knee-jerk natural bio must be better. Another quick trend, biomass balance. So this really has hit the surfactant value chain in a big way. And this is the concept where in a refinery situation, you replace a portion of the oil or gas that's coming in the back end of the refinery. You replace that with a vegetable feedstock. Let's say you put 10% vegetable in instead of 100% petro. And then you book that in an accounting fashion. You book that vegetable credit against a particular product coming out of the other end. It could be a linear alkyl benzene or an ethylene oxide or a detergent range alcohol. And then you sell and market that as biomass balance product. This is becoming very popular, and all the three intermediates I mentioned, LAB, alcohol, and EO, are being marketed by folks like Cepsa and Shell and INEOS and BASF as biomass balanced products, which help consumer products companies meet their bio-based commitments. And we're seeing that really since just over the last couple of years achieved a big role in the supply chain.
And that's all the time we have for the panel portion of this presentation. And it's now time for Q&A. And bear with me as I bring over the live Q&A to the main screen. And here we are. Okay, we've got lots of questions. Thank you so much to all three of you for agreeing to contribute your knowledge. Okay, so let's go to the top of the questions. We had many that came in. The first one is from Tanya, who asked, and I see, Neil, you answered the question in the chat, but might as well still speak to it. How long can it take to bring a brand new ingredient from scratch to the consumer? Whoever wants to chime in on this. I think, Nick, it could be really interesting to get your perspective as like the startup.
Yeah, I honestly think Neil nailed it. Like in terms of it's exactly that what we see depends on the ingredient and depends on the company you're working with. So as an ingredient supplier, you got to make sure your product, you've scaled it, you've made it. So if you've checked off the manufacturing portion of a new ingredient, the design manufacturing from that point, you have to prove safety. That's the number one aspect. So you do your HRIPT, epi-ocular, epiderm, those types of tests to really feel comfortable getting on the market. But then if you're talking to a indie brand, they may be more interested in, hey, we again, we have a number of products, but the collagen space is an easy one. Sometimes people just I want to have a vegan collagen. And that's all I want to say. I don't need a ton of substantiation on claims, efficacy, on what the molecule does. In that case, that could be fast in terms of that. And it's mostly indie brands that look at something like that as I want to carry what collagen's known to do, but I just want a vegan version of it or animal-free version. And that can be, they can launch within 6 months or up to a year. But then when we're talking about large multinationals, that's generally a multi-year process, even for a fully substantiated ingredient that has claims, clinicals, everything. And that's a mixture of both, like they want to make sure everything they say is accurate, but then also they do small market tests, everything. So, I mean, if you count the small market test, that could be, again, a year and a half from the point. But to get to truly large scale, that's more of that 5-year horizon that Neil mentioned, that's been my experience. But in terms of launching a new ingredient, and I think there was another question that gets towards process development and everything. That's why I think that's a separate aspect. You really need to make sure you do the claim substantiation, everything, and that depending on the activity you're going after can take a while. A clinical can be 6 months easily, and you have to plan for it in advance. So that's an extra 3 months before that. So right there, just your substantiation phase can be up to a year easily. Depending on if it's something else, it could be even longer. And of course, we're not in the pharmaceutical space. If you cross that line, then that's a different story. But that's I think Neil hit the points. Yeah.
Maybe I'll ask a question that I got on Instagram separately that I thought it was really good on the topic of preservative innovation in the the placement of new preservatives on the market is the challenge that I think a lot of people aren't thinking about, at least in the public, of the bans for animal testing. And this might just be opening up a conversation that we don't want to have, but I don't know. It's important. And, you know, after lunch, we're going to have a whole presentation on the movement away from animal testing, the development of alternative safety methods. But Sabrina, sorry to put you on the spot for this difficult question. Do you want to
No, that's what I'm here for. Yeah, it's an interesting topic because I don't see that. I've seen one company add a preservative to Annex 5 of the European Cosmetic Regulation in the last, let's say, 5 to 7 years. So there's not a lot of movement. And most of the movement that we're actually seeing is in multifunctional. So people are not going through the process of claiming it to be a preservative, going through the registration, going through all the required testing that you said specifically for preservatives. There is rigorous testing that's required. The registration fees, a lot of companies can't afford this. It takes many, many years to add something to the Annex 5. So a lot of people go that route of multifunctionality, so ingredients that have other functions but can preserve or help preserve a formulation. So that's really where I'm seeing the innovation at the moment. I don't know if anyone is working on adding anything to Annex 5 at the moment, but nothing that I'm aware of. Last time I've seen something added was 5 years ago.
I guess as you're saying that, I'm just thinking about like the ethics around that. I don't know if you want to comment on that. It just seems like, I don't know. Should
Yep.
the barriers be the same if an ingredient is being used as a preservative, even if it's a multifunctional? I don't know how we think about that because obviously, as an industry, we're trying to move away from animal testing and we've been developing so many new methods to substantiate safety. Lots of room to grow to meet some of the emerging challenges, especially. Do you want to chime in on that? Sorry, that was also a
Yeah,
difficult
I
question.
think animal testing so far has been the way to really check if something, is harmful for humans. Especially preservatives are designed to attack cells, right? So that's their main job. So we need to make sure that it's safe for humans to use. And like you said, there's a lot of new tests that are coming out that can help us get rid of these animal tests in the long term. But at the moment, that is something that's, I don't want to say almost required, but is the necessary evil to prove that something is safe. And in terms of multifunctionals, yeah, we're probably giving them a little bit of a free pass. I'm sure there will be increased scrutiny. I don't think the industry is really hoping for that, but realistically speaking, as a scientist, I think there will be more scrutiny because we're using these as a replacement for preservatives essentially now, but we're not looking at them. But I think CIR, Cosmetic Ingredient Reviewer, are doing a nice job looking at ingredients where the use level is ever increasing. And, maybe we need to take a second look at, do we have enough safety data on that? So they're not sneaking by unseen in that way, but they obviously need scrutiny as well.
And now this next question is from Shatika around surfactants. Innovation in surfactants is evident given that there are so many different types of skin and hair cleansers in the market right now. Currently, one and done skin cleansers are a thing. What's next? Neil, what's next?
Yeah, well, look, if I knew exactly what was next, I may not be here. I may be on my yacht or private jet somewhere. But yeah, I mean, I think to get at what's next, there's a couple of places to look as I think about this. That's a pretty good question. So I'm thinking out loud here. But one place to look is, what the indie brands are doing. The indies are quite innovative by their very nature. I think that's been recognized in that there's been a fairly well-established trend now where the big multinationals are acquiring indie brands. And, it may not be necessarily ingredient-based innovation, but it's the whole package. It's the formulation, the marketing, the delivery systems, the social kind of approach that the multinationals find valuable when they acquire an indie. And so that's one place to look for, what's next, what innovation is going to likely or potentially make a big impact on the market. The other place to look is, and this is the boring answer, the boring part of the answer, the patent literature. It really pays to trawl through the patent literature. And this is where the big companies actually give away a lot of information. What Unilever, P&G, Henkel, L'Oreal, Estee Lauder are patenting today. In there are some little nuggets that are going to be tomorrow's next big thing. And so, if you have folks on your team in your company, or you could outsource this, that are really keeping abreast of the current patent activity, you're going to get some insights as to what happens next. So some other things I could mention off the top of my head, we had some discussion already a bit about microbiome. And so microbiome friendly ingredients and formulations and products, I think will be increasingly interesting to consumers. I think awareness of the microbiome, what it is and its importance is gradually filtering into the zeitgeist, right? It's not just about probiotics and prebiotics for inside the body, but what happens on the skin as well. I think that's coming into the mainstream, and so we're going to see a lot more along those lines. And I just want to pick up one thing also that came up in the last question about preservatives. Certain of these new biosurfactants have some preservative properties, and I'm seeing those sort of falling into that interesting gray zone where the preservative data is kind of out there, but the claims for sure are definitely not being made, because that would mean they're preservatives. But the kind of the awareness is being pushed out there that those properties certainly exist.
And now this next question comes from Kajol, who asks, there's a lot of buzz around fermented ingredients and new types of peptides, and many news coming in the market, many new ingredients coming on the market. How can we see the ingredient is effective when it's so new, and also regarding safety of some of these new peptide ingredients? So I guess this question would probably go to both Nick and Sabrina. Sabrina, I know you have peptide background as well. So maybe Nick first, do you want to chime in?
Sure. It's from a consumer's standpoint, you really have to trust who you're buying your cosmetic product from, how are they source it, the information they put on it. And then the brands that we work with, they often end up wanting to see our clinical data, and then they, on top of that, do their own clinicals on the end formulated products, and that's what they generally put on the end claims substantiation aspect. In terms of safety, it's an evolving. It has been quite deregulated in the past, but I think it's getting more and more properly regulated in terms of you're supposed to report adverse effects and things like that after you've done your safety study. So if people are getting reactions, things like that on your product, you do have to nowadays report that towards the FDA. But from the aspect of safety, it's a lot of standard tests that check for irritants, mutagenicity, sensitization on, but those don't end up being publicly available. So that's the hard part for an end consumer to pick up. But if you're manufacturing a new product, really ask your ingredient supplier. They should have all of that type of information on hand and be able to provide you it.
Sabrina, do you want to chime in?
Yeah, I think I totally agree with what Nick said. When we launch a new ingredient to the market, we obviously want to understand how it works, right? We want to generate claims. So we run, gene array studies, clinical studies. So we run our studies to see, does this actually work in skincare, in hair care? There's different things that we test for. But obviously we want to make sure we're selling an ingredient that does something for the formulation. In terms of safety, yeah, the standard suite of, safety testing, phototox, sensitivity testing, all these kinds of things we always run. And obviously, if anything were to come up with a red flag, that's not something we would want to launch, because our reputation is on the line too, right? So whenever we see something, we're like, okay, that's not going to go forward. Not that I've seen anything like that. Peptides tend to, be pretty compared to preservatives, pretty gentle, mild ingredients. So I'm not too worried about those. But yeah, fully agree with what Nick said.
And now back to Nick. This question was directed to you. This is from Natalie, who asks, I'm curious as to your perspective on current technical bottlenecks and upcoming trends of fermentation of new ingredients, for example, downstream bioprocessing.
Yeah, and calling out downstream product processing is probably a really good, point in the sense of in the fermentation side, it's actually, there's a lot of companies that have, for instance, a microorganism that can output a number of different proteins or peptides. Where stuff gets complicated is the purification part, the downstream processing part, where you have to separate your target molecule from anything else that's either left over from the fermentation or from other things that microorganism might have excreted. Um, so that's been something at Joltor we spent lots of years on. We started the company with the idea of like, why isn't there a Genentech for everything outside of pharmaceuticals? And one of the things we honed in on was exactly the downstream processing part of it. And so we work to have like a uniform downstream processing aspect. So we just have little knobs we change in terms of temperature, pH, but otherwise infrastructure, everything is the same, and avoid complicated things like chromatography that just will be really costly in terms of bringing a new product to market. And that leads to both time and cost savings. So you can actually go from something on the computer, and in our case, we layer on a manufacturability AI design so that when we design a new molecule, we down select and remove as many things as possible that should not fit our one process effectively. But when new companies start, that initial aspect of getting to a high purity, nice molecule that's basically at the standards that should be for the market, that can take many years. And often is overlooked when somebody's starting something completely new. So in our case, honestly, we can go from computer to pilot manufacturing, let's say, in under 6 months for a new protein or molecule. But generally, that's about a 2-year process on the minimum for most other cases. Not all cases, but that's generally what startups look at. And it's predominantly tighter cost of like how much sugar you're converting to your molecule, and then the purification is probably the most difficult part sometimes.
Now, I had 2 questions next around surfactants. The first, I'll just kind of quickly comment on. The second, I'll maybe just add a little formulator perspective, and then I'll hand it off to Neil. I'll also say before I get started, Neil was recently on my podcast last week, and we had a very deep dive into surfactants, specifically their supply chains and the efficiencies of production, a lot of things that I think a lot of people don't think about. So after this summit, highly recommend tuning in to the latest podcast episode. And so this specific question was actually covered. This is from Kajul, who asked, how sustainable is palm-derived surfactants? Recently, I saw a surfactant that's derived from coconut and palm, and I was wondering what the efficacy will be because it's a new ingredient, how safe and effective it is. I mean, I'm not sure about the variability for safety and efficacy, but in terms of feedstock sourcing, I think something that people don't realize is the efficiency of palm production and the fact that in the surfactant space, we're using what could be maybe thought of as byproducts. So, I mean, there's so much to this. And also this assumption that the alternatives is necessarily less impactful is maybe fraught thinking when considering the larger resources use. So there was actually a study looking at this recently for palm and coconut, and lo and behold, coconut actually has like significant biodiversity impacts. So to make this statement that coconut is going to be less impactful, I would question it. Lots more detail on the podcast. The next question is around mildness of surfactants. This is from Shrutika. I see that milder surfactants are used in personal care products like laundry detergents. Is it needed? I see this from a perspective of soap versus gentle skin cleanser, but in washing clothes. And I'll just say from my experience in formulating, there's a lot to the formulation aspects, such as because a surfactant is harsh doesn't necessarily mean that the end formulation will be harsh. And you see this a lot with products containing, for example, SLES. You commonly see claims that these products are going to be inherently harsh, and that's just not how it works. But I'll stop talking. Neil, do you want to chime
Yeah,
in?
no, you're absolutely right, Jen, and I really appreciate and love how you put your own perspective on the questions. You're not just reading the questions out. So yes, that saves me a lot of work. Um, so the question is like, is there really a need for let's say we'll take it from the point of view of the formulation even, because you're right, it's very formulation dependent, but is there a need for a mild laundry detergent? Because clearly with the skin and the face and the hair, yeah, it's obvious where the benefits of mildness would be. I would say that potentially there is actually, in that the defatting action of cleaning formulations that are obviously necessary for cleaning to take place are an issue on skin and hair. But when it comes to fabric preservation, it can also be an issue. And this is one trend we've seen kind of sneaking up a little bit. It's not a headline banner trend, but it's one that's definitely in the fabric care area, in the laundry area, where if your formulation can demonstrate that clothes last longer, cotton or wool, in natural fibers in particular, last longer as a result of being washed in your detergent versus the competitor, the market standard, then that's a good thing, And so there's some role there. Having said that, for sure, on the personal care side, of course, it's a lot more important and it's a lot more directly experienced. After one unsuccessful, irritating wash, you're going to know about it if it gets, if you're using it on your face or your baby, for example, to take an extreme example. So yeah, short answer is yes, potentially in some certain areas, mildness can be a factor in laundry.
And now I know, now gone into lunch, so I think that this would be a good time to end this Q&A. Sabrina, Nick, and Neil, by all means, feel free to go into the YouTube chat. And yeah, thank you so much for agreeing to contribute to this presentation. Again, highly recommend tuning into the most recent podcast I published with Neil. It was super informative on surfactants. And stay tuned. Next podcast season, Sabrina will be on the podcast to talk about preservatives. And I'll have to do something on biotech as well, Nick. So stay tuned. That's now percolating. So yeah, thank you so much. And it's now time for lunch break.
Thanks, Jen. Cheers.
Thank you, Jen.
So we're going to be off for the next about a little less than an hour now, but we'll be back at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, maybe a little earlier for the introduction of the next presentation, which will be on the topic. It kind of came up already, but it's going to be on the topic of the movement away from animal testing in cosmetics, some of the challenges there, and the development of new alternative safety testing methods. That's after lunch break, and until then, thank you again for coming out to attend the Future of Beauty eSummit. And also, I just wanted to thank one more time all the sponsors who sponsored this event. These events are free because their continued support, otherwise it just wouldn't be feasible. Thank you so much. And also thank you so much to all the amazing people who've agreed to present at this eSummit and donate their time and expertise to help make this possible. So with that, I'll see you back at 1 p.m. Our next presentation will be a joint presentation by Dr. Robert Landsiedel, PhD, and Erin Hill. Dr. Robert Landsiedel, PhD, is Vice President of Special Toxicology at BASF in Germany. He previously worked for BASF in development, regulatory, and management roles in the USA and in Japan. He is Associate Professor at the Free University of Berlin and the current president of the German Society of Experimental and Clinical Pharmacology and Toxicology. His team at BASF is performing more than 500 regulatory toxicological studies per year under GLP, GIVIMP, and ISO 17020, as well as screenings for product development. In addition, they are developing and validating new toxicological methods and testing strategies. Alongside is Erin Hill, who has been a leader in animal-free safety assessment for over 30 years. She was a co-founder of the Institute for In Vitro Sciences, where she collaborated with industry, animal protection organizations, and regulatory agencies to advance the use of animal-free approaches for multiple industries. In 2023, Erin became the inaugural CEO of the International Collaboration for Cosmetic Safety, a global organization which unites top cosmetic companies, ingredient suppliers, research and trade associations, and animal protection groups. With a mission to advance the global acceptance of animal-free safety testing for cosmetics and their ingredients, ICCS prioritizes both human and environmental health. Erin serves on numerous boards and committees and is a co-founder of the American Society for Cellular and Computational Toxicology. Without further ado, here's their presentation.
Thank you, Jen. Thank you for having us today to talk about the future of animal testing, which really would be about the future with less or without animals testing and with better science. We are doing research and development on this at BASF for a long time, and we are doing work together with other companies in ICCS, the International Collaboration on Cosmetic Safety.
Yes, thank you also to Jen for having me here today. And Robert, the title of our talk is The Future of Animal Testing, but I think before we go to the future, you could spend some time talking about how this was historically done, and you have quite an interesting picture here to describe that.
Yeah, going a long way back, this picture is showing Cleopatra doing toxicology. She's testing poisons on condemned prisoners, which in a way is a perfect model because it is testing on the relevant species, humans, but ethically very unacceptable. And obviously, toxicology testing has evolved from that to animal testing and will evolve further. But before we talk about that, a few words about why we do animal testing and how it is embedded into toxicology, and that's shown on the next slide. Obviously, we are interested in substances acting on humans. So there has to be an exposure of the substance to the human, and there has to be hazardous properties of the substance, and both together, the exposure and the hazard, will result in the risk, and that's what toxicologists do. They do the risk assessment, and from the risk which is described, there are risk management measures, for example, restricting the use, using personal protective equipment, or totally banning a substance as depicted here on the right side. And that's the ultimate goal of toxicology, to be able to recognize the risk and to act upon it to minimize it for humans. And that is done with animal testing largely. It's prescribed by law, and you see here a list of the main toxicological areas or effects which are tested. And the next click will show us how far we got in using animal testing or alternatives to animal testing. The green dots would indicate the possibility to do it without animal testing. The red would still be animal testing, and you can see that local toxicity, so how substances act on skin and eye, we can largely do with alternatives, with non-animal testing methods. and same for mutagenicity, which is rather a mode of action than actual toxic effects. But all the toxic effects, especially those which are more complex, like systemic toxicity on target organs or carcinogenicity, we do exclusively with animal testing still today when it comes to regulatory requirements. So the question is, how could we obtain toxicological information with or without animal testing? And that's depicted on the next slide. Obviously, we want to know how a substance would act and have toxic effects in humans. But since we're not Cleopatra, we can't test on humans, and usually we take animals instead. In toxicology, often the rat, and the rat, just like a human, is a complete whole organism. However, it's a different species, and hence the reaction of a rat to a substance may not be the same reaction as the reaction of humans to the same substance, so it may be a wrong model. Also, of course, it's ethically highly questionable to use rats, as they are living organisms. One alternative would be to use the right species, humans, and we can use cells, cell lines, tissues of humans, which is indeed the right species, so highly relevant. However, just a small piece of the right species, and the reaction one cell may not be the relevant one, since toxicological things could happen also in other cells of the organism. There's a third way, depicted here. The structural formula is fluoroacetic acid. And if we knew the toxicity of this substance, and there was another substance very similar, difluoroacetic acid, for example, we could just assume that the toxicity is the same, and that is called read-across. Of course, it depends on the similarity of the substance, and that the similarity is indeed resulting in a similar, if not the same, toxicity. Now that's one substance to one substance. If we do that with a lot of data, we would come to all the big data, QSAR, AI-supported computational prediction models. Whatever we do, the three options depicted here, it's always a model, it's never the human itself. So the question is it a relevant model? Is the rat similar to the human in reaction to that substance? Is the cell or cell line the relevant cell line for the toxic effect? Is the substance I used as an anchor for the read across the relevant substance and similar enough? That's the question of relevance. Because it's experimental methods, there's also another question, and that's, is it reproducible? Measurements vary, and we want to be sure to have same or at least very close by results when we repeat tests. So it has to be on target, and it has to be reproducible, meaning hitting the right spot every time. That is checked by validation of studies, and a validated method would be the one which is relevant and reproducible because we are using models. That's a bit of propedeutic for the toxicology testing. On the next slide, we see how it's traditionally done without animal testing, and that's eye irritation testing. Traditionally done in rabbits, putting the test substance into their eyes, the so-called Drey's test. One of the early tests which indeed started the discussion about animal testing and potential alternatives many decades ago. And we do have alternatives. For example, we test on bovine cornea, which is a leftover of the slaughter process, or regrown corneal-like tissue of humans. We apply the test substance, and we can see the irritation potential in these models. Quite obviously, we don't need a complete rabbit when we are only interested in the eye, and we can have the eye tissue isolated without an animal which is suffering from applying substances. But that's a one-to-one replacement, and that wouldn't work for most of the more complex toxicological endpoints. And even here you see that just by combining 2 or 3 methods to predict one effect in a whole organism is quite complicated. You need a testing strategy, and that will be easily more complex when we come to more complex toxicological effects, combining more methods. And how more complex toxicological endpoints could be addressed other than with animal testing is shown on the next slide. And that's the adverse outcome pathways. When we put a substance to our body, here applying a cosmetic to our skin, we have an exposure. And what we don't want is the adverse outcome, AO, depicted here, for example, a rash, an irritation, or a contact dermatitis. And that's the adverse outcome we would test in animals. For example, the rat, or for skin sensitization, for example, guinea pigs or mice. And that's what we can see in animals as we would see it in humans, the adverse outcome. Now, if we want to apply cell cultures, we need to look at everything in between the exposure and the adverse outcome. And there is interaction of the molecule we applied, the test substance we want to know about, with the molecule of our body. For example, a lipid, a protein, the DNA. That would change the function of the cell, and that would translate to an altered function of the organ, and that ultimately will appear as an adverse outcome, a toxic effect on the whole organism. Now, usually the adverse outcomes are tested in animals. The steps in between can be tested in cell cultures, and hence are opportunities to use alternative methods. On the next slide, we see one of the problems, or at least the challenges, namely the sheer number of organs which are examined in animal testing, more than 30. If we needed several different test methods for each of these organs and would combine them and would validate them, it would just take a very long time. So with this concept, we are up to probably 1-2 decades of work, research, validation, and also implementing new testing strategies. Hence, scientists were looking at something, if you want, a shortcut or better way. Another way than addressing one organ at a time with several in vitro test methods. And the basic concept, how it's done in another way, is on the next slide, so-called next generation risk assessment. And we should remember, ultimately, we do tox testing to estimate the risk. So we would know the exposure, how we put the substance on or into our body. And instead of looking at toxic effects related to a specific adverse outcome, we would just test general reactions, bioactivity of cells, which would not necessarily tell us what exactly the adverse outcome, the toxic effect would be, but that something is going wrong without knowing where it's exactly going. With this bioactivity together with exposure, we can do a risk assessment without doing organ by organ toxicity testing with cell cultures, for example. And that was for human toxicology. But of course, there's also the rest of the whole world, all the other species.
Increasingly, we have a lot of challenges when we're looking at environmental endpoints. And here you see in the boxes the main effects that we're looking at: persistence, whether a chemical is biodegradable in the environment or not, mobility of that chemical into different compartments in the environment. There's an increasing focus on this, especially in the European Union right now. whether that chemical can accumulate in the body of an organism. And of course, we're interested in toxicity to the aquatic species, both from an acute standpoint, but then chronically over time. And endocrine disruption is something that is becoming more and more concerning to regulators around the world. And the challenge is that for the last three topics, we see a lot of animal testing. So the current way of assessing environmental safety is very similar to what you were describing, Robert, where we were looking at a rat or a guinea pig and extrapolating to human toxicity. Here we're looking at a limited number of species and extrapolating to all different types of fish and coral and even different species of those. And the problems are that we're not really understanding the mechanism of action in these species. And so that extrapolation may not be correct. And another way we could do it is also very similar to what you described in the human health, is really using our best available science, a lot of non-animal methods where we understand the pathways and have those give us a much better prediction of the species in our environment. But having said all of this, we still have some challenges ahead of us.
Indeed, quite some, and that's why we're working together to overcome. A few are depicted on the next slide. One is maybe a challenge, but also a guarantee that we are successful in moving forward, and that's standardization and validation. And to have the understanding when a method is developed in the lab, of course you can use it, but before you can use it to make decisions, especially a regulatory decision, there's a lot of standardization and validation needed, depicted here, without going into detail. But it is a rigorous process, which is ensuring that we have methods we can trust in, or coming back to the first slide, that they are reliable, that they are relevant and reproducible, and we can trust the data. And the next click will show us the three elements in using methods. One is that we are following good laboratory practice, and that's to ensure quality and integrity of data. That we have ISO standards to demonstrate and ensure competence and impartiality. And for those methods which are non-animal methods, the in vitro methods, the good in vitro method practice, all these standards and quality assurance programs to make sure that we are using the right method in the right way so we can trust the results. But then there are also scientific challenges on the next slide. The first set of challenges is referring to the fact that we are testing in cells or tissue cultures, which are only representing a small part of the human body. That's the limited biological coverage. And we are looking at early effects in cells, and we are not sure if and how they progress to be toxic effects on the whole organism, the penetrance of the early effects. Then we have the problem with all test methods of the limited precision. So if we repeat experiments, they may not have the same outcome, but we should seek precision so that we have reproducible results. That's the only way to make decisions on a reliable basis. And the validation depicted in the previous slide is working exactly on this one. The next challenge is not concerning the effect, but toxicology is about effect and the dose. And obviously, the concentration of a test substance in a cell culture test tube is not easily translated to an external dose, for example, breathing the substance in the air or eating it with your food. So we have to have an extrapolation of the dose, and that's a whole field of science dealing with that one, but not trivial. And then there's other challenges, like what should we compare to? Often, and luckily, we don't have human data, we only have animal data, but that's the data we should not take as a gold standard. And we have to find ways to find reference data that are relevant to humans and not necessarily the data we obtained in animals, which is what we want to replace, and obviously not a perfect model of the human body. And then we have the whole problem of applicability domain. Not all substances may be feasible to be tested in an in vitro cell culture. For example, a very simple case would be if they're insoluble, it's very difficult to apply them in a cell culture medium. And there's many more. All these fields need still working on. Ultimately, exactly that, to build confidence, so we can trust what we obtained without animal testing.
I think when we talk about building confidence, it's often targeted to our regulator community. But in fact, as Robert has shown you throughout the whole presentation, we all need to build confidence in these methods so that industry can use them at all. And what does this really mean, this confidence building? The circles that you see here talk about the important components of that we have a relevant and reproducible test system, and that these test systems are fully described, not only where they work, but where they don't work, what the limitations are. And some of this work we're carrying out quite extensively at ICCS, and I have just two examples I'd like to share with you today. The first is at an international level, working with the Working Party on Hazard Assessment at the OECD. And there was a priority expressed by OECD member countries that they start to think about how they are going to evaluate new frameworks for systemic toxicity. So not just the easier endpoints of what happens when something harms your eye or your skin, but what happens to internal organs if you're exposed to a chemical. So the ICCS members came together to put forward a framework with ICAPO, and we've been joined now by Canada and the US EPA, putting together a project called Guidance to advance the evaluation of NGRA approaches for systemic toxicity. And what we hope is really to enter into a conversation with member countries so that when these new frameworks are proposed to the OECD, we have a way to assess them and hopefully incorporate them into either IATAs or defined approaches one day. The other example that I have is working more regionally on specific problems where we've pulled together regulators. In this example, it's within the United States, looking to build confidence and new approach methodologies beyond the acute endpoints. And here we brought together regulators from the US FDA, the EPA, and then also international perspectives from Health Canada and OECD. We included another part of our community at ICCS, which is the NGO perspective. Now, this workshop was all around exploring case studies, and we had one on a methodology that Robert introduced to you earlier on read across, and we also did an ab initio assessment. That means looking at building a risk assessment, assuming that you have no animal data at all, which we hope we'll be facing one day in the future. And through these types of scientific dialogue and exchange over case studies, we hope to build confidence in these new approaches. And with that, Robert, I think we come back to Cleopatra.
Yes, and As strange as it may seem today to look at Cleopatra while she's testing poisons on prisoners, one day it may be as strange to think about testing poisons on animals. I hope we could show how we are working on progressing science, building confidence to get away from that and to have reliable data we can trust to build our risk assessments on. Indeed, something we are doing together with colleagues at ICCS.
And bear with me as I bring Erin and Robert over for the Q&A. That was a really informative presentation. Thank you so much for that. And here we are. As you were presenting, I had my own question that popped into my mind based off of some of the conversations that I've seen lately on my platform and beyond. There's so much concern right now for endocrine disruption in cosmetics, but this seems like a real challenge when it comes to the methods available for safety substantiation. And sometimes, I don't know, do we have methodology right now that regulators are satisfied with to look at endocrine disruption? And right now, for the pressure for endocrine disruptors and having more safety data from consumers, the public, regulators, is that translating to potentially more animal testing? What does that whole landscape look like?
I think I'll let Robert deal with the methodology part of it, but Jen, your question of will this lead to more animal testing? Absolutely. If we don't come up with methodologies or insert them. We see it from both the human health side and the environmental side. So at ICCS, we're trying to look at this from a One Health lens, if you will, promoting whatever we develop into the environmental space and the human health space. But Robert might have more to say about the methodologies themselves.
Yes. Maybe to the term endocrine disruption, which would entail two different elements. One, there would be an endocrine effect, and then an adverse effect, which is due to the endocrine action of the substance. So there's two elements. And for the endocrine action of the substance, we have many methods available. Many still need validation, so we are not there yet. What we don't have is how we would combine all these. And to give you an idea, just for the thyroid, we had 17 methods evaluated whether they are addressing different parts of the thyroid axis. So we're talking a lot of methods, still a lot of work to validate them all. And then the big question, how would we combine 17 test results to get a final comprehensive answer on the endocrine action? And then how would we determine whether this is enough to cause an adverse effect? So we have probably a lot of science available. We do not have the science at the readiness state for regulatory decisions, and we certainly lack the data integration concepts, maybe not the concepts, but the very concrete ways how we integrate all these data we would generate from different methods to one assessment towards the endocrine effects.
And for my viewers who want more on the topic of endocrine disruption, I recently had a podcast on the subject with Lal Burgoon, who's a toxicologist. We covered the topic in detail. Now, we didn't cover it from this vantage, but for a lay of the land of the topic, that would be a good podcast to listen to. Now, moving along, this next question comes from Tanya, who asks, have there been reliable methods to test the effects of UV filter ingredients on marine life / coral?
Well, I'm not an expert in the ecotox, but I know that it has been one of the working groups in ICCS to develop and learn about these methods. So my guess from that information would be that it's in progress.
Yeah. And sorry for my silence there, Robert, putting you on the hot spot. It is something that we're looking into, but in fact, maybe not as aggressively as some other areas. There are many other groups that are looking into cosmetic ingredients and corals. And in fact, some of the more recent data is showing that the impact from cosmetic ingredients themselves may not be as large as once thought. But I am also not an expert in this area, so we could perhaps get back to Tanya with a better answer later.
This next question comes from Kajul. Now, I know a lot of this was covered throughout the presentation. I'll ask the question anyways, which was, how is an ingredient toxicity calculated or measured? This is a ginormous question just there, but it continues. Is there a ban in animal testing? So if a new ingredient in the market is launched, what they say, how will they test the toxicity and the dosage, safety limits, and so on and so forth? And I suppose maybe an interesting point here to dig into is the specific challenges for specific ingredient categories. This came up in the ingredient panel earlier, the specific challenges to launch new preservatives on the market. And I guess the roundabout ways multifunctionals with preservative efficacy are getting onto the market without calling themselves a preservative, and maybe there's some unfair things going on for ingredient suppliers. Those are my thoughts, so not the thoughts of Erin or Robert, but what do you guys think?
Well, indeed, the problem with putting certain ingredients, registering certain ingredients, is that today you have to do animal testing, and that's in many regions of the world. So the cosmetic industry is really stuck between a rock and a hard place, because in the European Union, it's illegal to do this animal testing. But in China, if you want to register that ingredient, you need to do the animal testing. And for certain cosmetic chemicals, you have to do it in the European Union as well. So that's where we have this difficulty of the ban versus chemical regulations. The companies are working very hard and feel that they have the means to assess and predict the toxicity of these ingredients without using animals. So the next step is to work with regulators to increase their confidence around these new methodologies. To come up with that safety assessment is quite complicated. It's all of Robert's slides showing you this NGRA pathway, each portion of which takes some expertise, but it's certainly understandable and can be done by properly trained toxicologists.
Maybe it is a huge question, but in essence, there's only two things which toxicologists are interested in. First is, what's the toxic effect? And that's, of course, a concrete question. Is it eye irritating? Is it causing hepatic tumors? Or is it causing allergies, or it's damaging your lungs? And of course, you can extend that. And that really, for cosmetics, is not that much of a question, because cosmetics are not labeled can cause allergies, because you simply wouldn't put it on the market. But of course, if you work with chemicals and you produce them, you want to know, to protect your workers, and for general protection and for transportation, you need to have this information of what's the toxic effect. The other information is at what concentration is something toxicity relevant happening, and that's what any toxicity shall be excluded. So the lowest dose which would not cause any toxic effect. And that's very relevant, but that's just a concentration or a mass per kilogram body weight. And that can be indeed assessed by different ways. But that's also the dichotomy Erin was talking about. On the one hand, we are producing cosmetic ingredients, and there we could do probably a good risk assessment for the cosmetic use, but it's also produced. So there are workers, and workers have to be protected. And the questions for workers are different because concentrations are often higher. And hence in the EU, there's animal testing for the worker safety when you produce a substance, and there's a ban of animal testing for cosmetics once you apply it to a cosmetic product. And I think that has to be resolved, but just for basic understanding, there's the question of what toxic effect for the labeling and at what concentration, which is for the risk assessment in the product and at the workplace.
I think it's worth maybe saying, and I know I say this like at every time I do a podcast or presentation on this topic, there's just so many misconceptions around animal testing. It's important to say the reason why there has been historical animal testing is for safety and also with the environment in mind. It's not like people have these conspiracy theories that it's like evil people doing things. Everyone's just trying to protect people and the environment. Also, there has been a ginormous, as you would have seen in this presentation, effort from the cosmetics industry, including from companies like BASF, ingredient suppliers, many brands as well, to contribute into the development of alternative testing methods. And I think that's really cool because now from the, I would say maybe disproportionate, I don't know if you agree with me, but investment into this technology, now this can be used by other industries. That animal testing is probably even more in use. For example, when we're thinking about pharmaceuticals. I think that's really cool. Now, you can comment on what I said if you'd like, but I'll just move ahead to the next question, which is from Shrutika, who asks, is it possible to not use animals at all for reproductive, acute, or systemic toxicity studies? It is difficult to mimic a living organism in vitro. So what would that look like?
I'll toss that one to you, Robert, again.
Well, Jen, maybe coming back to what you said before, animal testing has been introduced to protect human health because there were incidences of humans getting hurt, blinding, and then animal testing was introduced, of course, many decades ago when this was probably the best technology at hand. Whether this is still the best technology, of course, it's doubtful, and in some areas probably, or certainly not in some areas, probably not in some areas we are not there, and that's what the question is addressing. And also what you said about cosmetic industry, I think skin sensitization was a typical one, where cosmetic industry, BASF as well, developed methods and came up with ways to do it without animal testing, and then the chemical industry and ultimately also the pharmaceutical industry is taking benefit of that. So really profiting from methods that were developed in the cosmetic area primarily. And that is happening in other ways and with other industries elsewhere. Now, the question was, what could we do without animal testing? And the legal answer is local toxicity we can do with animal testing. So eye irritation, skin sensitization, and mutagenicity. All the others not. That's the legal situation, which is a bit different in different areas of the world, but about that's the consensus in the regulatory area. Now, if you look at companies who do screening, and of course in-house you can do what you want, there's much more. And but I don't think there's anybody who would say I can do reproductive toxicity completely without animal testing. And that is also a relative answer, because obviously you can address a lot, and whether what you can address is good enough for you to be confident in the result, that's the question, right? Because if you do animal testing, you can't be 100% sure that it's correct for humans as well. So in the way we made a decision, we feel comfortable with animal data because obviously it worked okay for quite a long time. Now we have other methods, and the question is, of course, they are not perfect, and there will be situations where the animal is right and the alternatives are wrong, and vice versa, or both are wrong. But the question is, and that's what Erin and I try to have as a center message in our presentation, it's about the confidence. How confident are we with the data? And I would say, especially for reproductive toxicity, generally for all substances, I wouldn't trust it. But if I had substance class I know a lot about and I feel comfortable, yes. So I'm sorry I can't give a general answer, but it is about confidence and how you estimate how often you would go wrong when trusting a specific method, be it animals or alternatives. But I do see areas where you could, not for general application maybe yet.
And if I could jump in on one of the first things you said, Jennifer, was there's a lot of misconception of, evil cosmetic scientists wanting to test on animals. In fact, the cosmetic industry was looking for alternatives long before any bans were in place. So we're talking about the early 1980s, because they couldn't formulate a mild product looking at the redness of a rabbit's eye. So I really think that the cosmetic industry is a trendsetter in this area. And as Robert pointed out, hopefully we're developing tools in the toolbox that can be used by other industries.
And there's so much more to this conversation, but unfortunately, we are now at time. Thank you so much, Erin and Robert, for agreeing to contribute to this e-summit. And I just wanted to let everyone know, because there was a lot to this presentation, there was a lot to many of the other presentations. I will be getting PDFs for the slides, so then you can review. And obviously, there's going to be a replay of this whole summit. So if you want to listen again, you can do that as well. But thank you so much, Robert and Erin, for contributing to this. Oh, and I also wanted to say thank you so much to BASF for being a sponsor for this e-summit. And BASF has been very supportive of these e-summits throughout since day one, really. So thank you so much for continuing to support the e-summit series.
Thanks, Jen.
Thank you.
Our next presentation will be by Avril Love, who is counsel at K&L Gates's Los Angeles office, where she is a member of the Commercial Disputes Practice Group. After spending years defending medical device and pharmaceutical manufacturers, particularly in the context of recalls, Avril has considerable knowledge of FDA's regulatory regime and enforcement activities. She has defended companies in numerous industries facing consumers in e-commerce claims based on product liability, advertising, market practices, website accessibility, consumer contracts, data security, and privacy issues. She also has defended clients facing regulatory enforcement over quality and import-export issues, as well as business-to-business disputes involving antitrust, fraud, trade secrets, and other torts. Avril has developed significant expertise serving personal care and consumer product companies facing these very issues. She acts as both a coach and a line of defense, observing clients' field position to anticipate and identify risks, training internal teams to independently navigate legal and reputational risks in their daily decision-making, and proactively developing regulatory compliance and risk mitigation strategies that position clients to defend lawsuits long before they reach the courtroom. Without further ado, here's Avril.
Hi, I'd like to thank Jen for having me, and I hope everyone had a great Thanksgiving. I'm going to start by telling you a little bit about myself. My name is Avril Love, and I work for a law firm called K&L Gates. I have been an attorney and a litigator for about 18 years. I got my start defending manufacturers of medicines and medical devices, and I learned a lot about how the FDA regulates them. And about 10 years ago, I started working with the beauty industry, which is, of course, also regulated by the FDA. And I've focused my practice on the issues facing companies that make personal care products. Although I do spend about half my time defending lawsuits, I spend about the other half preparing for lawsuits and what I think of as litigation avoidance by advising clients about their regulatory obligations and their emerging litigation risks. I work with companies to mitigate their risks through informed decision-making so that their actual risks can match their risk tolerance. And that leads me to assist with advising on things ranging from product development and testing, advertising claims, general marketing practices, compliance with FDA, FTC, and other state laws. And I, of course, also defend companies when they're sued, which I am sorry to say is inevitable when you are successful as a brand. Being a lawyer, I, of course, have to start with some disclaimers. Sorry. This presentation is for general education only, and it is only a portion of those issues that you might want to be aware of in your business decision making. Most importantly, though, this is a snapshot of the legal and regulatory environment as it exists today. But the law changes. Court rulings come out every day, and things can change quickly and unpredictably. So if you are watching this video or looking at this slide deck after December 1, 2024, please consider that this information may be out of date, and I would advise you to seek legal advice before making your business decisions. All right, as this is the future of beauty advertising, I will be talking about recent developments and trends that are likely to impact your advertising decisions rather than the basic rules of advertising, which of course are not that new. But to give you some context for this discussion, it is important for you to know that the FDA is not your biggest concern when it comes to advertising. Of course, FDA does regulate some advertising claims, but most of the trending issues that we will cover today are regulated by the Federal Trade Commission, state laws, and importantly, the most active regulator in the United States, consumer lawyers. Now, I suspect all of you know how critical social advertising is to marketing efforts and how large a role it plays, particularly for the beauty industry. As such, you need to pay just as much attention to your social feeds and your website as you do to your product packaging, because the FDA, FTC, and consumer lawyers all look to your online claims as part of your product labeling. There are some developing issues you need to be aware of if you are using influencers or consumer reviews to market your products, including the intellectual property rights respecting the content that you post. Last year, the FTC updated its guides on endorsements and testimonials. Now, an endorsement is any advertising message that consumers are likely to believe reflects the opinions of someone other than the brand. And they can include social media tags, posted videos, or maybe a certifier's logo. But endorsements have to follow the same rules as any claim made by the brand, which means they have to be truthful, they have to be substantiated, and if they require some kind of disclosure, then the qualifying information has to be presented in a manner that is clear and conspicuous, which really means that it has to be unavoidable to the consumer seeing the claim. Influencers have to make disclosures of any material connection that they have to a brand or product, including if they're being paid for the advertising, or if they work for the brand, or even if they simply received the product to try for free. Any connection to the brand that a consumer might think is relevant to their purchasing decision needs to be disclosed. Advertisers have to consider the media as well. If an influencer makes a claim that requires a disclosure, the disclosure has to be in the same format as the claim. So a written claim needs a written disclosure. An oral claim needs an oral disclosure. If a claim is being made in an influencer video, the disclosure has to be spoken during the video, not just written in the caption or the tags. So if you work with influencers, it's a good idea to provide them with information about your expectations and their obligations, and to formalize that understanding in a contract. Consumer reviews are another area that the FTC and consumer attorneys are very focused on. In August, FTC finalized a rule on the use of consumer reviews that prohibits a number of practices. Now, some of them sound pretty nefarious, like buying fake reviews, but other practices may not be obviously illegal. For example, review hijacking is a practice where you count a single review for more than one product. Perhaps you count it one time on the product's PDP, and then you count it a second time on the PDP of a kit that contains that same product. So it's really one consumer review, but it counts twice on the product PDP and on the kit PDP, and it looks like maybe there's more reviews than there really are. So if you work with a third-party marketing agency, it's really important to ensure that they understand what is and is not allowed by the FTC, and that you have a contract with them whereby they're going to comply with the law, and that you then are monitoring and policing what they are doing. I've included a slide here just on some helpful references that the FTC makes available on use of influencers and consumer reviews, so you can refer back to this later. It gives a lot of specifics. The thing about social advertising is also that it generates a lot of content. And it's important to ensure that you know who owns the content so that you don't violate anyone's intellectual property rights. And of course, you want to make sure that your property rights are also respected. So you can allow consumers to review products on your website, and then maybe you want to feature one of those really good consumer reviews on your social feed. But can you do that? Well, it depends on whether you have the right to use that content. And it's important that your website terms of use cover this kind of issue so that you can do what you want to do. Now, I've seen many brands post pretty bad terms of use that were clearly generated by an online tool or copied from another brand's website. Don't do that. Your website terms of use are basically the only contract that you have with your consumers, and they are singularly important for many reasons. Likewise, you also need a contract with influencers that you partner with to define who owns the content that they create but that you have paid for. And critically important is that your marketing team and your influencers understand that they can only use licensed or royalty-free images and music in their social posts and elsewhere. So if your marketing team is posting videos from music with the TikTok commercial library, you need to be aware that songs go in and out of that library. And once they're out, you're not licensed to use them anymore. So you have to be willing to monitor whether those songs continue to be in the library before you post, because otherwise you could be looking at liability for millions of dollars in the future. You really do get what you pay for. So buy licensed music and hire a lawyer to draft your terms of use. I'm going to talk a little bit about web design. It's really important, and you may be wondering what that has to do with legal risks in beauty advertising. But let me tell you that this issue comes up again and again when clients come to me with a new lawsuit. With the rapid development of new technologies and their deployment in advertising, consumer lawyers and state regulators are responding to curb advertising practices and bolster privacy rights and consumer protection requirements. And web design really has an impact on those things. So whether a brand is being sued for false advertising, privacy violations, or a violation of the civil rights of a person with disabilities, web design can play a really important role in whether or not we have a basis to defend a lawsuit. I'm not going to talk a lot about website accessibility, which I could. But let me just say that if you have been lucky enough not to have been threatened yet with a lawsuit claiming that your website is not accessible, please, please, please hire a website accessibility consultant to help you audit your website and update it to the standards of the Website Content Accessibility Guidelines. They're posted online for free. There are going to be a lot of folks out there who know how to help you. These guidelines are not legally required, but they are quickly becoming industry standard. So keeping your website accessible is an ongoing effort that you'll need to budget for, but I promise that it will save you money in the long run. In the last 4 years, 20 states have passed comprehensive privacy laws giving consumers significant rights over the collection and use of their personal information. Many more states have considered this kind of legislation, and I expect that we're going to see a lot more blue on this map next year. If one or more of these laws applies to your business, then you should be aware that consumers have a lot of new rights, and you need to know what the legal obligations are that you may have to honor those rights. Now, I want to call out here on this slide, on the right-hand side, a couple of specific rights: the right to opt out of the sale or sharing of personal information, and the right to notice of your rights before the collection of data. These two rights in particular are going to have implications for web design, and I'm going to mention them right now. So, but all of these rights mandate that businesses implement certain infrastructure on their websites or wherever you may collect personal information of consumers. But specific examples that implicate the right to opt in and the right to notice. You may need to provide notice of your privacy practices in a pop-up. If your website has a pop-up right on as you land on the homepage where you ask for a consumer's email address, well, you should be aware that they are entitled to notice of their privacy rights at or before the point of collection of data, which means that your pop-up may need to have a link to your privacy policy with some notice and disclosure there. Similarly, if you sell personal data or if you share it for cross-context behavioral advertising, then you may need a link on your website that allows consumers to opt out of that. And you probably need a cookie banner that allows them to manage their cookie preferences. And if you've never heard of the global privacy control, it is a signal that a consumer can choose to use with certain browsers that support it. Basically, if a consumer wants to opt out of the sale or sharing of their personal information, this is a way for them to do that without having to tell every single website to do that. They don't have to opt out every time they go to a website. They use this particular browser, they use the global privacy control, and then everywhere that they visit on the website, the GPC sends a signal that says, opt me out. The thing about that is that your website needs to have the capability to receive the signal and respond to it by opting the visitor out of the sale and sharing of their personal information. Now, before you forget everything I just said because you think that you don't sell personal information, let me stop you right there. Do you use analytics tools? Because if you do, then you probably are selling personal data. The very first time that the California Consumer Privacy Act was enforced, it was aimed at our industry. Sephora evidently thought that it was not selling personal data, but the California Attorney General disagreed and brought suit, complaining that Sephora failed to give notice that it was selling personal data, failed to provide consumers with an opt-out link, and failed to recognize the global privacy control. The Attorney General felt that when Sephora provided personal information to its analytics provider, probably Google, and then received in return analytics data for marketing purposes, there was an exchange of value that was sufficient to constitute a sale. Sephora settled the suit for over $1 million, and they were not the last ones to face that kind of suit because DoorDash had the same issue earlier this year. So I'm sorry to tell you that analytics services are just the tip of the iceberg. Your marketing team should understand that there may be legal risks associated with certain ad tech, including chatbots, try-on tools, pixels, and similar tracking technology used to serve personalized ads, and AI tools that you might use to interact with consumers. So, for example, if your business is collecting biometric data using a facial recognition technology for a try-on tool, then that might be subject to certain kinds of privacy rules. You would be collecting sensitive personal information subject to heightened privacy and data security obligations. And if your website has a chatbot for customer service, you should know that California has a law that regulates the use of chatbots and mandates certain specific disclosures. And if your chatbot or any other tool that you use to interface with consumer uses AI to formulate responses, then you may also be subject to certain AI governance laws that are starting to be enacted. In California alone, The governor signed 18 laws regulating AI this year. One of the most pertinent to this discussion is a law that extends privacy protections to personal information exposed in an AI system and restricts how businesses can use and profit from that data. Now, there's also a really important trend I want to tell you about, because there's a relatively new species of website privacy litigation that has taken hold probably before 2024, based on arcane provisions of certain old laws. The California Invasion of Privacy Act is one. It restricts law enforcement's use of pen register or trap and trace devices without a court order. Scores of class actions and individual lawsuits have been filed, asserting the novel theory that common website technology, including web beacons and pixels, run afoul of these provisions of the SEPA, as we call it, which traditionally have been limited to physical devices that record, numbers dialed from a specific telephone line or the originating numbers of calls placed to that line. Now, recently, one such case was filed against Smashbox Beauty, and Estee Lauder beat a proposed class action in January over a virtual try-on tool, with the plaintiff claiming that it violated the Illinois Biometric Information Privacy Act. That suit accused brands like Bobbi Brown, Smashbox, and Too Faced of failing to provide notice that they were collecting biometric information via the try-on tools. The case was dismissed because plaintiffs couldn't show that the technology allowed the brands to connect the facial information to a person's identity. But we have seen mixed outcomes in privacy litigation, with courts ruling differently in very similar circumstances. And the stakes are high because these laws provide for statutory damages for every single violation. So, excuse me. So that means that the statute basically says that there's a penalty of $5,000 for every violation, which means every user visit. A consumer does not even need to buy something from your website to have a claim. All they have to do is come and visit, which they can do more than once, and then they can sue in a class action on behalf of every consumer, or at least every consumer in their state, perhaps, who has visited your website. So the exposure can be in the millions. Okay. Now, the states and the consumer attorneys aren't the only ones concerned about consumer privacy and choice. Even the FTC has sought comment on what it has called commercial surveillance and has paid attention to web design issues that impact choice in issuing a report on dark patterns. Dark patterns are design practices used to nudge or manipulate consumers that are deemed to mislead or coerce or deceive or just remove consumers' choice in some way. And they can occur in disguised ads or difficult to cancel subscriptions, buried terms or disclosures, tricks maybe to obtain data. So the FTC sued Amazon for a failure to disclose material terms before obtaining billing information, failing to get express informed consent before charging a credit card, and failing to provide a simple cancellation mechanism. So there were a number of different violations, but one of the most critical things that relates to dark patterns specifically is that Amazon had placed a required notice, a disclosure, but it was all the way at the bottom of the web page, and you had to kind of scroll down to see it, and then maybe it was covered by a pop-up. So if you were viewing the Amazon website or in your Amazon app on your phone, you might not see it on that little screen. Now, the FTC's litigation against Amazon for what's called the Iliad flow, the long and arduous cancellation flow that consumers had to go through in order to cancel their Prime membership, that leads us right into some other marketing pitfalls, starting with subscription programs. If you offer a subscription to your products, you should be aware of the FTC's negative option rule, which it just updated, and also a number of auto renewal laws that exist in over 30 states. Now, many of the auto renewal laws, or ARLs, apply to services outside of our industry, like gym memberships. But there are a few that are broadly applicable. And I'm going to, again, reference California's law, which is one of the strictest, and it required something called click to cancel before the FTC's recently issued negative option rule did the same thing. But you may be hearing about this idea of click to cancel lately because the FTC just updated their rule to require it. And basically, the effect, is the same as the California law. If you offer a subscription through one click online, you need to offer cancellation by the same means. And it should be just as easy to cancel a subscription as it is to sign up in the first place. Now, there are many other requirements for subscription programs as well, which I've listed here on this slide. But if a business fails to provide clear and conspicuous disclosures, that's going to be very obvious to consumer attorneys, and it's an easy target for class action litigation. Another hot area where we are seeing a lot of regulation and litigation is in green claims and concerns about greenwashing. There's a long list of green claims that have been subject to challenge via consumer litigation. I'll call out a couple notables here. 100% anything is a risk, but the term natural has been litigated for about probably 20 years, and there's still no authority on what it really means. Another problematic term is sustainable. It's not defined by any regulatory authority, and its meaning is ambiguous. One consumer's sustainable PCR refill pouch is another consumer's non-recyclable single-use plastic waiting to go into the landfill. Now, for those of you who haven't heard about PCR yet, it is post-consumer recycled content, and it's going to be a topic that you will be thinking and hearing a lot about soon. I believe, in fact, from some of the other speakers to follow me, so I'm going to limit myself to discussing recyclability claims. California recently enacted a law that will be enforceable next year, and it makes it illegal to make a recyclability claim if the packaging is not, in fact, actually recycled in the state of California. So I want to be very clear. I want to be really clear about what this means. To make a recyclable claim, it is not good enough that your packaging is theoretically capable of being recycled because it's made out of a material that could be recycled. Under this law, your packaging has to be made of a material that is actually accepted by more than 60% of curbside recycling programs and large volume recyclers in California. CalRecycle performed a study and issued a preliminary list of materials that actually are recycled in 60% of its counties. It's called the Materials Characterization Study. And what you want to keep in mind is that the statute defines a recyclability claim really broadly. So we're not just talking about a chasing arrows symbol. Even if all you say is, please recycle, that could expose you to liability under this law. Nor can you make a disclaimer to circumvent the law by advising to check the availability of local recycling programs. That's not going to work. The good news is that many kinds of materials are recycled in the state of California, and the list is likely to grow. The bad news is if you use a recyclability claim on packaging that is not on the list, you're very likely to be sued by a consumer attorney for unfair competition. And you may face a class litigation for the proceeds of all your sales of the product. So I can't talk about greenwashing without mentioning the class litigation against Sephora for its use of a clean claim. Again, the term clean is pretty broad, it's undefined, it's ambiguous. So in this litigation, consumers alleged that the clean claim was misleading because it suggested the absence of certain specific ingredients that the consumers felt were potentially harmful. Earlier this year, a court dismissed that litigation, finding that It wasn't reasonable for a consumer to understand clean to mean free from all synthetic or harmful ingredients when Sephora had provided specific and detailed information on what ingredients were not in the clean offerings. In short, Sephora did a good job defining and then communicating what it meant by clean. However, there was an opposite finding in a different court in a similar case against Target. That court found that a consumer could reasonably understand the claim to mean something beyond the claim communicated by Target. So it really is a jungle out there. But there are some specific things that you can do to face the future of beauty advertising. Understand your risks. Use contracts to define your relationships. Be transparent about your social advertising and the ad tech that you're using. Make sure your web design gives clear and conspicuous notice to consumers, whether they're viewing your claims on their computer or on their tiny phone screen. Get affirmative consent with checkboxes for contract terms and the use of certain ad tech. Make specific, narrowly tailored green claims instead of broad ones, and make sure you can back them up with reliable support. Get up to speed on the specifics of your packaging and the claims that you can make about it. And with that, I will open it up to questions.
Bear with me as I bring Avril over to the screen for Q&A. That was a really both informative and also terrifying presentation, Avril. And I'm sure, hopefully, I'm sure anyone who has a business in the United States is like kind of terrified. If you weren't awake, maybe you are. Maybe you are now after that. Avril, if you want to just unmute yourself and by all means, come on camera. Oh, there you are. I love your background. Now, I had my own question based off of some things that I've been seeing lately, and I recently commented on it, and I also made a disclaimer. I'm going to get Avril to talk about this tomorrow. I just put up a post about dermfluence or misinformation, medfluence or just in general misinformation. It's becoming an increasing problem between that. And so my question is kind of along the lines of right now it's become very trendy for brands to work with dermfluencers. I see this all the time when I go to conferences. Marketing people are telling brands like this is the new frontier because consumers trust the dermfluencers with the perception that this is going to be more like beneficial advice. Not that their expertise is necessarily with cosmetic formulation, but that is the perception of consumers to consumers. And so more meaningful, I guess, influencership. And then influencers charge a lot. But then the other thing alongside that is this like exploitation of expertise and maybe manipulation there to consumer perceptions. But then there's also increasingly a lack of ad disclosures, lack of poor ad disclosures. So this is an open question. What do you think about all of this and the trend for using dermfluencers as the main influencer right now by many brands?
Right. Well, the FTC's rule on endorsements and testimonials actually does speak to the issue of using certain people who are deemed to be experts. And, there are certain disclosures that need to be made, but really any influencer, any endorser has to make disclosures of a material connection between them and the brand and is limited to those claims that the brand itself can make. So, if you have a situation where you have a dermfluencer who is providing misinformation, the dermfluencer and the brand, assuming that information is being disseminated on behalf of the brand, they're both responsible. And the FTC can reach both of them and enforce against both the brand and the dermfluencer for any untruthful, misleading claims that are not substantiated.
That's interesting. My post yesterday was on the lack of adequate regulation, I guess, that medical boards are doing right now. So maybe another angle to meet some of the dermfluence or misinformation, maybe via ad disclosure kind of things from the FTC along the lines of you can comment on that as well, but also along the lines of things that are happening in the derm world right now as a really hot topic on social media. This question is from Annika, who asks, Avril could maybe also comment on the derm incited drama around Korean sunscreens disappearing from US Amazon. They claim due to Mokra. Were they ever sold through Amazon legally? Do you have any thought? Is this within something you know? This might be a little out
Well,
there.
I mean, I obviously don't know why individual brands are, disappearing. I can't speak to that. What I can say is that MOCRA has certain requirements to register facilities. And so it may be that these products were produced in facilities that weren't registered, couldn't be registered for some reason. But sunscreens are over-the-counter drugs, so they wouldn't have been governed by MOCRA necessarily, like just as sunscreens alone. But perhaps there were, some products that were a combined drug and cosmetic, like a moisturizer that had sunscreen in it, could have been also governed by MOCRA. But yeah, the MOCRA was just a cosmetics regulation, and sunscreens are over-the-counter drugs, so there shouldn't have been a correlation there necessarily. Does that make sense?
I think so. And so then this next question comes from Shrutika, who asks, can you explain website accessibility? It seems pretty straightforward to someone who is a novice such as me. But yeah, what's all going on with that?
Yeah, so I probably did not make this concept clear at all because I just touched on it. But website accessibility is the concept that your website needs to be equally accessible to persons with disabilities. I think I failed to say persons with disabilities, and so that totally changes the context. What we have been seeing in the last probably like close to 6 years, maybe more, is a spate of demands and lawsuits against website operators, not just in our industry, really, across the internet, for websites that are not accessible mainly to people with visual disabilities. So these folks, access the internet using screen reader technology. And they have, these are softwares that read the internet to people with disabilities, and visual impairments in particular. And your website needs to have a lot of infrastructure in order to make that screen reader technology work well. And so, this is particularly tricky for, I think, the beauty industry because we rely so much on images and on videos on our websites. So much of the content is not readable. So it's not like you have a real text heavy page where the screen reader can just go in and read the text. So one issue that comes up again and again on beauty websites is that their videos and their photos don't have alternative text in the source code behind the image that can be read by the screen reader. So, the screen reader would say, photograph of 2 bottles, 1 blue and 1 white, and maybe give their product names or something like that. But all of that text that is read by a screen reader, it has to be entered by a person, or you have to have a means of putting that content in there. And there are a lot of other technical issues that you need to address in order to make your website accessible to people with disabilities. But this is something that I think, website operators really have been slow to address. And there are a lot of consumer attorneys out there and people with disabilities who are serving as serial plaintiffs and, view themselves as advocates for the disabled community and are out there, sending hundreds and thousands at this point of demand letters and filing lawsuits. And this is, it's expensive for industry. Oftentimes, if you've never heard of this, you have no idea, you're not doing it, you don't have a legal defense. And so it just becomes an expensive, litigation or settlement, and then you have to go ahead and remediate your website to make it accessible. So if again, if you've been lucky enough not to have had to address this yet, great, but please save yourself the heartache and the expense and get ahead of this issue by making your website accessible. According to the website content accessibility guidelines, they're called WCAG, and I think now it's version 2.1, I think. And they're really technical, and you're definitely going to need someone with web savvy, a web developer to help you with this. But there are a lot of people out there, in hiring an accessibility consultant, you need to be careful because not every accessibility tool is equal. In terms of making your website more accessible and in terms of fending off these lawsuits. So I would encourage you to use some solution that incorporates human testing of your website and not just like an AI overlay plugin tool, because those are often more trouble than they're worth. So.
Now we're short on time, and I just need to address this because I think that this is really important to address. This is from Tanya. I'll quickly comment on the evidence around talc and ovarian cancer, and then I'll ask something directly. Tanya says, please clarify or correct me, but Johnson & Johnson products, the talc was found in class action lawsuits to cause ovarian, I think it was ovarian, not uterine cancer by daily long-term use. How is this product still for sale? And I'll just say right now, the overwhelming evidence does not support a link. The overwhelming scientific evidence does not support a link between the use of talc and ovarian cancer. And if you want a lot more detail, I've had this covered on my podcast a few times with various experts in this space, but then also there was a recent publication on this topic last year, headlines from a study that Michelle Wong and I covered on Beauty SciComm in a briefing note. So if you want more detail, then look at that briefing note, but also class action lawsuits doesn't necessarily translate to what the evidence says, because if you have a good lawyer who's a good storytelling to a non-scientific jury, then maybe you'll win. That's my point of view. Avril, thoughts?
Okay, I can't go into detail because I represented Johnson & Johnson at one point around this litigation. So
maybe just around the class action lawsuits don't necessarily translate to evidence.
Yeah. Right. So what I will say is that, of course, just because you've been sued for something does not make it true. Also, let's be clear that there's nothing wrong with talc. The concern was that the talc was mined, that when the talc was mined, it was contaminated with asbestos. And so there's nothing wrong with talc at all, as long as it's been tested for and clear, found to be clear of asbestos. And then if there are some, if there is any contamination with asbestos, then there's a whole other, trail you need to go down in terms of like, what is the dose, what are the exposures? Is that even enough to, in a general sense, cause any health effects? And then in a specific sense, as to the particular person who is suing in a lawsuit, did it actually cause their health effects? And in a general sense, I think the science wasn't there in terms of the general causation, but also, each case is going to be different with each individual, because maybe they also were a long-term smoker, or maybe they, worked installing fire retardant material in construction sites, and that also has asbestos risks. So, with each person who gets sick, there's a whole health history that you need to look at, because you really don't, oftentimes these cases, it's very hard to understand what particular thing made someone ill. So I think a lot of products, by the way, just get a bad rap in general. because there's so much out there in the world that, people have exposures to. Like, I think now, of course, plant-based products are all the rage, and people think that that is somehow going to be safer or gentler. But they fail to understand that plants are grown in the environment, which is contaminated sometimes. And so your plants could be soaking up lead and other things that are just naturally occurring in the environment. And then boom, you've got that in your products.
Oh, there's so much to everything that we're talking about, but we have no time to continue. Thank you so much, Avril, for continuing to contribute to these e-summits. That was super, super interesting and informative.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
For the Future of Packaging panel, our first panelist is Allison Kent-Gunn, who has over 7 years of experience behind the scenes, where she's collaborated with beauty brands ranging from indie to international, taking their product packaging from ideation to successful mass production. Allison works as a sales director at Berlin Jansi, specializing in beauty packaging. However, her passion extends beyond her 9-to-5. She offers independent consulting to emerging brands and leverages her social media presence to educate beauty consumers as well as industry professionals on the nuances of sustainable packaging. Our second panelist is Tim Bohlke, who serves as the Director of Sustainability at Resource Label Group. Based out of Franklin, Tennessee, they are a full-service label company providing custom labels and flexible packaging design, printing, and RFID solutions for a wide range of industries, including beauty. He leads a sustainability champions team at over 30 locations in North America, where he is responsible for all sustainability programming. Prior to Resource Label Group, he worked for the Avery Dennison Corporation as the head of brand owner education and value chain relationships. He has worked for various CPG companies over his tenure to include companies such as the Dial Corporation and P&G. Tim also sits on the Association of Plastic Recyclers Committee for the Communications and Public Affairs Committee and is the co-chair for sustainability at the Label Manufacturers Institute. He holds a BA in Business Administration and Marketing Communication from the University of Akron. And our final panelist is Dr. Akemi Ooka, PhD, who is the head of supply chain and sustainability resources at Independent Beauty Association. With over 20 years of CPG experience from Fortune 500 companies to small startups, Akemi's experience ranges from product development to sourcing and supply chain transformation. Akemi has worked at the Clorox Company, Method, and most recently, she was VP of Product at J.R. Watkins, overseeing development, quality, regulatory compliance, claim support, and third-party manufacturing oversight for hand care, personal care, home care, and OTC remedies. She now heads up the Independent Beauty Association's global supply chain and sustainability programming, supporting small to medium-sized businesses in the beauty and personal care sector. Akemi holds a BA in chemistry from Rutgers University and PhD in chemistry from the University of California at Los Angeles. Without further ado, here's the packaging panel. We're back for the packaging panel for the Future of Beauty e-summit, and I decided to do this as a panel because, there's so many different expertises to add to this conversation. For this panel, the conversation will be featuring the perspectives of Allison Kent-Gunn, otherwise known as Allison Turquoise on Instagram, Tim Bohlke from Resource Label, and Dr. Akemi Ooka, who is the head of supply chain and sustainability at the Independent Beauty Association. And so we're just going to get right to the questions. You guys were already introduced prior. So my first question for you is, what are the current packaging challenges that brands are dealing with, and how are these challenges being addressed? And Allison, do you want to maybe kick this off from the trends and marketing perspective?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. I think working with brands behind the scenes, some of the biggest challenges I'm seeing is trying to find that fine balance between sustainability, aesthetics, and price point for their packaging. Packaging differentiation is absolutely critical in this incredibly saturated market. So many brands are looking to differentiate their product packaging, whether that's through decoration, branding, or investing in custom components. But all of that comes with a price point, and sometimes, depending on the decoration or the packaging materials, sometimes that can also come at an environmental cost as well. So I think a lot of brands right now are really struggling to find where they fit in that kind of desire for consumers to have beautiful packaging at an accessible price point that's also sustainable, so they don't feel guilty about their purchases. And it's really difficult to find that balance. And that balance is going to be different for every brand as well. But I feel like those are kind of the big three challenges that I'm seeing right now from the brand side. And that applies to both these really small independent startup brands as well as these international conglomerates. I think this is something that kind of everyone across the board is really struggling with right now.
And now from the labeling perspective, Tim, what do you think?
It's interesting because disrupting the value chain of products that are already, moving through the marketplace and saying, hey, there's a better sustainable option can be a challenge in regards to, well, why should I do that? What's in it for me? And ultimately, what's in it for the consumer, for that brand owner, right? I think there's a disconnect to a certain extent from the communication on the label to the consumer at the shelf, if you will, or even online to be able to say, this is a more sustainable product. And I think, brands are slowly starting to communicate on the package, but I think that real estate is important to make sure that, the consumer knows that it maybe has a how to recycle, symbol on it, right? There's challenges there in making sure that it is the correct film, it is the correct adhesive, it is the correct ink. That system solution has to come together. But ultimately, how do I communicate that to the consumer who's buying that? And I think at the end of the day, there are some smart brands that are out there, maybe not necessarily all in one segment, but that are figuring out a way to either maybe put a perf in there, but on their package that removes the label, so they can have that bottle be recycled, or a message online or something along the lines of social that can get that word out. This is a better product from a sustainability perspective.
And now to the regulatory perspective, I think people maybe are not aware of all the regulations that are coming forth regarding packaging. So Akemi, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, you asked about packaging challenges, and I think in addition to the development and sort of product piece, there is a more complicated regulatory environment that is emerging, certainly in the US, but this is really a global phenomenon. Starting in 2025, there's some really, really important packaging regulations that are coming into play for the US. So one is extended producer responsibility, or EPR regulation. So fundamentally, this is a policy framework that requires producers, which are usually the brand owners of the product, to partially or fully fund the collection, sorting, and waste processing of packaging associated with items that they sell and distribute. And in the US, there are 5 states that have enacted EPR laws. That's Colorado, California, Oregon, Maine, and Minnesota. There were 9 proposed bills last year. So there were 9 additional states that were looking at these kinds of laws. And we expect that to come back again in the next session. And probably a couple of them will pass. There's some thinking that maybe New York and Washington State will pass their EPR laws in this next session. And ultimately, for producers, this means that you have to register with a producer responsibility organization. You have to report the quantity and type of packaging sold or distributed in each of these states. And then you have to pay a fee in each of these states based on the type and quantity of packaging sold or distributed. So this is a new burden of information gathering, reporting, and sort of supply chain transparency and assessment that is required. The other regulation that's coming into play is PCR mandates. Washington's plastic PCR mandate comes into effect in 2025 as well. And so this is going to require personal care companies that are using rigid packaging between 8 fluid ounces and 5 gallons to register with the state and meet a PCR mandate for plastic that requires 15% PCR in 2025, and then moving up to 25% by 2028 and 50% by 2031. So you need to not only be thinking about compliance in this environment, but also the fact that these have sort of future milestones as well. So it's good. Packaging regulation is going to get complicated fast.
Now, from each of your respective perspectives, what are some of the current packaging trends that you're seeing today? And then where do you see them going in the future? So from the labeling perspective, from the sales trends kind of perspective, and then also from the regulatory and keeping up with these packaging regulations that are moving very quickly. Akemi, maybe we'll start from the regulatory perspective for this one.
We're seeing a lot of packaging overall, but in particular plastic packaging regulation kind of come to the fore. And a lot of it is driven toward recycling and trying to drive more of a circular economy. But I think that that's just going to continue, and largely because of, frankly, the social media conversation around packaging, right? So I think that from what we see in the policymaking arena, a lot of the conversations that are had over social bleed into policy-making conversations by lawmakers because they're reacting to what they think is important to their constituents or what they're seeing online. And there's a lot of information and visual sort of presentations on social that I think people have a very visceral reaction to, right, when they see a lot of plastic packaging waste. And so I think that that's going to continue to fuel regulatory activity in the future. And we are seeing that the regulatory landscape is really more prolific at the state level than the federal level. So I think the other thing we'll see is not only more regulation, but more of it happening at the state level versus with federal agencies, which can be actually challenging for small businesses because that's a lot of states to pay attention to.
And just to follow up on what you were talking about on the regulatory front and what that may mean for the future of beauty, the last I checked, and I don't know if this has changed, we didn't really have enough PCR in the market to satisfy the upcoming demands with the increasing PCR percentage requirements for packaging. And so as far as I understood at the time, there were larger brands that were buying up stock, and then smaller brands maybe weren't aware that this is even something that they needed to think about in such advanced time. So what's that whole landscape, especially when thinking about, like, you're from IBA, so from how these challenges are impacting specifically indie beauty, because I feel like that's something that's often missed from these conversations.
No, it's a great point. I mean, we've been talking about the challenge with PCR mandates and that there's not enough post-consumer recycled resin to go around, and particularly for beauty where, really your hygiene requirements and your sanitation requirements are much higher, and you really want to minimize any interaction of the package with what's inside the package. And so it makes it very, very challenging, I think, to one, find PCR resin in the first place, and then second, to make sure it's of a grade and quality that is appropriate for a beauty and personal care product. That's why some of the EPR laws are really focused on trying to create alternative markets, for post-consumer recycled material. But Washington's law had actually gone into effect a couple of years ago and started with things like plastic bags and beverage containers. And they've just started to issue their first fines, basically, for non-compliance. And those are coming in. And the biggest one was a big company, and it was like $65,000 or something, right? And part of the conversation was that there just isn't enough PCR to go around. So I think it's a persistent problem, and one that maybe EPR is trying to solve, but much more challenging for small brands to get a hold of that material than for big guys.
And then moving on to the labeling perspective, Tim, what do you think?
Yeah, I think, smart companies need to engage with their value chain, right? The supply chain that they're working with. So in our case at Resource Label Group, we have preferred design recognition for the products that we sell to our brands. And what that really is a badge that says this has passed the correct protocols to allow it to be recycled properly, right? Not every printer has that. And it's important that you understand, what does that mean for me? So we have testing labs that can test your label, test the adhesive, make sure the ink is correct, and that it will follow what these states are trying to impose. Again, the Association of Plastic Recyclers is written themselves into California law. So as a brand owner, no matter what state you're in, you want to make sure that you're following the correct protocols and understand that, yes, down the road, like Akemi was mentioning, there's going to be fines. So it's better to be ahead of that and understand what those legislative activities entail, because there are a ton of bills in the environmental space that are on the docket. And it's going to be the next 5 to 10 years is going to be real interesting to follow everybody in this space, and especially beauty brands.
And then last but not least, Allison, what do you think?
All good points made. I do feel like a lot of the upcoming regulatory changes are impacting smaller brands the most. I think they're the most unprepared. I have conversations all the time with independent brands that have not been informed by other suppliers that these regulations are on the horizon. So unfortunately, a lot of them are scrambling last minute to implement PCR content and conduct stability and compatibility testing now that they've added PCR into their primary components. So it's been a very big challenge. And I think, unfortunately, a lot of brands are feeling very unprepared. I think a lot of brands are also struggling with how to communicate this to consumers. Now that more brands are going to be implementing PCR content, I think a lot of brands also want to get the sustainability bonus points for the PCR content because it is at a slightly higher price point. So I think a lot of them are also struggling with how to effectively and accurately communicate that information and those initiatives to their customer base in a way that's, accurate and engaging, but also compliant, because unfortunately we are starting to see more sustainability claims come under fire from a regulatory perspective. We've been seeing it a lot in Europe. It's starting to trickle down into the US now, but I think that's a very big concern for a lot of brands as well, particularly smaller brands that don't have in-house legal or regulatory to advise them. So I think it's hitting a lot of different departments within, a single beauty brand. But, I think indie brands are having to rely heavily on their suppliers, and hopefully their suppliers are providing them this information, or they're going to organizations like Independent Beauty Association that provides a lot of this information, complimentary with their membership. So a lot of smaller indie brands are struggling, but there are resources available. I think some of them are just a little bit overwhelmed on where to find those resources, and ultimately, who's a credible source.
Now, I have 2 questions that I'll lump together. So as you were speaking about the trends that you're seeing and what the future may bring for them, I'm thinking about now indie brand founders who may be watching this and thinking, oh my gosh, what do I do? So for the indie brand founders or anyone just kind of in a role that has responsibilities around packaging, and especially if they're a smaller company, do you have any suggestions for how they should approach thinking about future-proofing their brand and growing with the packaging changes that we're seeing? Is that even possible? Are things moving too quickly? What do you think about that? And then the second question is, what does the future of packaging look like to each of you? Allison, do you want to kick this one off?
Sure. Yeah. In regard to your first question, I don't think there's any surefire way to future-proof yourself as a brand. But one thing I do recommend to all of my brands is that they look at what is happening in Europe, particularly in regards to sustainability, consumer perception surrounding sustainability, regulations, claims. I feel like the US is a few years behind Europe on that front, but I feel like a lot of the initiatives that have been occurring in Europe are slowly trickling down to the US as well. So I recommend to all my brands that they take a look at what's happening in Europe, because slowly but surely it's going to start occurring in the US as well. Future of packaging, I think, is going to look different for every brand. So I think for certain brands, it's going to be, pushing the envelope on material and design innovation, whether that's plant-based resins, whether that's, compostable or biodegradable materials. But I think for some brands, funny enough, it's actually the future of packaging is going to be looking to the past for packaging inspiration. Slowly but surely, I've been seeing more brands look to vintage packaging materials and also, design for reuse as inspiration for their new packaging designs. I think glass and aluminum, metal in general has been heavily used throughout vintage packaging. And I do see a lot of brands starting to utilize that more. But I think also the way that we designed packaging in the past, it was something that was meant to be cherished and reused. And I think we're slowly starting to see a shift towards that as well, creating packaging that's beautiful and that consumers want to keep as a beautiful keepsake and hopefully reuse. I see two kind of primarily different approaches to the future of packaging, but I think both have their time and place, just depending on the brand and then also the customer base.
Yeah, I'm stealing her answer. Because she's right on. I mean, no one can predict the future of packaging, but at the end of the day, we're definitely seeing an uptick in compostable and inquiries and, the pros and cons of it. And, I still feel like it's fairly new, even though it has been out there for some time. But the evolution of, the negativity on plastic per se, I am not negative on plastic. I think if disposed properly, it's a great product, right? You're not going to see big brands, no longer carry it, but you might see them evolve into other types. And I certainly think that paper and compostable may offer a line extension and or a point of difference, to a competitor. So if you're a startup, it's worth taking a look at, investigate it, see what the marketplace has. And then obviously test it with your consumers, right? The consumer ultimately is the one that pulls the trigger on a purchase, and make sure you have a social campaign behind it. I mean, I think there's a huge, bonus if you have that as a small brand.
And last but not the least, Akemi.
Yeah, man, that's like how do you future-proof anything, right? I know that there are brands that really look to, especially if you're looking at the regulations and for example, that PCR law, that it's just going to keep ratcheting up. They'll kind of look for sort of a target in the future versus just like the immediate compliance requirements. So like, how do I buy myself some time by designing kind of a little bit more forward thinking than I otherwise would? So I think there's some of that forward thinking planning that brands should kind of think about there. For the future of packaging, it's so interesting. I think that, Allison brought up refill and reuse, and some of these regulations do call out, a push for refill and reuse. And I think that there's something there that consumers are kind of intrigued by, whether it's refill, reuse, or compaction to concentrated formulas, again, diluted. The challenge, I think, for the beauty industry there is that the regulatory oversight for those formats is either not developed or underdeveloped, right? So you can certainly make a product that is refillable, but in the context of other oversight by, the FDA, that may have an impact on your labeling, right? You may or may not be able to label that properly, right? It may have an impact on where you fill it. So if you're going to a big box retailer to refill your product, that retailer may now, under federal law, be considered a manufacturing site and be obligated to other kinds of requirements and restrictions. And so I think that there's a lot that's sort of interesting, but there aren't the rules around, governing, how those products come to market. So I think there'll be a lot of like testing and learning in this area in the future. I think there's also still going to be a lot of tension between recyclability and environmental persistence. So there is like this parallel conversation about having materials that are recyclable, having materials that are compostable, and then ultimately sort of the persistence in the environment, and whether that's persistence or bioaccumulation. So I think that there's still sort of like two different conversations going on around packaging material and plastics in particular that haven't converged into like one solution. So I kind of think that that's going to continue. And then I think there's still like just a lot of innovation to be had in packaging. And when you think about an aging population and you think about like the needs that people have as they grow older, or a diverse population and like, different products that they need, I think there's still going to be a lot of innovation, not just in materials, but in form and design, to Allison's point about, how do you serve all of these consumers and these demographics and sort of meet them where they are, because they're demanding and asking for products to be made for them, not just let me kind of force fit what mainstream producers are making. And that's where a lot of the indie beauty and indie companies come in, because they're making more bespoke products for very specific markets.
Well, that's all the time we have for the packaging panel, and it's now time for Q&A. And bear with me as I bring the panel over to the main page for Q&A. Thank you so much to all of you for that super informative presentation coming from many angles. Now, throughout the presentation, we got a lot of questions on something that came up, which is with respect to refillable. So there was one question around that. I'll just ask them all kind of together and direct this to Akemi, since you were the one that brought it up. This one was from Cameron, who asked, what do you think about refillable packaging? Are there any regulations surrounding that, especially with antimicrobial concerns? And then the other question is from Tanya, who asked, do you think certain kinds of personal care products work well in a bulk format that allows for refillable options? What are the principal challenges in offering refill/reuse? Akemi, what do you think?
Yeah, so I do think that I mentioned it in the session that they're just, the laws are sort of undeveloped or underdeveloped. I think that there are three different kind of formats, I think, for refill and reuse. Refill in particular. One is you take the packaging and you send it back to the original manufacturer to be refilled. The second would be to be refilled at some central location, like a big box retailer. The third would be to refill at home. And the refill at home model has two sort of formats. One is, you may have seen for hand soap, for example, a big pouch that pours into the original container. So maybe holds three bottles worth, and you pour that into your hand soap or your shampoo. The other format is a cartridge formula or format. So that might be a little case inside a case, and you like pop that in. And I think that it's sort of unclear. I think the first challenge for the first format is reverse logistics. I think it's like unclear sort of how you handle reverse logistics, particularly as you think about sanitation and hygiene, and how do you wash something and clean it well, and who certifies it and says it's okay to be sent back and reused again, and is the integrity of the product still good for reuse in that case. The second format, where you're going to a central location, is what I mentioned earlier, which is given MOCRA and how MOCRA defines a manufacturing facility. If you're now going to fill a product on a site like at a Target or an Ulta or some central store, that could be then considered a manufacturing facility, and then has to be registered as a manufacturing facility and follow GMP rules and other regulations, and have hygiene and staff in place to handle that. And then the last model, which is sort of the pour in or the cartridge model, has some challenges in that it's not always clear that the larger format, like the big pourable, is not also considered in and of itself like a container, a single-use container. And so that's sort of a question that still I think unclear. And then the cartridges, there's a lot of questions around, like, it's hygienic, but is that just more plastic? Like, is it really solving the problem? So I think there's a lot of different challenges there, and those are, I think, more acute for personal care than they are for other industries. You can think of going to your local fast food place, and they have like some place where you can fill your soft drinks. That doesn't exist for personal care. So I think it's really challenging to do that. And the question around like sort of bulk formats, there are I have seen places where you can go and fill from giant bladders, 5-gallon bladders or something, hand soap, shampoo, conditioners. I mean, I think that they're easier to fill if you're not in an emulsion, let's say, that will separate over time, right? Or a complex fluid that could separate over time. You're probably better if it's like one solution. But again, I think your antimicrobial control or your preservation system just becomes really, really important, because that bulk formula is sitting out there for a long time. It may have to, there's a shelf life for that, and then a shelf life for that's just presumed within your product. And so the preservatives just have to work a lot harder or be more effective. And we have fewer and fewer of them as we move forward. So it's a little bit of a catch-22, I think, for personal care in particular.
And this is something I think Allison has highlighted really well in her content online. She has a YouTube channel as well, that with respect to the cartridge systems that consumers then return, the environmental impact of that format really depends on consumer compliance. And like, you have to think of how much material that is. So are they going to send it back and keep reusing it? How many reuses will actually translate to a net environmental benefit for the finished product? It's going to vary. Now, this next question is directed to Allison from Shrutika, who asks, can you share some packaging trends in Europe that puts them ahead of everyone else? Can you? That's very specific.
It is very specific. I love that question. Yeah. So all in all, on the sustainable packaging front, Europe is leaps and bounds ahead of the US. And I think that's largely due to their regulations. They're much stricter on what, green claims you can make. And as such, a lot of brands that do want to position themselves as sustainable, they have to really put in the work to substantiate those claims that they're going to be making. So, as far as specific trends are, I would say compostable and biodegradable seems to be of big interest to a lot of European brands that I service. Recycling is always, important, but I feel like a lot of brands that are really determined to position themselves as a sustainable brand, they don't see recyclable or even recycled content as enough. They want to go deeper because, a lot of brands have already implemented monomaterial recyclable packaging or recycled content in their packaging. So, in a way, the sustainable space is kind of diluted with a lot of brands that are positioning themselves as sustainable. So in a way, it's kind of forcing brands to invest in more advanced sustainable innovation, I would say, in order to differentiate themselves in that space.
Now, a challenge I foresee with respect to compostability and biodegradability, it's something that has come up in the North American market, and I'm rather ignorant to the European one. I'm sorry, I'm just going to probably kind of skim across this, but the challenges that may present with respect to the topic of microplastics, for one, which is right now a huge regulatory topic. But then the other one is with respect to, if you say compostable, then consumers may assume that the package is compostable within the municipal environment, which may or may not be the case. And that was historically, at least in my region, a challenge for packaging. Now, I'm just going to skim past that. And I'm sorry, there's not that much for this Q&A. Those are just things to think about, but I'll move on to a question that I have for you, Tim. And I think a lot of people don't really think about the environmental implications of some of the labeling choices that they make. And I've heard you before speak to that. And I think it would be really interesting. I know this question didn't come up, but I feel like they're not aware that this is something they even have to think about. Some of the repercussions, especially on the different packaging materials, whether you're printing directly on the package or putting a sticker, and then is it plastic or is it glass? So can you take us through some of that?
Yeah, of course. Certainly when you start to talk about plastic, whether it's PET or HDPE plastic, polypropylene, there are right and wrong choices to make when it comes to that label material. So you want to make sure that your printer is well aware and well in tune with, the North Star that we follow is really the Association of Plastic Recyclers, who gives guidance and who can give preferred design recognition, which we have at Resource Label Group, to make sure that the brand is purchasing the right base stock, the right ink, the right adhesive. And you even talk about the liner. There's many layers to a label. So there are different specs that meet, different requirements for those particular packages. Glass is a rather easy, product to label. When glass gets crushed and burned and repurposed and reused, the label gets burned off. In the plastic world, it's a lot different. So you want to make sure that whatever spec you're utilizing has that APR approval. You want to make sure you're working with the correct printer in terms of the correct inks, because those all play a part when you start to talk about the circularity of a bottle. So it's evolved over the years without a doubt. The APR really is our North Star, as I mentioned, who we follow every day when it comes to those packaging design guidance rules.
And I'll just say that's a ginormous topic that brands really
Oh
should
yeah,
be.
it's deep water for sure. And again, some brands, aren't aware that paper labels on plastic are deemed detrimental to the recycling process. They just don't remove cleanly. If you've ever tried to take a paper label off of anything, sometimes that adhesive can be really tough. So there's an evolution for certain that has happened in the category of plastic. And you want to make sure that whichever packaging supplier you're utilizing understands the rules, understands the laws, understands what's happening in different states, because every state has a little bit of a different legislation. California certainly has some interesting things that are going to be happening in the near future. So you want to make sure your EPRs are all checked off, but your printer should be able to guide you through those steps.
And that's about all the time. We have one more minute, but I mean, we're not going to have time to actually answer one of the questions. So maybe I'll just say here, there's so much to this topic. Maybe it would be worthwhile following Independent Beauty Association, Allison, as well. Also check out what Resource Label Group does. But if you're a small brand looking for resources in this very quickly moving space, especially when we're talking about, as you heard, regulations, for small brands, especially who are operating in the United States market, it would be very much in your best interest to join a trade association that can keep you up to date and point you in the right direction for some of these regulations. And also, as you guys were talking, just because we've just brushed the surface, there's so much more to this on each of the topics that you independently covered. I should really think about doing a whole summit on packaging. So stay tuned, maybe that'll happen. But thank you so much, Tim, Akemi, and Allison, for agreeing to contribute to the CE Summit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And bear with me as I bring over the final presentation of the day. Oh my gosh, we're already towards the end. This day just blew by. Thank you so much to everyone who came out today, and you guys were so engaged in the comments all throughout the day. So thank you so much. I also wanted to thank, I forgot to do this while Tim was here, but Resource Label Group is another one of the general sponsors for the Future of Beauty E-Summit. So thank you so much to Resource Label Group for sponsoring this event. And then I'll just quickly give a shout out to the rest of the sponsors. One of them is the sponsor, PCPC. It's going to be the presenter for the next presentation. So PCPC, BASF, who you've already heard, NYSCC, you've seen them on the title slides during lunch. They were our silver sponsor. And then our other general sponsor was RAND Group. So thank you so much to all of these companies for supporting this e-conference initiative. They are a big reason why I'm able to continue doing these free and keeping them accessible to anyone who wants the information. With that, we'll get right to the next presentation. Our final presentation of the day will be by Alexandra Kowcz, who is the chief scientist for PCPC. She previously served as vice president of the U.S. Research and Development at Beiersdorf, managing U.S. product development, medical and scientific affairs, clinical testing, product safety testing, analytical testing, microbiology, regulatory, claim substantiation, chemical processing, and new technology research. She has held a number of R&D positions at Procter & Gamble, Bristol Myers International, Richardson Vicks, Clariol, Centerchem. She's also the author and co-author of numerous patents, publications, chapters, and scientific poster presentations. She holds degrees in biology and chemistry from Fairfield University, completed graduate projects at Boston College, and received her MBA from the University of Connecticut. She is an active member of the Society of Cosmetic Chemists and the American Academy of Dermatology. Without further ado, here's Alex's presentation.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alex Kowcz, and I'm currently the Executive Vice President of Science and Chief Scientist at the Personal Care Products Council, located in Washington, D.C. I'm excited to be here today to present on the current status of sunscreens in the United States, the challenges we face as an industry, and the future of sunscreens. Thank you to Jen Novakovic of EcoWell for this kind invitation to share the latest on sunscreens in the United States. Today, I'll cover the current regulatory landscape in the United States. I'd like to provide a little bit of history on the FDA OTC sunscreen monograph. I will also talk about the Sunscreen Industry Working Group and their activities. I'd like to present also on a new sunscreen that is undergoing FDA review currently. I'd like to also present an important publication on the SPF habits and practices uses of sunscreen users, and also cover recent advances in the environmental safety area of UV filters. For those who are not familiar with the Personal Care Products Council, we're one of the most well-established trade organizations in DC, found in 1894. Our members consist of small, medium, and large-size entities that manufacture, distribute, and supply the vast majority of cosmetics and personal care products in the United States. Our companies are global and are committed to providing safe, innovative products that enhance the quality of life for everyone. PCPC provides valuable scientific expertise, strategic public affairs counsel, global industry representation, and other information essential to our members' companies' success. In the United States, sunscreens are regulated as drugs due to the legal definition of drug under the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act. The intended use for these materials are to help prevent sunburn or to decrease the risks of skin cancer and early skin aging caused by the sun. An important point here is that sunscreen products and UV filters are primarily regulated as cosmetics in other regions of the world. The number of available UV filters has truly decreased over time in the United States. Only 9 are commonly used in the United States marketed products. 2 ingredients, zinc oxide and titanium dioxide, are proposed as safe and effective for sunscreen use, and 2 sunscreens, PABA, paraminobenzoic acid, and trolamine salicylate, are proposed as not safe and effective for sunscreen use. The FDA uses 3 different categories. Category 1, generally recognized as safe and effective, that would be the zinc oxide and titanium dioxide. Category 2, not generally recognized as safe and effective, this is where the PABA and trolamine salicylate fall into. And Category 3, which means additional data is requested to classify as either Category 1 or Category 2, and that is the rest of the ingredients. As everyone can see, this has been a very long journey for us with sunscreens in the United States. From 1978, when the first sunscreen monograph proposed rulemaking was issued, to today's proposed sunscreen order. Just to provide a few highlights, in 2019, the FDA issued a tentative final monograph. In 2020, the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, known as CARES Act, added Section 505G to the FDA&C Act, which reformed and modernized the OTC drug review process. In 2021, the FDA issued a proposed order, which was basically the same information that was contained in the 2019 tentative final monograph with minor modifications. Currently, there is no deadline to finalize this 2021 proposed order. When the final order will be issued, it has an effective date of at least 1 year after publication. The FDA proposed order outlines specific testing requirements for sunscreen actives. There are a number of tests required which are outlined on this slide, and they include in vitro studies, human clinical studies, which includes dermal irritation sensitization, dermal photosafety, human absorption studies, non-clinical studies, which are the dermal carc, systemic carc, the DART studies, toxicokinetics and hormonal effects, and other studies on a case-by-case basis depending on the margin of safety. I'd also like to highlight some of the sunscreen industry working group activities. This group has completed comprehensive safety dossiers on existing data regarding human safety for 7 sunscreen ingredients. They also submitted proposals to the FDA to integrate modern tox models and non-animal test methods, known as new approach methods, into the safety assessment of the sunscreen ingredients. And these were based on FDA's Predictive Tox Roadmap, the National Research Council 2007 report, Toxicity Testing in the 21st Century, and the National Academy of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine report titled Using 21st Century Science to Improve Risk-Related Evaluations. Safety dossiers and the NAMS frameworks will be published. Human dermal safety studies were also conducted with sunscreen products with multiple actives, which represented commercially marketed products. And these studies were submitted to the FDA. There were 168 redacted studies organized in very different ways, but they included cumulative irritation tests, human repeat insult patch tests, phototox, and photoallergy tests. And now I'd like to share some exciting news on a new sunscreen that has been submitted for review to the FDA. Currently, there's a new sunscreen on the horizon. The trade name is Parcel Shield Bimotrizanol, sponsored by DSM Firmenich. I'd like to thank DSM Firmenich for the following information. Bimotrizanol is widely known outside the United States for its UVA-UVB protection, safe use, and stability. DSM Firmenich is a sole sponsor seeking FDA approval for this new sunscreen active ingredient. If approved, it could pave the way for other advanced filters in the United States market. There are 2 primary FDA innovation pathways for new OTC sunscreen drugs to be approved. You can go through a new drug application, known as an NDA, for finished sunscreen products. It requires safety, efficacy, and manufacturing data. The cost can range anywhere from $20 million to $50 million US dollars. The time can take anywhere from 8 to 10 years. It does offer 3 years exclusivity and patent data confidentiality. Or the second pathway is going through an OMAR, over-the-counter monograph order request. It's a tier 1 that this would be going through, and it's for new ingredients. It requires GRAS and MUST data. The cost is $5 to $20 million. The initial fee is $559,000 US dollars. The time is 5 to 8 years per ingredient, and the FDA review timing takes 17.5 months. It does offer 18-month exclusivity, but no data confidentiality protection at all. DSM has chosen to do the FDA Tier 1 OMAR for the bimotrizanol. This is truly a precedent-setting pathway not previously done. The data review process is currently underway with active FDA engagement. As you can see, this pathway is a long time, but it has started in September 23, 2024, when DSM did file a submission for a Tier 1 OMAR with the FDA. And we're hoping that the 17.5 months reaches to March 7th, 2026, where a final FDA order is expected. Now I'd like to talk to you about another topic, a U.S. online survey study conducted by a PCPC-led sunscreen task force. There are a limited number of consumer usage, habits, and practices studies available. Hence, the objective of this online survey was to better understand the habits and practices of regular sunscreen users. The study results were published in Food and Chem Talks last year in November of 2023. I would like to share a few highlights from the online survey. 2,283 regular SPF consumers participated in this survey and provided very valuable information into how consumers use products that contain sunscreens. Subjects applied sunscreen most frequently if spending more than 3 hours in the sun. The SPF products were not reapplied by 20 to 60% of regular users, but this was very dependent on the product type that they actually used and the product type that was reported. Only 10% of the respondents correctly identified sunscreen products as drugs. So there's a lot of education that still needs to be done. But I really recommend that everyone who is interested in this subject take a look at this Food and Chem Talks publication from November 2023. Another key area of scientific research is focused on the environmental safety of sunscreens. And in the next few slides, I'd like to provide the latest information. In the past few years, there have been a number of mainstream media reports highlighting environmental safety concerns over UV filters. These concerns were largely based on very limited and oftentimes unreliable scientific studies. The environmental safety concerns are largely twofold. UV filters enter freshwater and marine environments via wastewater treatment discharges, which are considered to be indirect discharges, and wash off of sunscreen ingredients from the skin of swimmers and bathers at recreational beaches. These are considered to be direct discharges. Are UV filters really to blame for coral reef decline? We know that there are many factors such as storms, destructive fishing, tourism, warming oceans, sea level rise, ocean acidification. As we can see, there are many factors that are contributing to coral reef decline globally. Climate change is the main cause, and there is a wealth of scientific literature pointing to this. In addition, the fossil records suggest warming oceans in the Earth's past caused mass extinctions in oceans, including large-scale coral reef decline. The National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine project was funded by the U.S. Congress and led by U.S. EPA. A multidisciplinary group of scientific experts reviewed available sunscreen safety literature, and EPA organized a follow-up workshop. The report outlined critical knowledge gaps, which led to the conclusion that insufficient high-quality data are available to evaluate the environmental safety of UV filters. The National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine report also concluded that US EPA should conduct environmental safety assessments for UV filters. While the report confirmed what PCPC scientists have long concluded, insufficient environmental safety data have been used to justify sunscreen bans or changes in consumer behavior. The National Academies of Sciences further acknowledges that changes in consumer sunscreen use could lead to significant adverse public health impacts of increased UV-induced skin cancers. Medical experts and regulatory authorities worldwide agree that sunscreens play a critical role in a safe sun regimen, and the report confirmed this belief. Sharing and disseminating PCPC sunscreen safety science is one of our key areas of focus. PCPC developed a framework for evaluating the environmental safety of UV filters that indirectly discharged to freshwater environments. They also published a framework for evaluating the quality of sunscreen coral studies, which can be used to design future studies. Finally, a review of existing environmental safety data was published, which also outlined a series of scientific recommendations. Our environmental scientists are dedicated to this important area of research and continue to share their most recent scientific findings at numerous global conferences and meetings. PCPC is working with leading environmental safety experts to generate high-quality sunscreen safety science. For example, partnerships with the University of Maryland Center for Environmental Science and Nova Southeastern University in Florida have focused on measuring sunscreen levels in coastal marine environments and developing reliable, high-quality coral toxicity tests. We continue to build and foster global partnerships to advance and promote the technical knowledge in this important scientific field. Thank you for your attention, and thanks once again to Jen Novakovic of EcoWell for this great opportunity.
And bear with me as I bring Alex on the main screen. One moment. And here we are. Alex, feel free to put your camera on, but if you don't want to, that is totally fine as well. Oh, there you are. Okay, so the first question. Thank you so much for this presentation, and also thank you again. Oh, I said that, and then I didn't have my camera on, so here I am as well. I just wanted to firstly thank the PCPC for supporting this e-summit as one of our sponsors. And then to the question, this is from Rabia, who asks, why do you think the FDA lags behind Asian regulatory frameworks when it comes to sunscreen filters? And I guess a follow-up question from me is like, is this a case of maybe like over-regulation? Everyone likes to look at the US market as it's not that regulated, but then sometimes there's certain cases where things are very regulated and they choose to make things drugs. Is that the reason? What's going on?
Well, I think the most important thing to remember here is that in the United States, sunscreens are OTC drugs. And because they are drugs, they are considered, to be undergoing the drug development process that the FDA requires for all drugs. They do not distinguish OTC drugs from, the prescription drugs. And it's pretty much, it is frustrating for us because in other regions of the world, sunscreens are considered cosmetics. But I think these are the rules we have to live by. And the FDA, I don't want to say that they're lagging. It's just that they have their drug development process, and this is what they want. And that's why I thought it was really important to talk about the specific tests that they are requiring for all these. And just let's remember, sunscreens have been around for over 50 years, probably by now, and they've been utilized without any cancer risks, any cancer signals. So I think it's important to note that, yes, this is the drug development process. This is what the FDA is requiring. And this is what we have to do in the United States because we live by the, Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act.
This next question is from Kajol. Well, it's around how effective sunscreen sprays are, but maybe I'm just going to broaden it because I believe that there was some like regulatory conversation. I've been kind of oblivious to this. I haven't been so focused on what's happening in sunscreens. I'm sorry, but some regulatory conversations regarding the safety and efficacy of sunscreen or sunscreen sprays. What's going on with that?
I think the question is, I think a lot of times there's a lot of misunderstanding and misinformation about, the SPF testing. There are specific tests that have to, all of these products have to undergo. So there are SPF tests, there's critical wavelength testing. To get a broad spectrum claim, you have very specific tests that you have to conduct according to the FDA's rules and regulations. So all the testing labs in the United States and even abroad know what this FDA method is. And so even the sunscreen spray products, they have to undergo the same methods and they have to claim the SPF based on those test method results. So I hope that explains it a little bit better.
This next question is from Tanya, who asks, can it be said that if many countries classify UV filters as cosmetics, then we can say they don't have the same rigorous testing? Can those consumers have trust in the claims on the label? I feel like there's a lot to unpack with this question.
Yeah, that's a great question. There is a lot to unpack, Jen. You're absolutely right. So Tanya, thank you for that question. I don't want to say that it's more rigorous testing. I think it's just different types of testing. Cosmetics have a different framework in the EU and other regions of the world. We have a different framework here for the OTC drugs. And since sunscreens are considered to be drugs by the FDA, of course, we're going to conduct all the tests that they, are requesting. And of course, we know that sunscreens are such an important part of a safe sun care regimen that, we're very proud of the fact that PCPC and its member companies in the industry have provided a lot of innovative sunscreen products over the years so the consumers have choices and that they have, the products that they like. Because, if you talk to any dermatologist in the United States and anywhere around the world, they'll say that the best sunscreen product is the one that consumers will use and their patients will use on a daily basis. They're the ones that they will accept. They're the ones that they will like. And if they like the product, they will use it. If they don't like the form and they don't like it, they will not use it. And this is the whole argument here is that sunscreens are critical. Sunscreens are protecting against skin cancer and they're protecting against premature aging. And I think that's something that's really critical to remind ourselves often and to remind ourselves every day. Sunscreens are an important part of everyday life.
This next question comes from Cameron. It's around, well, the question is, what are some recent trends in SPF boosters? And I will say something that came up previously with BASF is concern regarding boosters that have UV absorbance and how that plays out on the market. Can you comment?
Yeah, I don't really know that much, about the SPF boosters. I know that there's a lot of technology out there. Because we have such a limited palette of sunscreens filters to use in the United States, I think a lot of the formulators and formulating chemists are doing a phenomenal job trying to get the broad spectrum protection to provide safe and effective products to the consumers. And I think this is a whole other area that you could probably have another summit presentation on, Jen, too, because there's a lot of information on that. I'm not the ingredient supplier to talk about that, nor am I the right person, but I do represent a lot of the companies. And I know that everybody is using all the technologies available to make sure that we are providing safe and effective sunscreen products to the consumer and that they can believe in the safety and quality of the products that are out there.
Yeah. And I guess it's something to think about as a consumer, thinking about the limited palette and need for aesthetically elegant products. And when consumers are increasingly, and regulations, especially when we're looking at the Hawaiian market, are increasingly demanding formulations that have filters that will give a weight cast, kind of inherent to inorganic mineral filters. So what can you do to offset that aesthetic attribute and make it more appealing, elegant to the consumer, which is important because if Alex had previously said, if consumers don't like it, then they're not going to use it. And if they don't use it, then they don't get the sun protection. Okay, this next question is from Shrutika, who asks, as a consumer, should we opt for products with third-party SPF testing and certification? Is that really necessary in light of the stipulations to, I mean, I'm only talking about the, I guess, North American, maybe even specific to USA market. If they have an SPF claim on the label, then perhaps that should give confidence because of the OTC nature of these products. But what do you think, Alex?
So the question, if I understand, is they're talking about third party?
Yes.
So are we talking different brands? Are we talking, I guess I want to make sure I understand the specific question because I want to make sure I answer it correctly.
I think they're talking about like certifications for finished brands, finished sunscreen brands that have SPF claims on their label. Should there be an additional certification?
I think all the SPF products have to undergo the same type of testing, and the rigorous standards are set by the FDA. They're very specific as to the type of testing, what kind of testing, how many subjects, all of that. And, in one of my slides that I showed on the human dermal safety studies that we submitted to the FDA at one point, is there's a lot of different types of studies that are done. So we just took, an example, and we just asked our member companies to submit the redacted studies, meaning, these are all studies that they have done on competitive products in the marketplace currently. So I think the question here is, do you need an added level of certification? That's a great question. I'm probably not the regulatory authority to answer that one. But I know that if you have a product on the market and you are a reputable company and our industry works very hard to do the right thing, I think you are going through the testing, you are claiming it on the label, and you have testing to support it. I mean, you would not do a product out if you did not have the SPF testing or the critical wavelengths or the testing that's necessary to claim and to make the right claims on the product labels for every single product that's in the marketplace.
This next question is from Christina, who asks, why, I guess, from your perspective, why do you think that there's an attack on chemical sunscreens versus physical? And I feel bad even saying physical because they actually both work via absorption. So I'm just going to I'm sorry, I'm pedantic, inorganic mineral sunscreen. So why do people have this preference towards these inorganic mineral sunscreens and fear for the chemical organic sunscreens?
So I guess the first thing I have to say is that all of these are chemicals. And I and I know that there are a lot of marketing that says, chemical, non-chemical. All of the inorganics and the organics are chemicals. So I have to say that because as a scientist and a chemistry major, I have to say that to everybody because we get a lot of questions from media as well, Jen, and I'm sure you do too with all your podcasts and everyone that participates. So I think that's a really critical distinction. I think there's a lot of safety data for both. And in the 2019 tentative final monograph, as I said before, FDA reclassified it due to, the fact that they had found that sunscreens are absorbed and they want additional testing and additional data. And this is what industry is trying to provide to the FDA. And I think there's a lot of questions about, the aesthetics of the inorganics versus organics. I think people like, it's a matter of preference, consumer preference. We've done a lot of market research. And we've also done, that publication that I talked about, the SPF publication. That was the first time we really understood, and probably in a long time, I had not done one personally, but it was a really great habits and practices usage. How do people use products with sunscreens? And it's covered a lot of different categories. So I would recommend that people, get a chance to read that publication. It took 2.5 years to get out there in the market and to get published, but I think it's a really good way to look at it. And I think there are a lot of different issues with a lot of different chemicals. It's not just the inorganics versus organics. We have done a lot of studies in the past. Industry has really supported a lot of the studies. We have every intention of publishing everything that we had found in the scientific literature and the studies that are available. And that will be coming hopefully in the next few months to next year. So we will publish all that.
Yeah, I kind of feel like this comes down to a communication issue. First, there's so much going on, but a communication issue with respect to first, like, who thought it was a good idea to start saying chemicals and screens? Because now there's this like chemophobia, and the word chemical is therefore bad because they don't understand, like, there's a science literacy issue, and that really could have been an opportunity for effective science communication. But not only that, this is part of science communication, but communication on the uncertainty and that risk benefit equation that I think that historically maybe wasn't communicated enough to consumers, but maybe right now is the big opportunity for cosmetic companies to really communicate about this. Now, we've gone now to the time that Alex has for the Q&A. So I just want to say before I close out this Q&A, thank you so much, Alex, and Stephanie's here as well. Thank you to both of you for helping support this eSummit, both as a speaker here today, making this presentation, and also to PCPC for being one of our summit sponsors.
Well, Jen, thank you. And thank you to everybody who hung on there for a Sunday afternoon or it's even evening or whatever time your zone is. But thank you so much for the opportunity. And we really appreciate all the work that you are doing. And thank you very much for the wonderful questions that we got today too, because they are, sunscreens are a critical part of everybody's life. So thank you for the opportunity.
It's my pleasure. And I could not think of anyone who would be able to give this topic better justice than the PCPC, who's doing so much work. So much more to this presentation, but we'll leave it there. And then I just have a few closing remarks for the summit. So I've already thanked PCPC for being one of our summit sponsors. I've already thanked our other sponsors a few times, but I'll just thank them again. They are a big reason why I can continue hosting these eSummits free of charge. So thank you so much to our silver sponsor, NYSCC, to our bronze sponsors, PCPC and BASF, our general sponsors, RAN Group and Resource Label Group. Thank you. And also thank you so much to our speakers who've agreed to donate their time and expertise to help make this eSummit possible. We had some people that I greatly admire as industry leaders, and I'm just sitting here fangirling that I had the opportunity to share them with you. So I hope you guys enjoyed their presentations as much as I did. I know I learned a lot throughout the day. I want to remind you, I'm going to be sending out the replay of this eSummit, expected to get it to your inbox at the latest by tomorrow. And just so you know, there will be PDF slides. I don't have all of them, but they will be populated on the replay page as I get them. But two big asks I have from you is, one, please fill out the feedback survey I send. Oftentimes people don't, but it's like hugely helpful for me to make these e-summits better in the future. I've learned so much since day one. And the second part is, if you value this initiative and if you want to support some of what we're doing and spread some of the information that was shared, please share. The link that you're watching right now I think you'll be able to use it to watch the replay. So feel free to share that, but also share the replay page, which is going to have the PDF slides. And I also wanted to let you know that all the e-summits for 2025 are now planned, and you guys were a big part of those plans. I did poll the audience. Mostly I was on LinkedIn this time polling, and the results are our next e-summit is going to be on the topic of sustainability. And I'll just say, if you have any topics that you want to see covered at that e-summit, then let me know. Let me know in the chat, or let me know below in the comments if you're watching this as the replay. Then following that is going to be a whole conference on claims, which I'm super excited about. Thank you to Annika for suggesting that initially. I'm going to do a Truth and Beauty e-summit again in September, and then my December or depending, I'm going to try to not make it on Thanksgiving weekend next year. Our winter 2025 summit is going to be on the science of beauty, and there's a lot to that topic as well. But that's all I've got for this e-summit. Thank you so much for watching today, and to all my viewers across the border, happy belated, I don't think I still say Thanksgiving today, but belated Thanksgiving. I hope you guys all had a nice holiday, and thank you anyways for being here today, and also to all the speakers. I'm sorry for the timing, but thank you for being here today. And yeah, I hope you have all a great rest of your Sunday.